people say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing.
It's so good to be here.
Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens. Sofia, Bulgaria. Day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon, you see it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing.
It's so good to be here.
Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, an 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga about 10k to go, running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. people say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing.
It's so good to be here.
Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens. Sofia, Bulgaria. Day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, an 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. people say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing.
It's so good to be here.
Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. One. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. So let's see. So if you're at Sydney, it's 5 minutes to 11 at night. Wellington in New Zealand, you've probably got to bed. It's about almost 1 in the morning. Osaka. Good morning. No, would it be good evening, Osaka, and everyone in Japan. That's there. You're just correct to 9 o'clock. Mumbai there, 5:30. Aden, the city where I was born, Aden. Almost at 5 p.m. It's almost everything. Oh, that's when I'm starting, isn't it? And Cape Town, just a bit earlier than that. Paris, lunchtime. London, we're about to go into lunchtime. But today we are honouring Lisbon and Portugal. There we go, the Portuguese flag. And there's images of Portugal. If you've run in Lisbon, in Portugal, if that's your place, if you're there now and you want to go out and take selfies and put them on your social media, but put the hashtag Make Humanity Great Again. So hashtag Make Humanity Great Again, and put that with your selfies, your videos, your photos. We can put them into the mix, into the streaming mix. Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, all early in the morning for the Americas, Toronto, Rio de Janeiro. But anyway, welcome everyone. So we're going to go running again. I've changed my hair color today because my hair color is more blonde, I realized, than my avatar. And she is there. And so yeah. I suppose I better have a clock, hadn't I? Well, I suppose that was the thing I wanted to have. I was just going to get started. So I'll start bang on 12 noon UTC, Universal Time Coordination, Universal Time Code. Zulu time in the military, or GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. If you go to Greenwich, you can see the big line. You can see the observatory, and the line goes right through that. And that's where it's measured for, because we got there first and we said, oh, look, we found this. But of course, time is for everyone. It's make humanity great again. Make time for everyone. And today I'm running on John, the guy who came up with on the Zwift app. His name is John.
2 minutes to go.
Thank you. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to blast off. And John came up with the idea, and this is his circuit in Watopia. So we're going to be running on. While celebrating Lisbon and Portugal today. There you go. Well, I ran last February. Yes. And it's the only capital city in Europe, I believe, which is right by the sea. The others are by rivers, but not by the sea. But I can feel my treadmill under my feet going zzz, zzz, zzz. Are you in, Sarah? On? No.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
There I am. I just looked up UTC. It's Coordinated Universal Time, which is in not the same order.
Yeah,
as
I know,
the
but in
letters.
different languages, it's everyone's got different le temps coordonné universal and all this kind of stuff. So we can't ever. Anyway, UTC is
1 minute to go.
It seems to go on. Who are the runners today who are surrounding me in the?
Oh, runners today on Zwift.
And the countries, and there's someone there with no flag particularly, so they're a world citizen. So you can say they're from the world, but tell me who.
I will tell you.
We've been through, because there were some flags which were interesting. Someone there from Thailand, which is the blue and the white and the red one.
Yeah, so we
30
have
seconds.
Jason Mitchell from Great Britain, Katja Fielder from Germany, Julie Wilson,
Hello.
Great Britain,
Guten Morgen.
Ben
Hello.
Gamser, Great Britain, Alec O from Norway. Sorry, Alec, if I've
So
got
was
that
that
wrong.
15 seconds.
From where?
Where's Alec from? I'm just checking his
10
his
seconds.
flag. And then there's Nicholas Nordal and Uzmo.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom! And we're off.
Cyril Kiernick, David Zeng from China, Keith Lamb from Great Britain,
From China, that's great.
Kelly Bombeck, I think from Belgium, and Octavian Negrea from Switzerland. I think I need to get better at my flags.
Yeah, that is Switzerland. That's
Yeah.
This was Swiss flag. So I was feeling kind of okay just until I started this treadmill, and now, oh, I feel old. So that from Italy. Sorry, sometimes when reading out names I find it difficult. Now that's from Ireland. Jay Harris. Thank you very much. Giving me thumbs up. P. Jukes from United Kingdom. Exclusive from United Kingdom, thank you. Thumbs up. You can go on the Zwift companion app. You can run on the Zwift thing with me. You can search me, friend me, and then join me. You join me even if you start after I've started. And yeah. So if I run at this speed all the way. Oh, we're gonna do this. Oh, it's up there. Very good. Yes. So you can see on the, if you're getting the stream, go to eddyizzard.com to get the stream. And Steve Cousins back again. Shaw back again. Now, someone's running under the name of Run Shaw who unfortunately has passed away. So, not quite sure the linkage on that, but there you go. So, good to have you back though. Both of them ran a marathon yesterday with me. Maybe they're just saying hello. Might not be running today. But yes, on the top of the screen you can now see my far left. It's got 42.2 kilometers distance of a marathon. Underneath it is the time ticking down as I stay at the speed as I slow down or speed up. That time adjusts accordingly. And then you've got the speed, 7.5. Now I do it in speed. All pro runners do use pace, and I just find it much easier with speed. I don't know. And I also find if you're an amateur runner, like myself, coming in pace, I just find, even though I love maths, I just find it really confusing. There must be a reason why pace is used. You know, 6-minute miles, 6-minute kilometers, 10-minute kilometers, 2-minute kilometers. Yeah, I just like the speed thing because I know how long I'm running, and the speed will tell me how many hours it will take me to get there. Don't want to think in terms of hours. Now we've got the windows open here at Riverside Studios in London, where this is coming from. So these are virtual marathons I'm running every day, and because obviously COVID and we can't go out and do things, well, you can go out and run, but you can't travel. So this is a way of traveling the world without moving from here. And Sarah Johnson is here, event manager with me. We're the only two in our work bubble. Everyone else stays way back from us and leaves things at doors which they have to spray down. Ooh, there we go. So that's how all that happens. Yeah, so what was I saying? Also you can see the speed is the second from the left. The distance run in the blue, and elapsed time. Now that's elapsed time on actually running, because when I do a pit stop, when I get to the loo, then it'll stop the time there because I slowed the treadmill down to nothing, 0. And yeah, so in the end it took just over 6 hours yesterday, whereas on the treadmill I think it said 5.5 hours 50 minutes, something like that. What I'm supposed to do videos as well. Let's try that. Nope, we'll do it that way. That looks so good. This is a bit of a bouncy message, but I'm just running a second marathon in 2 days, celebrating Lisbon, city of Lisbon in Portugal. And I'm doing it on a treadmill because we're doing virtual running. There you go. You can join me at Izzard.com and you can donate to charities that make humanity great again. That's the hashtag we're using, make humanity great again. Okay, thanks, bye. I've just taken a video, I'm going to send it to you, but yeah, it's so bouncy. Actually, I can always slow down and do one, couldn't I? Right, everyone that's running with me, I'm going to slow down for a sec. Can you send out a message?
Yeah, I'll put out a message.
On Zwift. Just going to slow down to do a video. So, just say, just slowing down to do a selfie video. Hi there. Eddie Izzard here. I'm doing my second marathon today. It's in 2 days. This is a marathon in Lisbon, celebrating Lisbon and Portugal, even though I'm running from the Riverside Studios in London. Go to eddyizzard.com and you can donate and you can follow and you can everything. And you can buy tickets for tonight's show. I'm doing a virtual show after the gig, after the run gig. There's the talk gig. Make humanity great again is our hashtag. So thank you and do join me. Okay, bye. Okay, speeding up again. Now we're going to do that. Are you open for airdrop, sir? Are you okay in that sunlight? You could always move. Oh, there we go. Oh. Yes. I feel too hot. No, I feel cold and hot at the same time. I was going to say something about multiple marathon. I can't remember what it was. But, yes, there's thumbs up going everywhere. So a different route today. I've been told to change up the routes that I run. And this one was invented by John, who came up with the whole idea of Swift. I'm running in my Mizuno clothes. The good people from Mizuno, based in Osaka in Japan. So it's Japanese, then East Asian country, Japan of course. I was born in a West Asian country, Yemen. And so they're sponsoring me with the kit and helping, and all the sponsors are helping pay for stuff to make this happen so that your donations go straight through. That's why I'm mentioning. And I'm drinking iPro Hydrate, and that's and they help us make all the donations go through to help people around the world. So that's how that works. Ooh. There's someone, so just give me a thumbs up. I couldn't see the flag quite. And some people run without flags and they're world citizens, and I'm running with the Portuguese flag today because we're saluting Lisbon and Portugal. And yes, if you're out running today, or you have been running in Lisbon, in Portugal, or been on holiday there even, send us your photos. It can be selfies, you can be in them, it can be videos. Put them on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Put the hashtag, add the hashtag, very important. Make humanity great again, and say which city it is. If it's Lisbon, say Lisbon, because I'm also doing a shout out to people in Madrid. We'll be running tomorrow. Put Madrid on your photos if you have pictures of being in Madrid, videos, whatever. Again, hashtag make humanity great again. We'll use that as a search engine to find these pictures and put them up into the stream. So that's how that's going to work. Yes, indeed. Can you see the picture of the streaming picture online?
The streaming picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Online, yes, I can see it.
I wonder whether we should take out the 42.2 top left. Is that just too much and unbalanced? The picture. Because you can see that on the kilometres I'm going to be running 42.2. Well, if people just look up a marathon, I'll just tell people. You see what I mean? Just take out that left bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
It's just uploading. Yeah, now it's just...
Oh, you can't see it.
The internet is... There it goes. I see what you're saying.
What do you think?
Yeah, we could. You're right. Yeah, probably isn't necessary.
Okay, Ian or Dave?
How's that?
I'm just waving to people. You can donate through the thing. You see the thing there? You can donate. Yes, there's people coming to the Riverside Studios. Can we switch to the other camera? Oh, thank you, Ian and Dave. You've sorted that. Beautiful. So, people are popping down, going for a COVID-safe walk in the morning, and they're just making little donations. You've got there's something in the window, so in a safe way, you can see that at the window. And second donation goes through. They just tap it, and then you can tap. So that's £8. It's a £4 standard one there, and that's really nice. Boom, it goes through. So we just made £8. £8. So to donate, yes, people donate. You're getting numbers coming up. For £10, you can do it on a text in the UK only. I'm afraid. 70810. You do write 10 or 20 to 70810, and either £10 or £20 will go as you wish. And none of the money is going to me, of course. It's all going to good causes. Fair Share, Covenant House, Care International, Walking with the Wounded, and Unite to Combat Against Neglected Tropical Diseases. because I didn't know this. Leprosy is still out there. Elephantitis is still out there. You know, the elephant man that comes, that's that disease. They're still out there and they're neglected. We don't know that they're there. So we're going to give money to them. Your money comes into the Make Humanity Great Again fund, and then we work out with the different charities. They bid to us and say they're a good charity, and then we decide accordingly. So it gets spread around the world, and in the UK, and in America, and anywhere and everywhere, because it's humanity. 7.8 billion of us, and this century, I predict, we're playing for the whole thing this century. We make it a world where everyone has the right to have a fair chance, or I don't think we're going to make it. I think it's that stark. Things like COVID, they're going to come again. You can already see there are new strains coming up. And if you look at the graphs, I don't know if any of you were as alarmed as I was, because remember that beginning bit in March? And you thought, wow, that's a big bump. And then it went down in the summer. And probably, I like you, maybe you were going, well, I think we got this pretty much under control, it's getting into a better place. And then the very steep rise at the end of 2020. And now we've got these new variants going on. So, and if you think a virus is a bad thing, and if you look at how human population has gone on, and if you look at David Attenborough's figures, watch David Attenborough's new Netflix documentary about his life. David Attenborough, all hail David Attenborough, just a great human being. And he mentioned these figures. Now figures, there can be lots of figures that go around, but these ones are quite stark and quite grabbable of the percentage of, I think it's mammalian creatures, so mammals in the world. There's about a third, 33% roughly, humans. Another 60% are animals we keep to slaughter and eat. So they're just domesticated animals. Only 4% are wild animals. And that used to, and think about it, that 4% used to be 100%. We were part of that group. And we are kind of acting like a virus. And now we're getting a virus. And I don't think this is the last one. You know, there was a SARS one before. There was Ebola. If you go back, Google up information about the Spanish flu, where 50 to 60 million were killed immediately after the First World War. And don't know where you are on religion, but I think if you look at what happened with the Spanish flu and the First World War, and then the 60 million dying in the Second World War, no one is actually coming to help us. It's up to us and our behavior. And there are some alarming figures that a number of people who obviously are going with conspiracy theories are going against taking the vaccine. If we don't do this, we won't make it as a species. So just do take the vaccine if you get the chance, and when you get the chance, do please take it. You've got to look at this in a mature way. You've got to look at this in a positive way. Some people won't, but it will be the end of humanity if we don't believe in vaccines. So I would beg you to take the vaccines. And there's great women and some men in the teams, but there's women, husband and wife team, Turkish, German, I think they're a married couple. Well done to them. They came from Turkey, and now they're obviously German and Turkish citizens, probably dual. But they did the first one very close behind the Oxford vaccine. It could be kept at a lower temperature, and there's a woman in charge of that. But I'm not using names here because I just don't have them in my head. But women in science in my youth, you know, women on computers, women in science, it just wasn't encouraged. But that's great to see that out of the 3 people that I know of in charge of the teams in the vaccine, 2/3 of them were women. So well done, those women, and encourage more women. I've said this, I'll say this again till I'm blue in the face. If you read the Sapiens book, 70,000 years ago, about then was the cognitive revolution. And as soon as we realized it was brain power that was going to make the difference, there should have been equal pay, equal status, equal everything. Voting rights, which took, how long did that take? They were arguing for them back in the Greek democracies. That was 2,000 years before We got them through. I mean, how? Why? It was delayed because of weak character men. Weak character men have been the problem all the way down through the centuries. There are some weak character women yes, that's definitely true, and some of them signed up to work in the death camps and do very negative things. But essentially, I think our trajectory has been affected, and the progress of tolerance, of equality has been blunted and blocked by weak character men. Study that, have a look at that. And now there are more and more laws going in that say, no, you can't do that. You have to be equitable, we have to be open-minded, tolerant, live and let live. You know, if people are attacking trans people, or gay people, any LGBT people, people from the black community, people of any different skin colour, there's now hate crimes in a number of developed countries and developing countries, hopefully. And I was talking to the gentleman who was yesterday, one of the charities, saying that we can change things. I believe it was in Care International, where she was really trying to help girls and young women who are being oppressed by the system that they're in, whether it's administrative, governmental system, whatever it is, and those things can be changed. We can change, and quite quickly. This was his point. Quicker than you think. You sometimes think, yeah, we'll try and affect change. It'll take forever. But I'm waving to people outside, but not really. Oh no, they're reading a thing. Nope, just walked by. Sorry, got people outside. When we do that shot, that side shot, oh, hang on. I pressed the button, it's the wrong button. When we do a side shot, can you just edge it around? I know you're trying to catch me in it, but so that we can catch the full window, so that if anyone's making donations, Dave or Ian, we can include right up to the edge of that window, because it's just cut them off a little bit. Be nice to see that. Yes, I'm going to be talking to Lindsay Boswell, the CEO of FareShare. FareShare working very hard against food wastage, getting free meals out to young kids all across the UK. Marcus Rashford done great work there, and FareShare have been doing a lot of great work for many years. So we'll be talking to them, and some of your donations will be going to them. So we'll hear more about what they're doing and it's how people are adapting in these COVID conditions, yeah, COVID hellish conditions. We try to be COVID safe, but there's also a COVID hell out there. And yes, no one's coming to help us, it's up to humanity. If there's a God I believe in, it's humanity. So people say, non-believers, well, we are believers, we believe in humanity. And if you take any prayer and take out the word God and put the word humanity in it, dear humanity, thank you for letting me exist. I know it was just a roll of the dice. Thank you for my parents' meeting in the city of Aden in the country of Yemen. That was a beautiful thing. And my dad's previous wife, who went off with someone and really pissed off my dad, but then my dad met my mum. So I must salute that woman who I wasn't very positive about, but if she hadn't gone off at that time, timing's everything too, then Mum couldn't have been there, and my mother Dorothy Ella, and who died far too young back in 1968. So yeah, hopefully she'll be okay about this. When I came out, actually, interestingly, I came out first to my friends back in '85, and then it took me out another 6 years of worrying about telling my dad. Then I thought, nah, screw this, I'm telling him. After a Crystal Palace football match for my football team, which was, because he had 2 season tickets, and sometimes my brother would go, sometimes I would go. And in a cafe in Croydon, it happened. I told him, actually the story is quite good, because what happened, so you got a football match, me sitting next to Dad. Now, if you support a football team or any team, if your team loses, that's not a good time to tell difficult information. Even a draw is okay. A win is probably a good time. But I was there sitting next to him, and I didn't want him to go. You know, at that time I was TV. There was TV and TS. The language has changed over the years. Transgender has always been the overall name, overall word in my head, but it wasn't that then. It was TV, transvestite, or TS, transsexual. But obviously these were horribly large Latin words which had been demonized over many centuries. So TV seemed a lot better than I'm TV. That's what you say. People say, you are a TV? No, I'm TV. What does that mean? That was in '85. So anyone who's been puzzling over the language that I have adjusted over the years is because you do adjust language. You do get to a better place, more inclusive place, so, or a better defined place with your language, with our language. So it was that. Then I came up with action trans. I decided to reclaim the transvestite word, like many people who decided the word queer, they wanted to reclaim that. They took that back, and good for them. And I decided to take that whole word, the whole Latin word transvestite, and I decided I was an executive transvestite or an action transvestite. These are the two things. Here's me being action transvestite, and then trans, the movement for the word transgender coming up, and I always knew I was part of that group, but I thought if that's where everyone's going, I'm going to change my title to that. Not the title, but how I define my sexuality. So it's transgender, a trans person. No big deal. Don't get obsessed about it. People get obsessed. I said this before, but imagine you're being attacked by a tiger. Okay? Now, I doubt you'd be going... Well, I doubt the tiger would be shouting to the tiger's mate. There's this... I've got a man, it could be a woman, this guy with long hair, I'm not sure. Features, but could be trans, could be gay, could be... I'm not sure. They just go, this is a human being, and if they're a tiger and they're attacking you, they're probably going to munch you. Not a good situation. But they're not really bothered about all that stuff. We're bothered, they're not bothered. Also, you're not bothered the other way around. You're not being attacked by a tiger, male, female tiger. No, they kind of look the same, but I can't tell. They're going to have to check things. We all start as human units, and we all start as girls in the fetus, and then some of us get coded boys. If you didn't know that, look that up. And the ovaries and the testes start out the same things, and then they get coded one way or the other. And remember, it's XX and XY. It's not YY and XX, but XX and XY. That's interesting. So everyone's somewhere on the spectrum. You can look very more male, more boy, but you can feel more woman, more girl, and I think there's three levels of spectrum: how you look, how you self-identify, and who you fancy. Those three, and the sliders can be anywhere on it. And Mother Nature has given us that. Those are the cards you get given at birth. The genetic cards. We all get handed out genetic cards. Some of them are really tough cards. In the end, being trans isn't as tough as I thought it would be. And I've actually heard there's a number of people out there who feel they have a tough time. I think people can get to coming out. If I say, this could be anyone who's LGBT, but this could be particularly people who are trans. To come out, I think it's much easier to come out now than ever before. But once you come out, you've got a 10-year fight to sort of reclaim your place in society, because you had one as the biological boy or girl that you were born as, looking like, but then you need to readjust that in the world, and that's about a 10-year fight. It's a slog, and people have a tough time on that fight. And I think they think once you come out, everything will be fine, and that, you know, you get a job, you get a partner, it'll all work out. But it's still as hard as it is for any straight person trying to get on in the world. So, yeah, that's just something that's my analysis of the situation there. So once I came out, yeah, it was in '85. It was still another 10 years, but nothing really changed for anyone who's trans until 2014. There was a tipping point in America, and America's very good at sending out news around the world. So I think that affected the world. And that was in 2014 with different things. And Laverne Cox was named Person of the Year. Great trans activist. Orange is the New Black. She's in that series. And Caitlyn Jenner and Vanity Fair, and how that was a front page item, and so that came out, and the Transparent series winning Golden Globes. So those three things at once, triple hit. I think they're all in 2014. So that has moved the needle, made it easier in some ways, but still some people will be very negative. But now in Britain, hopefully in America, could be a states' right thing, but these are hate crimes if people give you grief. And I have had grief given my way, and I have had fights in the street, or people have hurled abuse at me, so I hurl it back like a tennis racket of abuse. Boof, you say fuck and I say fuck unto you. So, yeah. So it's not perfect, but we're in a better place. I'm running here. There's a whole bunch of people running with me today.
I've just been looking at Zwift.
Yeah.
Oh, my voice is going.
Who are we giving a shout out to now?
Well, I'm trying to look at everyone's flags, so I can tell you generally countries everyone's in, and then I can do a shout out because it's changing around a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, I think there's maybe Mexico there. Italy, Japan, Canada, Netherlands, USA, Germany, Taiwan, Poland, South Africa, South Korea, Ireland, Kazakhstan, Wales, Italy, Denmark, Australia, Monaco, China and Thailand.
Excellent.
Yeah, and it's jumping around, so more people are coming in. So at the moment we've got 32 Zwifters nearby. So we have Kirill Oparin, I'm sorry if I get anyone's name terribly wrong, Roy Barton, Jose Ignacio Castro, I hope I said that right, Marcus Dietrich, Christian Algerton, Tom Steiff, KT, Sophie Van Roos, Yoshi Kato, Gino's dropped away, I can't see Gino anymore. Everyone keeps jumping around. Speedy Bartasales, there you go. Connor Miller, Sandra Potzar, Guy Juan, Raza Akhtar. Wow, there's a lot of people. It keeps jumping about, and there you go. Lots of people. Bartos Putstuka, I'm sorry Bartos if I said your name wrong. Elaine Dennis, Benjamin Loffel, Martin Nielsen, Stuart Gofford, Bethan Edwards, Chain Reaction Cycles Belfast, all of them maybe. And Dennis Tucker, there we go, that's a few people at the
A shout out to all of you. Well done. Thank you for coming along. You may well be joining for just a short while, or for a long while. There were 3 people who came with me all the way yesterday. But thank you. If anyone wants to interact, you can. Even if you don't have a treadmill, you can download the Zwift companion app, and then you can just go on there and I think track me down, and then you can send out messages which appear on the top screen. Can you see those coming up, Sarah? I suppose it's difficult for you. I suppose I should deal with those.
Yes, I can see messages. Let me see
Just
if there's
just underneath the
any messages.
the bar. In fact, you'll see them on the streaming.
Okay, yeah, I can see them here. Rebecca Wensley says, awesome job, Eddie.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Someone
But it's
said
also
Adam said he should have gone to the loo before he started. Sorry, Adam. Guess that's a running thing.
yes, you tend to, as soon as you start running, you want to go to the loo. But Sarah, if you see the main streaming picture, if you just look at the main streaming picture, can you see that?
Yeah, sorry.
Just underneath the numbers.
Yeah.
There's things appear under there when people give me thumbs up, they will appear.
Oh.
Do you see that?
On our screen.
Do you see that little running sign and a 7 number?
Yes.
I don't know what that means, but right next to that, in that white bit, someone send me a message on the companion app, and then give me a thumbs up, and then it will appear underneath there. They were really all over the place, and now they're not appearing. Oh, there you go. See that, J. Reed? Can you see it?
I'm on a time lag.
Running with a flag there. J. Oaks, thank you very much. Fellow country people there. Oh, so it comes up to you later. All right.
Yes. Now I see. Oh yeah, J Oaks. Yep.
Good dogs. Yeah, so get my konnichiwa nihon, I should say. Konnichiwa nihon to the people in Osaka, Mizuno, in Japan. Actually, it's sad that no one's going to be at work, but anyway, anyone in Japan, as they are helping sponsor me make this all go with all my gear. And then they also help pay for things so that your money can go straight to these charities. That's how it works, kids. Oh. And I'm just about at the 5-hour turning point. So if I stay at this time, I will do a sub 6-hour marathon, which if you're a good marathon runner, you know it's a very slow time. But I'm not very far. If I'm doing multiples, I just can't be very fast. Oh. Whew. Yeah, I wonder what level of Zwift I'll be on the end of January. You go up levels apparently. These images from Lisbon, Portugal, appearing behind us. That's what we're celebrating today. And if you want to send a text in the UK, it's 70810 70810. You can write either the word 10 or the word 20, and that amount of money will go through. Terms and conditions apply. You must be over 1 million years, but you've got to be. I think you've got to be 16 plus. So all kids under 16, thanks for that, but you've got to go and get your mum's permission or their bank account or your dad's. So today, what top? I'm wearing a bluish top today because I'm wearing a bluish top. I'm trying to make my clothes if you're trying to work out which avatars me. And I got a slight ponytail. On Zwift, you can't have long ponytails, and I've got quite a long ponytail. My avatar, she's got a short ponytail. And there are cyclists joining us today. Running along, cycling along. Much easier on a bicycle. So every hour I'm going to have a pit stop basically, and then as it gets on closer to 6 hours, it might be every half an hour. And then there's a gig tonight. If you'd like to watch a gig tonight, it'll be in English, I'm afraid. Or I'm pleased to say, because there will be 2 gigs on the other 31 which are in German. When on the 12th they play Vienna. So if you're a German speaker, please buy tickets for either Viennese gig on the 12th. They're on eddieizzard.com. You can buy tickets, or 23rd, which is celebrating Berlin. Those dates are right, aren't they?
Yes,
So,
23rd Berlin, 12th Vienna, and
Yeah.
28th Paris.
28th Paris. So French speakers of the world. I will be doing tous les spectacles français le 28 janvier. Et Izzard.com for the for tickets on there. All the others will be in English. We did one last night, which was slightly bonkers. There will be bonkers gigs. I'm tempted to do old material, but last night I sort of went through a life story. But hopefully it was intriguing and interesting. That's what I hope. So so mein Show wird alles auf Deutsch sein. I think wird will. I have to get my tenses. So, alles auf Deutsch sein. Die 12. Janvier, Januar. There we go in German. 12. Januar und der 23. Januar. Alles auf Deutsch. There you go. Just getting messages in here. Can't quite see what's going on. A million messages. Nope. Karen, I'm getting your email, but I can't read it. Just I can only see the photo. Can't see an attachment. Yeah, there is an attachment. Oh, there's it. Maybe that is it. I think you've taken our photographs, Karen, but it's huge and my thing doesn't really come out. Sarah, can you open Karen's email?
Yes, the email, it's, Karen sent.
Can you open it?
I can, yes.
And you can open the attachment?
Yeah.
And it reads okay?
Yeah.
What is it, a photograph?
Yeah, it's from the Telegraph.
Yeah, mine doesn't come through.
And an article.
Okay, so I started getting out of puff towards the end of yesterday, and now I'm getting out of puff now. It's weird, I feel hot and cold. It's a bit annoying, a little bit annoying. Because we've got the doors open here to keep everything circulating around. Getting my hands on the keyboard. Dave or Ian?
Oh,
The you know, you've got Make Humanity Great Again in the bottom left. Very nice. Yeah.
yep,
And then you've got the text information just to the right of that.
yeah.
And that text information on itself is left justified to the T underneath the T of 2 to the T of text. Could you
Yes.
do a right justification and shove it on the right hand side of the screen so it sort of balances out? You've got Make Humanity Great Again on one side. And down here, where I'm pointing, is that possible or is that really tricky?
It'll take a bit of time to work on that.
Okay, I just thought it might balance the whole shot out nicely. No worries. Hey. And while you're doing that, is it Dave or Ian I'm talking to?
It's Dave.
Dave, when I do a pit stop in about 15 minutes, we're gonna keep this open, aren't we? We're just gonna put the text across, yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Very good. Okay, we're gonna stay live, Sarah. Just so you know. Oh, yes. Actually, I know what I could do. I find it much easier if I'm talking, having a chat. I can go through the stuff that my brother worked on. Stuff I should be doing. From definite article to Star Trek material. Actually, I had blue pants in the whites wash. I used to do this material about the wash. And when you put it in, you can never unlock it, can you? There should be a... Well, you know, quite often, if you put stuff in the washing machine, like within 5 seconds, you go, no, there's something else I need to put in. But you can't ever open that door again until kingdom come. It'd be nice if there was an override before, you know, even when it's done a bit of water, if there was a level meter that said, okay, it's still not over the top of the door, so you're okay. Anyway. But it used to happen all the time. But a pair of blue pants, something like that, a blue something would get into the white wash. I must admit, maybe that's all gone now these days. Everyone just does a 30-degree wash and says, stuff it, everything in all at once. In the old days, it was the boil wash. Now, no longer. Yeah. Oh, yes. Let's talk about that. I do remember going on a flight, one of my earliest flights in a small aeroplane. Probably when I started beginning to think about I wanted to learn to fly a small aeroplane. Because I now have a private pilot's license, lapsed, but I have one. And it was to conquer the fear of flying that I had. But we were flying, I think it was Cork to Belfast, or Belfast to Cork. I think it was Cork to Belfast. And small plane, one driver, and there's either 4 seats or 6 seats behind. So it's a bit like your dad's driving you in the car when you're kids. And I remember the pilot saying, there's a thermos of tea there. And we all went, oh, tea, that's nice. We could pour out some plastic cups, so it really was like in a kit ship kind of thing. Pour out stuff in the plastic cup. And he just helped yourself to biscuits, and there were some biscuits there. And they were all plain digestives. Now, if you don't know what a plain digestive is, just imagine a plain biscuit. And I know the word biscuit means different things in American English, but I'm talking that thing, it's not a cookie really, because cookies seem to be cookies like that doughy thing, but this is a biscuit, comes in packets, slice after slice, and often with chocolate, but these ones weren't, these were all plain. And we're in a plane and we had plain biscuit, it was just, that's how it worked. And I thought, you know, well, that's great, you know, you weren't being choosy, because you didn't think anything was going to happen on that flight. You didn't think there was going to be any in-flight food, entertainment, whatever. So we're having these biscuits. But then I noticed the pilot, because once you're up in the air, even in a small plane, the pilot can go along. I think autopilots are quite often built in to even small planes now. And you can set things for flying along, and you don't have, it's not like cars where you have cars right next to you all the time. Planes are designed or encouraged to be, you know, meters, kilometers apart. So he was there. I think he had poured himself a little tea, maybe he had a cup holder. But then he moved his jacket from the co-pilot side. There was only one pilot. Normally there's always two pilots, actually. It's interesting. There was only him. And he moved his jacket. And I could see there were chocolate biscuits there. And I realized he'd snaffled the chocolate biscuits from the general pool and put them on his side of the chair of the Great Divide, because it wasn't like there was a door or a thing. It was just like in the car. It's just like your dad, and there's the back of the seats. And so it was like saying, chocolate biscuit, can I have a chocolate biscuit? He's going, no, they're just, it's a pilot thing. Now, come on, well, living it. No, it's a pilot thing. And then you start reaching over for the chocolate biscuits and you put the plane into a dive. This didn't really happen, but this is the story. I want a chocolate biscuit. Oh, we're going to die. We're going to die before you get a chocolate biscuit. All right, I'll back off. He pulls the nose back up. This was the story. Then I met a pilot who had flown me, and he gave me a packet of chocolate biscuits, but he wasn't the guy. It was a different flight. I never met that guy again. But he died of chocolate poisoning. But that's not true. I don't know. Maybe it did. Oh. Yes, so I'll have a pit stop in 9 minutes.
Actually, Eddie, shall we do a slightly earlier one, because we're talking to Lindsay from Fair Show.
Oh yeah. We sent a message out. Could you put a direct message to people nearby?
Yep.
On Swift. So anyone's watching, I'm going to do a pit stop now because I've got an interview at 1 p.m. London time. Just going for a 5-minute pit stop. Thanks. Okay. So Eddie's gone for a pit stop, yes. No, it's got to be Eddie's house. Thank you. Okay, Dave, we're in. We're going. That's So Lindsay Boswell, Chief Executive Officer, CEO, in case you've ever wondered what those means. COO is Chief Operating Officer. CFO is the Chief Financial Officer. And they tend to be in the bigger companies. Bigger companies, yes indeed. We got 4 out of 5 stars from the Telegraph yesterday for, I think, for a review of the marathon and the gig as well. There you go. So you guys are gonna put me on Dave or Ian, or Dave, I assume it's Dave all the time. I'm ready when you are to talk to Lindsay. There's a VT coming on, a bit of videotape about Fair Share, which I will be able to hear, I do believe.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. Fair Share is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons. A glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. Fair Share gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the Fair Share Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. Fair Share is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Hi there, Lindsay.
Eddie, hi.
How are you?
I'm very well. I'm sorry you just had all that amazing food here in front of you. That probably is a bit cruel.
No, the food isn't. I'm not hungry. I don't get. Well, you need something to take on, especially later on in the marathon, to keep going. But hunger isn't the thing. It's On the treadmill, it's slightly boredom, so if I keep talking, you might have seen me earlier. I just talk to myself about everything and this, that, and the other. And so if I interact with people, this is good. Talking to you is great. And I forget what's going on here. The legs get tired, and yeah, I just want to stop. People say, oh, you love the running. No, I love the stopping. The stopping is joyous. But, you know, if you've done something good and positive, then you do feel good about it. And last night and tonight and all the nights, we're going to do the gig afterwards as well, which is like really crazy. Good bonkers, hopefully, as opposed to bad bonkers. But food does not... actually, no, I tell a slight lie, because there was a time when I was running around the United Kingdom. Sorry, we should be talking about you, but we've got acres of time. But there was a camera crew coming with me, and we were up in Cumbria. I'm looking to Sarah here, who was with us. And I came in, and all the camera team were eating food. I'd come in to go to the loo, and they're eating food, and I was kind of furious with them, because I thought, is this what you're doing when I'm running? And probably they were, because they didn't have to be with me. They weren't doing the test, but I got sort of a bit confused in my head that they should be out there doing the pain with me. But anyway, it's great. What you're doing is brilliant. And I'm looking at some details I can see in front of me. That you've been CEO since 2010. That's correct?
Yeah, last 10 years. And
you've built it up from the charities that receive food from Fair Share from 600 to 11,000.
Yeah, and isn't it sad that that's needed?
Yeah. Yes, that is true.
But I guess people really focus on the hunger side.
Yeah.
The other side of the coin, Eddie, is actually celebrating what food does in terms of bringing people together.
Right.
And, you know, food is the glue that brings society together. Whether it's a street party or whether it's you know, it's two people having a romantic meal together,
yes,
or whatever it is, and it's that social glue side that is, I think, so sad when you see so much food being wasted.
Yes, yes, but yet you are trying, and you're doing and succeeding in counteracting this, and that's I take it COVID has made it even worse, has it? The situation?
Yeah, we've seen a big, you know, the last year, I said have to get used to calling it last year now.
Yeah.
But last year we saw a dramatic increase in requests for the food. So I mean, just to bore you with a few numbers, but I know you're not going anywhere. So,
no, do.
But you know, just before the pandemic, we were redistributing under 1 million meals every single week.
Yeah.
And then at the peak of the lockdown, where we were trying to supply the raw ingredients for food parcels, because local communities knew who the people behind those locked doors who were really struggling were. And we were saying, look, we'll get you the food, we'll do the last mile, can you do the last 100 metres and go and knock on that door and give them that food?
Yes.
And we saw it spike at around about 3.6 million meals every week.
Wow.
Which is mad.
Yeah.
But it's still a drop in the ocean compared to the amount of food that's wasted and the surplus food that's out there. And it's just been an absolute privilege, you know, that many of my colleagues were on that film, and actually it's really nice to see them, because we're really protecting our warehouses. So I haven't been into the warehouse for a long time. The one in London, much of that was built in London. We're right across the whole of the UK, and you know, to be able to be doing something during this whole lockdown period, as you are doing, well, from my side anyway, is a complete privilege, and really pleased to be doing it.
No, fantastic that you guys are doing that. I'm going to ask this question without trying to step really into make big political footsteps, but are the government doing enough in this situation? Should they be doing more? I know the whole Marcus Rashford thing came up, and it seemed that the government was very against going what he was pushing for, which is logically what you were pushing for. Yeah, just take us through that. Are we in a better place?
Well, we've got to get away from, you know, and this is where I think Marcus has been really helpful. We've got to get away from this dogma of that one political party has very entrenched views, another political party has very entrenched views. Actually, the thing that we'd love to see is all of the political parties competing with each other in their manifestos for the next election as to which party is going to make the biggest difference about making sure that nobody on our island goes hungry.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and you know, and that just seems so unbelievably sensible and logical place to be, so that we don't get into this sort of you know, dogma and mantra that comes from the Tories, and you know, the opposite that comes from the Labour Party, and you know, you seem to only get sort of consensus when somebody like Marcus steps in.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not a political organisation, but
No,
clearly,
you should. So you shouldn't.
clearly, things, you know, we should never. You and I are having this conversation as members of this island. And,
Yeah.
there's no way we should allow this to happen.
No. Okay. Well, we'll take that as read. That any organisation that's running the country should be trying to help all the most impoverished people get food. So that would be nice. And I should say that you are a UK-based project. You
Yeah,
deal
we're-
essentially with the UK. Yeah.
Yeah, we're a UK-focused organisation.
Now, I'm just
there's
going
a fantastic food bank in Lisbon.
Right. Excellent. This is what I want to know. Yeah. So.
Amazing, inspirational bunch of people who. One of the clever things that they do is they really harness the local community by asking children to bring spare newspapers into school.
Right.
And then they collect all those newspapers together, and then a major recycling company in Lisbon pays them for that waste paper, and that pays for the running of the whole food bank. So the whole idea is turn old newspapers into meals for the poor.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Which is,
That's
which
in
is a
Lisbon.
really clever way of presenting it.
And that's happening in Lisbon in Portugal right now. They do this at the moment. Yeah?
Every day.
Every day. You don't happen to know the name of that organisation, or if you don't, just give us, we'll work it out.
It's imaginatively called the Lisbon Food Bank.
The Lisbon Food Bank. Salute
Yeah.
to the Lisbon Food Bank. And hola, we say. And well done to that, to our
You know,
cousin.
one of the things, because we're part of an international movement, and I think you're running Rome tomorrow.
It is Madrid tomorrow, Rome the next day.
Madrid tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, the Madrid Food Bank is one of the largest in the world.
Right. Excellent. Well done, Madrid. Well done.
I know that the team in Rome have good English, and what I could do is try and reach out to them, let them know what you're doing, and get them to join you on social media.
Yeah, that would be beautiful. Well, we'd love to post up any stuff on that. So if people want to donate, I say around the world, go to eddieizzard.com and you'll see the donate buttons, which is an international thing. If it's UK, you can, if you're looking at the screens, you can see 70810, and then you can write 10 or 20 in, and the money, and some of the money will go to Fair Share and will go to other great charities that all make humanity great. So that's beautiful. And unfortunately, what you're saying, the great thing about it is you're international, you're linked internationally around with other organisations, but unfortunately this is needed all around the world at the moment, food banks.
Absolutely, and this is a global issue.
Yeah.
And what we love doing is we share ideas and share knowledge. There's lots and lots of ideas that we've picked up from France and from Spain and from Italy and from the United States, and by sharing, we can make a bigger difference.
This is something I put in out. If there's anyone out there who's good on in the internet stuff, if you could set up a website where everyone just puts out good ideas, and you're saying it within the food bank community, within the Fair Share and food community, and that's great. And that's just what I've always thought we should be saying around the world. This is why I'm running with many flags. Hi, how are you? How are you getting on? Can we learn from you? Can you learn from us? Because we got some good ideas, and I think you guys have got some good ideas. And every country, we know that. One of the beautiful things is the Turkish-German couple who came up with the first vaccine. The fact that they were Gastarbeiter from Turkey, then they became German citizens, and they came up with that. Because you wouldn't have said before, well, let's look to Turkey to get the next vaccine. But Turkey via Germany, the modern Germany, that's great, and that will be happening all around the world. You're moving now.
Yeah.
You're going for a walk. Is it the lights?
I just suddenly realised because the sun had moved,
Yes.
You won't know where you're running, but it's quite bright.
Yes, I can see that. That's not a great shot on you. That's not a great.
Okay,
I'd keep.
I'm going to move.
That's it.
To try
That's
and get
good.
better.
That's beautiful.
How about that?
That's beautiful. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
that's
excellent.
better.
You look like a human being.
I just suddenly realised that I was a bit blacked out.
I was
You're
going to.
talking about sharing ideas.
Yeah.
We were really fortunate in that when it was clear that the pandemic was going to come across to the UK, so I'm talking actually early February last year.
Right.
I was lucky enough to be on a call with our opposite numbers in Singapore and a couple of other Asian countries, and saying, guys, what are you finding is happening? Because it's reached you before it's going to reach us.
Right.
And the advice, one of the big pieces of advice they gave is they said, look, many of our volunteers, because we rely on volunteers, we've got 1,700 really active volunteers right across the 4 nations in the UK.
Well done to them.
So if anybody wants to make it, New Year resolution to make a difference, please come and join us. It helps avoiding food waste and redistributing. But what they told us was that in Singapore in particular, many of their volunteers were elderly.
Right.
And we in the UK have some of our volunteers retired, and some of our volunteers are people who have received food in the charities beforehand and have rebuilt their lives and are now wanting to pay back themselves. But some of them have underlying health issues.
Right.
So we were worried about losing our volunteer workforce just at the time when our food would be really needed.
Yes.
And so somebody in the team said, well, why don't we go to the experts on volunteering, which is the British Red Cross.
Right.
So even before the pandemic started, we'd formed a strategic partnership with the British Red Cross, and in 1 week we got more volunteers coming forward in that first furlough period than we got in the whole of 2019.
Wow. Well, that's great.
So that's talking to the point that you're making, which is about the power of sharing.
Well, this is it. I know in our country it's a time of separation, but I'm actually saying some of us don't believe in separation, and I should say the rest of us should make even more stronger connections than we've ever done before, because we're human beings and you can't really legislate against human beings. We can talk to people, organizations can talk to people. Have you got any good ideas? Because we've got some, and let's share. Let's move humanity forward. I don't know if you heard me earlier, I say the 21st century, I think we've just got to make it a fair world for everyone this century. I don't think we're going to make it to next century if we don't make it this century, because people are inventing wonderful good things and very negative bad things, and they'll be able to do that faster and faster. So we've got to try and get to an equitable place, some place where it's live and let live.
Absolutely.
So,
and I think that's very much a message that I think David Attenborough is delivering.
Yes,
well.
the beautiful David Attenborough. I've met him a couple of times. I think he's now in his 90s. I think I met him in his mid-80s, and somebody told me that he might be retiring. And I said, David, I heard you might be retiring. He said, who said that? Who said that? He was gonna do a Homer Simpson thing. Oh, get them. And I realized this was a driven person, someone he's not gonna go. And he also realizes, why should he? He's got valuable insight. He's had a beautiful life, and he's still going, and I want him to keep going. Our message to David Attenborough, I think you'd agree with me, just keep going, David. You're doing beautiful stuff. You're telling the world, you're guiding the world in the right direction. And his latest video, watch it on Netflix, he says we can do things now, which is what a lot of people I'm talking to are saying. You can do things, and we can change things now. America will join into the Paris Accord, I believe, very quickly. And we can get back on trying to deal with climate change. And we can get to a better place. Oh, I've just pressed a button on me. Yeah, carry on.
Well, because I want to hold the mirror up to the words that you just said. You were saying, David Attenborough, keep going. You're doing beautiful things. I want to hold that up to you as well. Keep going, Eddie. You're doing amazing things.
Well,
and I've run 2 marathons in my life. I cannot imagine what you are doing.
Well, I'll tell you this, Lindsay. You'll know, before you did the first marathon, you didn't probably believe you could do that, did you? Would you say? No, so it was a mind control thing. It's you tell your mind, or your mind tells the body, we're going to do this. You probably did it for charity, maybe. Did you run for charity?
Yes.
You ran for charity, and you set a date in your diary. To anyone out there, do it. You could do it with a 5k, just a 5k, a 10k, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. There are a lot of runs out there, park runs. Look up park runs online, and if you put it in the diary and you make it a charity thing, that really helps, because you're going to let so many people down if you don't do it, and that's a helpful motivation to keep you going. But you know, the mind drags the body. It's not the fit body, it's the fit mind that gets you there.
Well, I certainly had. I remember in the last couple of miles, the mind was quite willing, but my goodness, the body wasn't.
Well, that's an interesting. In fact, I think your mind. You know the whole wall. They talk about the wall. My theory on the wall. I have my physio Tim, who comes online. I'll talk to him later about it. And Martin Yellig, my trainer. I think that we all believe it is a psychological thing, because people who hit the wall around about 18, 19 miles, which should be up about 35k, and they tend to go, oh God, no, there's too much. And I think it's the brain saying, sod this for a game of soldiers. I don't want to play this anymore. I don't want to play your silly game anymore. And it's the game that you've invented, but your brain is saying, no, I'd like sleeping sounds nice. Having a bath sounds nice. Because towards the end, they found a lot of people who've hit the wall, if they can stagger through, they speed up on the last half mile, half kilometer. If they can see the finish point, they start speeding up. And that means there's energy in the tank, but the brain has decided, stuff it.
Well, my motivation about a mile out from the end was when I was overtaken by a 6'5" banana. And I thought, this is shameful. There's no way I can be beaten by this banana. So,
well, did you slipstream behind them? Did you use them as a pace setter and keep with them?
Myself and another guy. Actually, we were hurling quite a lot of abuse at this banana behind it. Of course, the banana couldn't turn around and see who was being rude to them.
And the banana didn't fall over?
No, we managed to both get past the banana, but we then realised that crossing the finish line with a banana on our shoulder wasn't going to be a good look, so we had to power on. And somehow we found the energy to do so, and we got to the finish line.
That's it.
Yeah, but you know what was really annoying?
What?
Sitting on the grass, having a fag, was a pepperami. Don't you just hate peperamis?
The pepperami had actually already got there and decided to have a cigarette.
A long time before us.
And that pepperami was doing the 1970s professional footballer style of finishing, I think.
Yes.
They used to do that at half time, didn't they? They used to smoke cigarettes at half time. It's brilliant. But not good. Not good for the sanity, for the health. What was I going to say? Yeah, well, if they're not dressed as a banana, I will say this to other runners who are listening around the world. If you get towards the end and someone just goes in front of you, you can use them as a pace setter. And for some reason, psychologically, if you can keep up with them, you suddenly speed up, and it doesn't feel so bad. It's a bit weird, but pace setters do help you, as we know. Mr. Bannister, who said the 4-minute mile, he had pace setters on every turn. I think it was 4 circuits of the track that he did to break the 4-minute mile. So, anyway, yes, great. Thank you. I will keep going, and you guys keep going. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Because you can say anything. You have a window to the UK and the world here, and anything else.
Bringing together the sort of the stats that were in that film, and and the message that was in that film, and then the conversation that we had about politics and the government.
Yeah.
The one thing that we really, really love to be able to do in the UK, and this is it's not very political, but now post Brexit, where we can make our own decisions, and we can decide what green agenda items that we want to be doing ourselves as a country. I really, the big push in 2021 that I and Fair Share want to push on is getting a lot more surplus food, avoiding food that is going to waste.
Yeah.
Because we are only dealing with a minute fraction of it at the moment.
Okay, well I was going to say, what can people do if they have got food they feel is going to go to waste? Is there places they can take it? Can they go online to find places?
Yeah, so if it's in their own home, which is where 50% of food is wasted, is in our own homes, we throw it away in our bins. There's a fantastic organisation called Olio, O-L-I-O.
O-L-I-O, okay.
And Olio is a way of posting to your local community that you've got some spare food, and if there's a neighbour that would like it, get in touch. And it's it's this principle of using food to create community.
Right.
But it's about tackling food waste, and so they're a sister organisation of ours. We love them. We think they're great. So that's the issue if it's surplus food at a domestic level, at a household level.
Right.
But the the area where the vast majority of the good quality food is wasted is in the fields. It's at the farm gate end.
Oh right.
And that's not because we've got rubbish farmers. We've got the most fantastic farm community in the world in the UK. But it's because a farmer who's supplying one of the major supermarkets has to be able to meet demand, and they don't quite know whether actually the numbers of carrots that they sow in the spring is going to produce too many, or whether there's going to be a wet spring or a dry summer and so on.
Yeah.
So they have to aim off. And so there are always these surpluses.
Right.
And the problem is it's cheaper to plough those carrots back into the ground, or possibly earn a little bit of money by turning them into energy, by putting them into a biocomposter.
Right.
Whereas when we've got people who will go hungry, the moral and ethical right thing to do is to get those carrots to people. And what we've done is an amazing trial with the government over a 12-month period, where we made small amounts of money available to farmers to say, we'll make it cost neutral for your surplus crop to feed people in need. And it worked a dream. And so the big thing that we really think the government should be doing is rolling that out properly. Because not only is it a massively environmentally important thing to do, because if food waste was a country, Eddie, it would be the third largest greenhouse gas emitter after China and the United States of America.
Wow.
So it's an environmental problem, big time. Fair Share is both a social organisation and an environmental organisation, and so what we want is the government to make it cost neutral for farmers. I don't want the money. I want the money to go to the farmers.
Right.
What we want to be able to do is get hold of the food, because we have so many more charities that would love that food.
Yeah.
And they're in their local communities, and they're providing an amazing safety net for people who are in need. And thank you for giving us the oxygen of the space to be able to talk about this.
Not a problem.
And this is what we're going to try and do is get some of the charities that we give the food to be shouting out to you. To get the Fair Share centres. There are 24 of them, from Aberdeen to Brighton, from Belfast across to Kent. We'll get them shouting out and really get your hashtag Make Humanity Great Again message being heard loud and clear.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And anyone who's doing food banks and Fair Share organisations around the world, seeing as we're linked to the world here, big shout out to all of you people. Thank you so much for what you're doing, Lindsay, and what everyone's doing. Brilliant work. Take care. Keep doing it.
Keep going, Eddie.
Will do.
And enjoy Madrid tomorrow and Rome the day off.
I will. It'll seem a little bit like the Riverside Studios London, but the photos behind will tell the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. No, thank you. The thanks is from all of us.
No problem.
Good luck.
Cheers. So, there we go. That was Lindsay from Fair Share, the studio. And yes, Dave, or Ian, it's Dave, I assume,
Hello.
You know, I was talking about the thing going all across the bottom. There is something else we could put on the bottom right, which would be to donate. Go to Izzard.com, because if people go to Izzard.com around the world, because those texts are fine, but they're only for the UK, so everyone around the world can't do those, which is obviously 7.8 billion minus 65 million. It's quite a big number. Can we put something like that to?
We are already on something very similar.
Very good. Thank you indeed. All right. So now, Sarah, you need to take a selfie of me for Karen, I think. I found that taking the selfies doesn't work. I think you want to do one from there that gets this in, and then also we can do a video which you can post online.
Okay, great. And I'm just about to ask for more Lisbon photos as well.
Yes.
From anyone out there.
I can ask for more Lisbon photos. So if you're in Lisbon, if you've been to Lisbon, send us photos of Lisbon and put the hashtag, put it on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, but put the hashtag, this is very important, hashtag Make Humanity Great Again. So the hash sign, the noughts across the sign, Make Humanity Great Again. Say what city it is. Obviously it's Lisbon, you'll say Lisbon. Because people from Madrid as well, we'd like you to send in photos. That's for tomorrow. Rome is it's the day after, which will be Monday. So send your photos in, put what city it is, and we'll get them up and we'll get them rotating behind us. So do that if you'd like. If not, we'll find lots of photographs. And I was running there on the 2nd of February last year. It's gone, that's changed, isn't it? Anyway, that's where we are. But to donate, from around the world to donate, you can see on the screen in the UK, you can do a text donation, but go to Izzard.com, everything's there. You can donate through crowdfunder. You can buy tickets to tonight's gig, which got a 4 stars out of 5 today, review from yesterday. And it's all down there at Izzard.com. And if you don't have to spell Izzard, it's Izzard, or if you're in America, Izzard. Yes, you might not know what a Z is, but if you're in Canada, Izzard. And if you're in France, Izzard.com. That is my site. So I'm happy, as I said, I'm happy talking away. Could you flash Dave that there's going to be a guest coming on at past. It was a name that was up there, it's gone away. Hey, hi to Gabrielle in Australia. Just got your message. I need to put the clock on here. I do need a clock somewhere, Sarah, I think, because I never know what time it is. I have to keep opening my phone at work. It's on here.
Okay, yeah, like a physical clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere, it doesn't have to be. It can be.
Yeah, we can do that.
I don't know. Dave, there was someone else I'm going to talk to at this is 2:30. Or is it 2:30? The name was on the screen, it's gone. Can I get that back?
Summer.
Say again? Didn't quite hear that. Summer?
I think Dave's on it.
All right. Okay.
2:30, not
2:30, okay. But it was, the information was on the screen, but it's gone away now. I don't know whether that's because you want to put other stuff up, but may as well leave it up until you get other stuff. Do you want to go through the crowdfunder? See who's been doing things on crowdfunder?
Yes,
Shout out to them.
look.
So if you've made donations or you're going to make one right now, we've got a shout out. That's what we're going to do.
Reload. Crowdfunder. latest messages on crowdfunding, people who are supporting. We've got Mark
Need to be a little
Vallely.
bit louder, I think.
I'll go louder. Mark Vallely, Ian Kitt, Colin McPhillamy, Krishna Simmons, Francis van der Linden.
All similar amounts, or
Well, these are, well, actually, hang on, let me
if
go.
anyone's done a crazy good one, then
Oh, yeah, wow.
anything 50 or over. do
Yeah,
tell.
Mark Valley, £100.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you, Mark.
Thank you so much.
We have lots of people, £20. Thank you, Ian Kitt, Colin McPhillamy, Laura Sterneman, Hannah Helgren. Sorry, Hannah, if I've said that wrong. Francis van der Linden,
Thank you, Francis.
Alexis Christmas, Robert O'Brien, Nadia El Gamal, £50. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you, Nadia.
Lots of people. Lots of great comments as well. Thank you, everyone.
Any comments? You can read them out.
Yeah, shall I read them out?
Right.
So Mark Vallely, good luck, Eddie. He's hoping for humanity.
Yes, that is hoping indeed. Thank you. Humanity is hoping for humanity.
Colin McPhillamy, talk about running the run. Admirable, astonishing, amazing. Go, Eddie.
Thank you very much.
Krishna Simmons says, well done on the first two.
Yeah, first 1.5, I suppose, at the moment.
Francine van der Linden, my support from Belgium, because human suffering knows no boundaries, and I miss you guys after Brexit.
Oh, well, we're not going anywhere,
Yeah.
because it's still our continent, and we're still your brothers and sisters, so this is a world community. So some people for breaking connections, I'm for making even stronger connections than before. So that's how we're going to do it. Humanity's got to win. We've got to go forwards rather than retreating. That's what we're going to do.
And Robert O'Brien saying, hi Eddie, so inspiring to see you working so hard to bring some love back to the world. Keep running, mate, keep up the brilliant work.
Thank you very much.
And Bruce Richards says, love your inspirational Herculean efforts, bravo.
Thank you. Right now I'm thinking, I'd like to get 10 marathons. What's the halfway point? 15. When I've done 15 and a half marathons, it'd be nice to get to that point.
Oh great, Kathy Moahen from Wisconsin. Saying,
Oh, Wisconsin, America.
Yeah, saying hello.
Hello to you. And donating as well?
And donating as well, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Andrea says cheers from America.
Need to get the test. I need to talk to Phil Garrity.
Someone watching from St. Paul, Minnesota, USA.
Hi, St. Paul,
Or
Minnesota.
posting at least from crowdfunder Linda Lees.
One of the Twin Cities.
And Jack Watts in Australia says,
Australia.
I love Eddie and everything you stand for. I'm also running in my Australian isolation hotel room. It's 7 meters at the longest point, so 463 laps per day times 13 days equals 1 marathon.
Wow.
Mainly for mental stability, a mere blip on your own challenge, but every little helps.
Oh,
Wow.
well, what's their first name?
Jack, it's Jack.
Jack.
Jack Watts.
Jack Watts. Jack Watts. Thank you, Jack Watts. And yes, thank you to people of Australia. So we really are. We're going global on this. Humanity always was global. So we're fighting for all of us.
Jack reminds me of when we calculated in South Africa, when we had to take you to the hospital to get checked out, and we were trying to figure out how many laps of the hospital corridor it would take if you did want to.
This
or
is
if you could.
2012.
Yeah, if you could do a marathon. It was a lot.
2012. I got rhabdomyolysis and was told to stop moving. Had to sit in a bed, which is kind of nice and relaxing. But I was trying to do 27 marathons for Nelson Mandela, and I thought they might stop me for a day or two, and then I could catch up, or I could be in the hospital going round and round. You were working out, I was working out. Separately, I don't think we told each other to work it out.
No, we didn't. I
we
think
did
we
it
just separately figured it out, yeah. And then we were trying to figure out if we could sit in the chairs, sort of 2 and 2, with two of us and then 2 people behind us, so it would feel like we were in the van still. We'd just
Yes.
encourage you on.
Someone from Germany just gave me a thumbs up. Thanks for that. Oh.
I was looking up some interesting facts about Lisbon as well.
Yeah, Dave, can I get Sarah slightly louder in the mix?
Oh, it's probably me being too quiet. I'll talk more into the mic.
There should be a dial we can turn up.
Yeah, interesting facts about Lisbon.
Yeah.
So, Lisbon wasn't always the capital of Portugal.
Oh, right.
Yeah. The UNESCO World Heritage Site, or Guimarães, again, sorry if I've said that wrong, was the first capital of Portugal, designated in the 12th century. And it is nicknamed the birthplace of Portugal.
Oh, right.
It's also where the country's first king was born. So it's a short distance from Porto.
Just
There you go.
around the corner from Porto. And
So it's filled with ancient buildings like the 10th century castle of Guimarães, again, sorry, and archaeological sites from the Iron Age. There we go.
Cool. Site to visit.
Belém Tower was once a prison.
Belém Tower?
Yeah, it says the beautiful Belém Tower is one of the city's must-see landmarks
In Lisbon?
in Lisbon.
Oh, right.
It was built during the Age of Discoveries as a military fortification. But many people know it was used as a political prison during the liberal wars of the 19th century.
Wow.
And apparently it's actually on 8 hills, not 7, as it's famously known.
Oh, wow. Lisbon, because Rome's famously on 7. Rome and Sheffield.
Yeah.
2 cities built on 7 hills. Rome obviously edges us on Sheffield because I was at College of Sheffield, so a big shout out to Sheffield. Great city of Sheffield. And I hope Sheffield United and Sheffield Wednesday can get themselves in a better place. Sheffield United were doing so well last season. A bit too well as a Crystal Palace supporter. There's only shot to the top. But the vagaries of the Premier League, anyone who supports anyone in the Premier League except the Big Six, we're always having trials and tribulations and stuff going on. And I suppose if you're in the Big Six, you do have your own trials and tribulations, but they're on a slightly more on a different level. Oh, you only came 3rd this year. Stuff like this. And whereas the rest of us are just trying to get to the top half of the division. So, yes. Any other facts and figures from...
Yeah, this is a lovely one. It says you'll find one of the smallest bookstores in the world in Lisbon. It says... Yes, it says Portugal has a well-deserved reputation as a bookworm's dream, and it is home to many literary treasures, including the oldest bookstore in the world, one of the most beautiful libraries in the world, and one of the most beautiful bookshops in the world. Wasn't they don't name them, which is a bit of a shame. But it says what people don't know is it's home to one of the smallest bookshops in the world, located near the Escadinas de São Cristóvão. Again, sorry everyone for that.
Pronunciation is difficult for anyone in the second language or third language.
It says, it's about a size of, it says it's a covered size shop, but it's crammed with approximately 4,000 books. So only 2 people can go in at a time.
Oh, wow.
There you go. And this one's great. Lisbon was one of the first, if not the first, international cities to buy Guinness.
Wow.
Yeah. That's all it says. There's no more details. That's it.
No, you need to take a photo of me, and we need to do a quick video. I think it's like go over there, I think. Or, well, you choose the best angle. Try Can't do photo sessions. Maybe I should. Anything in there any good? Sorry? So choose the best one, send it to Karen, and then when you're done that, come back because we've got to do a little video to put out on the socials. So anyone watching, you probably, if you're watching this stream, you probably already know to donate from around the world. Go to eddieizzard.com, which you may already have found to find this streaming. That would be great. And you can donate from anywhere in the world. And it's online, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit of a palaver going online and doing it, but things are getting easier to do that these days. It's with crowdfunder. Big thanks to crowdfunder. Garrity, thank you for supporting us. Now this is what I was going to mention. This speed, I ran the double marathon at this speed. I ran for 11 hours and 5 minutes to do a double marathon. So, if you imagine, this isn't that fast, but over 11 hours, tough. It's a tough thing. So, I just have to, do I think of that? I'm not sure if that helps me. Does that help me? Yeah. What I did was I had my watch, I had my Garmin watch, and I ran at 7.6 kilometers per hour. So that I could get there. I was always 0.1 kilometer per hour faster than the speed I had to be at. So, because you could never tell when you're just about to. And that was my average speed. So I kept my average speed at 7.6, so that I had a 0.1 gap buffer zone. That's what I had. So, I get another break in 20 minutes. About 2:05. There you go. It's a bit weird. being asked what I'm snacking on. What am I snacking on?
The snacks.
Yeah, someone just passed that on.
It is the SIS Energy Bakes
SIS Energy Bakes.
and protein
Seriously.
bars.
And protein bars. It's
Yeah.
SIS protein bars, aren't they?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. That's what we're munching.
I think currently chocolate and strawberry, I think, are the two flavours.
Are they sponsoring us or are they just having us? Or we're just buying them?
I think we might just be buying them,
Oh, right. SIS, please sponsor us.
but they're very great.
Throw stuff at us. Hi there. Wait for the people outside.
And I think the energy bakes, there's either lemon or strawberry.
Right.
I don't know which one's better.
Both are good.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Both are good.
And then I think the protein ones are just full on chocolate flavour.
Right. I'm getting the thumbs up. You should do one of those all-round thumbs up
I'll do
things.
an all-round one. Yeah.
Just do them on a regular basis. It makes sense. So these are thumbs up coming from me to people on Swift running along.
I think you've currently got 12 Zwifters nearby
There we go.
stuck with you.
You give them a shout out.
Yeah, so we've got Ruth Ambrose, Adam Koffler, Clive Fenimore, Steve Scammell, Mike Pollard, Rebecca Wensley, Jason Mitchell, Ellen Pym. Oh, it's all updated. Michelle, Michael, and Michelle Young. My spelling. M. Marco from Italy.
Some people are matching me. So anyone who's on 13k at the moment.
Yeah.
They're running
Okay.
with
So everyone who's on 13k are Adam Koffler,
Well, thank you.
Clive Fenimore,
Thank you, Clive.
Rebecca Wensley,
Thank you, Rebecca.
Mike Pollard,
Mike, thank you.
and Jason Mitchell is closely behind on 12.
Thank you, Jason. Must have got to this a bit later than we started, but anyone running along, 3 people did a time marathon yesterday. So that's nice. Great if I could chat easier, but someone B. Sorensen giving a thumbs up from Canada. Melon? I can't read on French anymore. It's just so difficult to read on my little screen down here. Oh well. But in 14 minutes I'll have a pit stop. So if you're running along, even if a pit stop too, about 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 5 minutes, be alright. Hey. Can I get another one of these when you go snack?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, let's go sparkly water. Sarah? Have a look at this. That's all I'm getting from Karen. Is there any way you could send it to me so I can read it?
Yes, yeah, I'll do that. I'll take care of it.
And you've got to do a video as well. To do a shot from way off is a good angle. Sorry? You did one there? A video? Oh no, it needs to be me talking.
Eddie, are you good for a pit stop in a minute?
Yeah, in 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
What it says on the elapsed time on the machine. Can you see where the machine is? Where the Zwift app. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So when that 7 minutes time hits 2.
Got it.
It's 2. I mean, I could do it at 2 o'clock on this. What's better? It might be better to do the watch.
Yeah, up to you. I don't think it makes too much of a difference.
People are making a donation at the window. Thank you. Thanks for donating. Anyone comes down to Riverside Studios in London, stay COVID safe, but you can make a donation through the window. If you go onto between the river and the studios, there's a little couple of windows where you can look in, and there's someone making a donation. Thank you. That's nice. Yeah. Well, if I'm doing it now, I'll probably doing it now then. Okay. Let's do it. Guys, Dave, I'm going for you there. David?
Yeah, we're with you.
Yeah, we're just going to do a break now. He's going for a pit stop. He's having a pit stop. Fantastic. Fuck, this won't work.
We are still audio and video live.
Yep, I know. Hang on a second. Can't do a message, can you?
Yeah, I'll do a message. Yep, don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll give you these and I'll do a
They've
message.
all carried on.
No worries, I'll tell everyone.
I'm hitting the M button. No. No. Escape, escape. I've done it. Sorry guys, I should have done that in advance. I'll do it every hour on the clock. Hello everyone. I am having a break, having a pit stop. There's a game called Formula One, and we had it in the family, in the Izzard family. I think my older brother Mark remembers, I think our granny played the game once, and she came into the pit stop. You could choose how fast you were going, and you couldn't change speeds from, you know, very fast, but she came into the pits at 110 miles an hour. I seem to remember. The pit stop is nice. Sorry, everyone on Zwift. I'll do a better message next time. Oh, this is the bit I love, stopping. Almost hurt. Sometimes I do get a high from running. But I get a high from stopping. And showering. Showering and bathing. They're very nice. So, at some point, it doesn't have to be now because that first video went out, but you could do a video that you shot and I'll just say hi and give details, yeah? Yeah, but I should be running, I think. When I get running again.
Yes, okay. Tell me when and I'll be ready.
Okay, I'm going now. Dave, I'm back running.
With you.
Thank you. Is that the best angle? Because you can come in if you want and even get in front of the cameras, because you could move around while you're shooting it. I was thinking. Whatever you think. That's the best angle. Okay. Tell me when you're ready. So to everyone watching on the stream, I'm just going to do a video, so it'll be a bit weird. I'm just going to be talking over there. This is for social media. Ready? Hello everyone on social media and around the world. Eddie Izzard here. I'm running 31 marathons and doing 31 gigs in 31 days. We're doing this for Make Humanity Great Again, for the fund, and then we give that money out to charities that make humanity great. So go to eddieizzard.com to donate, to watch the live streaming, which was this. We're celebrating Lisbon in Portugal today, day 2. I ran in London for the United Kingdom yesterday. So eddieizzard.com and hashtag Make Humanity Great Again. Those are the two things to remember. get to my website and you can donate, you can buy tickets and all sorts of good stuff and more information. Thank you. See you soon online. Okay. Sorry? Yeah. Oh no, it's not for Karen, that's for to put on Twitter and Facebook, and that's just us. You shove it out on Twitter, Facebook, and it's, Karen doesn't need that. And we just do those periodically today when you think you need a boost or a thing. You know, 3 hours in, 4 hours in. Last hour, come and join me. Kind of thing. Yes. So, damn, I keep hitting things. Oh. And you're going to send me that that thing from Karen. Sorry, have a look at it. Waving to people who are just confused outside the windows. I'm trying to get this stripe to go straight on my body, and every time I look, it looks like it's off center. And I look down, and it's not off center, so I don't know. So yes, 2:30. I'm going to talk to Christian Shelter online. 2:30 p.m. London time. About 2:10 London time. Thanks, Mark, for the balancing out of the things on the screen. That's nice. Brilliant outside the UK. Dave, hello. What you've done on the screen is wonderful. The one thing is you've got outside the UK question mark donate at Izzard.com, but in fact that's any. I think could you change it to anywhere in the world? Anywhere in the world question mark donate at Izzard.com, because UK people can also donate that way too on crowdfunding.
We'll work on that.
Thank you. So we're riding along. Yes. If you're running along with me on Zwift, or you can get the companion. If you go to Zwift Companion, it's a separate app you can download. Oh, something has been unlocked. Just had confetti go, but I think you can follow things and you can follow me and come along. But yes, I've tried to make my clothes match up today on my Zwift. I've got a ponytail, small ponytail. my avatar, because I have a longer ponytail. Blue top, pink shorts, red leggings. I'm trying to get blue shoes, but I haven't unlocked blue shoes yet. We're working on it. Everyone's faster than me.
Eddie, I'm just looking at the Zwifters nearby at the moment. We've got 15 people, including Ricardo Marquez from Portugal.
Oh, great. Ricardo from Portugal, welcome. Hola. Running along. And I'm running with the Portuguese flag today to celebrate Lisbon and Portugal, to make strong connections at a time of separation. So I will keep doing that. Anyone can do that around the world. Make even stronger connections than before. This is the century where we make it a fair world for everyone. We've got to do that. Perfect definition, you should have the right to have a fair chance in life. That's it. It'll never get totally all worked out. But if the right to have a fair chance in life, I think that's a good world vision to fight for. That's what I'm running for. And the route we're on was invented by John and was put together by John, who was the person who came up with Zwift. There you go. Oh. When I was a kid, I wouldn't have done this. But now I can.
Did you tell me you once cycled to Wales?
Yeah. My dad once cycled. I don't know, he went all the way around. He went a whole number of places around England. And then when he was young, I think he was about 17, and when I was about 14, I decided to cycle to Wales. But again, Dad never told me that he'd cycled around England when he was a kid. I don't think he did. But he helped me, and he made a box for the back of the bicycle. He gave me a little chef map to steer my way by. Unfortunately, it showed every little chef in the UK. And so I sort of went from little chef to little chef eating. I felt I was doing exercise, so I was allowed to eat the dessert, which was pancake with ice cream with maple syrup. So I don't think it was really good for the health. It tasted good.
Is that what you ate every day?
That's what I had as soon as I could find the little chef. And it might have been twice a day, you know, like if you could find two of them on the way. But I would stop regularly at the petrol stations and have an orange fruity. Which I don't think they exist anymore. Orange ice lolly.
Well, I guess Calippo's are the closest.
Calippo's are the closest.
Yeah.
Which are made out of calipers and hippos.
I think you were fueled by Calippo's on the UK run,
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, the UK run and the cycle to Wales. I cycled to the Edmonds house up on Cefn Park in Skewen, where we used to live. We used to live in Cefn Park, and the Edmonds lived at the other end of Cefn Park, right by the A48, which is now the M4. Because the M4 used to stop. It was very weird. When you're a young kid, you get used to a motorway being a certain thing. You know, the rules of the motorway is there are no traffic lights. That's the thing. It's just on, and then there's slipways on and off. And you get used to that. You didn't really know the rules, but that sort of made sense. I remember going along the M4, and in the old days, if you're heading to Swansea, it would just, you'd hit a traffic light. And they're going, what is this? There must have been signs before that saying you're now leaving a motorway. But a bit like if you're going up from Brighton to London, it's motorway, then it stops being motorway, then you have traffic lights again. But I remember being most confused by that. How is there a traffic light on this motorway? But now there isn't. They changed the route at A48.
When you cycle to Wales, I never asked you, like, what kind of bicycle did you have?
An orange one. With drop handlebars, a rally, I think a rally, something, maybe it was a rally. I don't know, it was an orange bike.
Oh, I've had drop handlebars and it was quite serious.
Well, it was what you had in the 70s. You weren't, if you had a T-shaped one, then you weren't going anywhere, you just go poodling around town.
Okay. You didn't try and do it on a chopper?
No, the Raleigh chopper, 3 gears, amazing bike.
Did you have one?
Well, later on I had one.
Were they the ones with the gears like on the crossbar? Like
No,
three? Yeah.
On this whatever bar that is, not on the handlebar, but on the sort of between your legs.
Yeah. Yeah, I never had one of those. I think that passed me by. You remember on the UK run it was Calippo's, and then people were really kind and kept buying you pints, I think, at pubs.
No, it wasn't quite like that. There was one pint given to me when I was in the ice cream van.
Yes,
That's the
I
only time I
remember
had a
that.
pint. That's the only time.
Oh, I thought it was more. Okay.
No, that's the only time. I stopped at a pub another time and they said, what do you want? And I said, what can I drink that's, thank you for the hospitality, but pint's no good, it's just too much. So I asked for vodka for when I ran it.
It's neat.
Yes, a shot of vodka, maybe a double vodka. But somebody gave me a bottle of whiskey and I was drinking that at the end of each run.
Yeah, I remember that was really kind. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was a great guy. Somewhere, I think we were, I want to say Castle Douglas area.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Scotland.
A78?
That's it, yeah. And I think he and his whole family drove around for a couple of hours, I think, trying to find us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, to give you the whiskey. It was really, really kind.
Yes, that was like about 2009.
And I always remember Dylan and Warren, who cycled with you, the two cousins in Liverpool. They were about 13. I think they cycled about half the way with you. I remember they gave you their lunch money, I think, as a donation. Right.
Yes. Yes, they were great, those kids. Oh.
Yeah, I was going to ask, on Zwift yesterday, our nearby Zwifters, lots of people have top hats on. You know why there's top hats?
I think they'd won them by doing something intriguing on the app.
Okay, maybe someone will
Because
tell us.
they had 2021, I think they had Happy New Year or something.
Ah, that'll be it.
All our guys are friends. We could get them up on internet. I could check in with Tim, couldn't I, or someone?
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah.
ask? Do you want to
Yeah.
ask if anyone's around? 'Cause, we might as well have that Zoom thing open to them so that I can pull it up.
Yes, very
Otherwise,
true.
I'm running in an ether.
I will put the word out.
Okay. Obviously, Christian Shelter's coming on in 8 minutes, so maybe after Christian. Dave, Can that image in front of me, the details, can that scroll up about Christian? Because it runs off the page. Or the Zoom 1.2, I don't think I need that bit. Are you there? So I didn't quite hear what you said. Is that okay?
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Thank you. Thank you, that's great. Oh yeah, that's much better. Can you do a smaller point size so I could read the whole thing? Otherwise you'll be... Or can it constantly scroll or something? Ah, there we go. So, in about 5 minutes I'm talking to Christian Scholten, who is a physician living in London, works in the field of public health, and has travelled the world based in London, currently working against COVID and on COVID, alongside other vaccines. I was doing vaccine work. There you go. This is his principal area of interest. Hey, great. Oh. That'd be good. Okay, so my legs are getting tired. And a water refill when you have time, please. You know, I mentioned that should be room temperature.
Yes.
I don't mind if it is actually in the fridge,
Okay.
since we have the fridge facilities.
I did think fizzy room temperature water might be a bit bleh.
It's okay, but I just realised that when I run at home
Yeah.
on the treadmill, I am doing it cold.
Yeah.
So that'd be nice.
More refreshing.
Yeah.
I just heard from Nino from Croatia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How is he?
Seems alright. He's saying Happy New Year, so there you go.
Happy New Year. He's probably in London. Nina who lives in London, but originally from Croatia. Hello, Happy New Year. How are you? After we chat, we should do a shout out for the runners with us. After we've run, after I've talked. Sorry.
Yes, great.
Thumbs up for American, thank you so much. Wine wrecked.
Ah, Rebecca on Zwift has told us it was NYC party hats. There you go. That was the top hats on Zwift.
NYC? New.
Oh.
What does NYC mean? New Year.
NYC. That's New York, isn't it? New York City.
That must
Maybe,
be
maybe it was
that must be
HNY.
HNY.
Yeah. That might be autocorrect going on.
Yes, Chris Fenimore, not Mr. Stout. Thank you, Chris.
Hi Eddie, I'm going to come to you now with Christian too.
Okay. Hi there.
Hi Eddie, how are you doing today?
Hi, good. How are you, Christian?
Well, I'm better than you, I guess, at this particular point, simply because I know what it's like to be at that part of a marathon. It's the rough part now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I just want to get to the end bit, but.
Yeah. I always found the middle part to be one of the more challenging ones. I see you're there in Lisbon, which is a lovely city to spend time in.
Yes, for anyone who's watching, I am virtually in Lisbon. I'm actually running on a treadmill in Riverside Studios by Hammersmith by the River Thames, which you probably know, Christian, but I'm just saying this to people who are watching. But we're celebrating Lisbon today, Lisbon, Portugal. That was to mirror Marathon 2 that I did back in February that was in Lisbon. I think it was it was very cold in London the day before, and it was something like 20, 25 degrees in Lisbon, so it was ridiculously good. Today it's cooler, I think, in Lisbon, but we have pictures coming in behind us. So tell us about yourself. You work on vaccines. You're a physician who works on vaccines, is that correct?
Yeah, I am. I work for the pharmaceutical company that develops and commercializes vaccines. I work mainly on the pediatric vaccines, but the company as a whole works across the entire gamut. So it's a very rewarding thing to be doing, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can hear from your voice that you have a heritage that is outside the UK. Where in North America?
Yeah, I'm from the United States. I grew up in Ohio, actually, but I live in London now.
So Ohio, you're from Field of Dreams territory. Is that right?
A lot of fields is a very good way of putting it, yeah. So a lot of cornfields, definitely, but also some great cities.
But you know the film. Do you know the film Field of Dreams? And that's based in Ohio, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't it? They say
I'll trust you on that one.
Is this
I
heaven?
just know Kevin Costner in baseball, of course.
They said at one point, is this heaven? No, it may be not Ohio. It's one of the Great Plains states.
Definitely.
Maybe it's the next one over. But anyway, so yes.
So I was lucky enough to move to Europe. My career's taken me all over the world. In fact, me and my family just moved back here to London. We lived here for 10 years, but before the last 4 years, we were in Australia, actually.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
And I take it there are clever and wise people working on vaccines all around the world.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm very fortunate in my career to be able to work with brilliant people on a daily basis, and some of the stuff that they're able to do and is unbelievable. I mean, obviously the work that you're doing right now is phenomenal as well. And so you're aware, I just before we got on the call, I did just put through a donation because I think what you're doing, looking at just really raising awareness across the globe and really just trying to do the good work that you're doing is fantastic. So thank you for that as well, Eddie. I think that's amazing.
That's quite right. You'll know that there are politicians in the world who are feeling that now is the time to separate, and I'm saying, well, there's some people think that this is the time to make even greater connections than before. And the vaccines and the saving us from COVID, even though some people are refusing, saying they're going to refuse to take a vaccine, which I think is crazy, but it is the way people working together to come up with answers that can save humanity. I think that is a beautiful thing. And again, they're working together as opposed to working separately. That's what we need to do to save the world.
Well, science and vaccinology, as with all the different sciences, the days of it being a solo endeavor are over, and I think it's the same thing on a global scale as what you're talking about, is that we can't accomplish these things individually. We have to work as a team, and without such a multicultural and diverse team, we would never be able to accomplish any of the things that we set out to do for ourselves, and I think it's the same thing in the greater world as you're talking about, yes.
Have you noticed, it's something I feel very keen. Well, I was born in Yemen. I was born in the city of Aden in Yemen. And there's a tendency in people, say in more developed and richer countries, who will say, there are intelligent people in our country, but certain countries have no intelligent people. And that's obviously just rubbish, which you must have experienced. As I go around the world, I've played 45 countries, and I've run in all these different countries, but you must, I have this feeling that the progressive and the intelligence is handed out in equal percentages all around the world. There are very wise and clever people in every country in the world. Would you back me up on this?
100%. I think the only difference is actually opportunity, which means that we're actually, by giving more opportunities to people in, as you said, the wealthy countries, we're probably actually selectively disadvantaging the world, because we're not allowing the just as intelligent people in these other countries to be able to bring their skills forward.
And that's what ends up with people becoming immigrants who are trying to get there. And some people are very negative on immigrants, but a lot of people are trying to bring all their energy and get themselves forward, get their family to a better situation. So it's been going on for as long as the world has existed, or as long as humanity has existed. So.
Absolutely. Well, I'm an immigrant to this country, and obviously my family that we grew up in the United States are immigrants to that country as well.
Yeah.
Although I did my genetic testing, I think I'm about 5% Native American, but that's really not very much.
Well, it's interesting because, in fact, everyone's an immigrant or a historic immigrant, because the real British were the Welsh people who were pushed out by previous invading armies or people coming in. There were the Romans were there. We had the Vikings coming in, we had the Angles and the Saxons, and people moved around, and there was conquest and there was immigration. So we're all humanity. And the idea of, I'm just very against nationalism, COVID nationalism, vaccine nationalism, where they say, we've got the vaccine, you're not going to have it, which some simplistic leaders, they call them the populists, but they always have a minority vote. So it's really the simplistics these simplistic politicians, they just deal in very simple ideas which are quite beguiling to certain members of the public. But
well, in this fragmented world that we live in, I would sit there and say that actually just trying to look after your own desires and your own needs is actually in the end counterproductive. We see what happens when people can't travel and work. Things can't happen that way. So if we're not able to do these sorts of things, then I mean, we stagnate. And we talk about, some of these groups want things to be the way they were 50, 60, 70 years ago, but do we really want that? I don't think so. We want to move forward.
No, and it was, all forms of nationalism, all forms of retreat, and us first, and everyone else can take, devil takes the hindmost. I just don't think, well, no, I know that's not going to work. It didn't work in the 1930s. I'm trying to encourage the humanity to go towards the 2030s. And I think some people, some simplistic political leaders to say, no, let's try the 1930s again. Let's have another go at that. And I think they need to read a book or watch a DVD documentary on the 1930s. It didn't end up good, guys. So.
No, a good amount of things. Well, people talk about, they say, golden age of this, golden age of that, but you can also say that's not necessarily the case for all peoples as well. You sit there and say this was a good time for us, but it wasn't a good time for a lot of other people, and I guess that's where the underlying problem is.
Well, this is the thing I've talked about before, and Max Hastings, a historical writer, a historian, has brought this up before. They talk about World War II being a special generation, and I say actually all generations have special people in them, and they have wonderful people in them, and they also have horrible people in them, and it seems to be equally handed out, and it doesn't seem to change much. I think generally the laws of civilization change, and we get more and more mature, tolerant, open-minded. I'm a trans person running here, and I'm sure some people are complaining, but generally most people are saying, okay, go on, go and do it. But it's that thing, it's, we know in World War II, on either side, some people were just making money from munitions, some people were doing the black market, and that could have been on the Allied side, so they didn't care about humanity. And some of us do care, and some people don't, so humanity has to win. I think we've got to win.
Absolutely. I mean, our biggest strength as a species is our interconnectedness and our ability to work together. We wouldn't be able to have all the technology and all of the things that we think are normal life if it wasn't for that sort of interpersonal cooperation and the division of the division of labors and ideas and all the things that come with that. Without those sorts of things, we would not achieve what we have as a species and what everyone takes for granted now, I think.
Yes. Absolutely. I'm going to ask you a question here which is linked to viruses, which of course COVID is a virus. Mm-hmm. I've said it today, I think I said it yesterday, that COVID obviously is a virus, and virus works in the sort of way you can see these spikings. And if you look at humanity, or the human beings, I'd say, as opposed to humanity, because humanity is more of a mental sense. If you look at human beings, we have overpopulation seems to have happened. If you look at graphs of population, like a virus, they ramped up. If you go back just 500 years, if you go online and look at it, it's it's quite small, and boom, now. Do you think we're going to be okay on that? Do you know much about the population thing? Do you think that analogy works, that we kind of have acted like a virus?
Well, I can see where you're coming from, and that's that's Agent Smith from The Matrix talking, obviously.
I know. I don't want to be. Let me be clear on this. I don't feel. Well, I feel human beings overpopulating, that can look on a scale like that.
Sure. Yes,
but humanity and the understanding and the education that we can give out can control that. Hopefully, can educate people to say we need to have less kids coming into the world in order that we don't overpopulate, because there are only 4% of the mammals in the world are wild animals, and that's not a good figure. This is what
I mean, I guess to your point, Eddie, I guess the thing is, it's all about what is sustainable. And I think that we're obviously as a species getting close to, or potentially past, what is actually sustainable in the long term. So there is no, like for instance, I think that we're obviously smarter than a virus, meaning that we're not going to hopefully end up destroying our host, which in this case would be the Earth. But that's our choice to make, I think. But that requires long-term thinking and, to the point you're saying, long-term cooperation.
Well, that's the destruction of the host, which is the Earth. Climate change, being upon the Paris Accord, which I believe a president in a certain country who's just coming in a few days' time will be re-signing, which would be wonderful. President Biden.
I think it's from the standpoint of taking care of our hosts, we need to take care of that. People always talk about saving the planet. It's again about saving humanity. Nature will find its own pathway forward. The point is we won't.
Yes.
We're adapted to live in this situation. If it changes, the problem is on us.
Yeah, that's very true. If you look at Chernobyl, the plants have kept going and they're growing over the buildings that are there, and the plants kept going, and we died or ran away.
Well, no, yeah, nature will adapt and change. The problem is that if you look at those changes, even historically throughout the history of the Earth, there have been multiple mass extinctions, of which we're in the 6th one now, I do believe. However, the ones that were adapted survived. The problem is, as you say, even in a Chernobyl situation, there are species that are already adapted and would survive. We're just not one of them.
Yes. No, I've said this in my show Wunderbar, my latest show.
Yeah.
There have been five great mass extinctions. Last one being the dinosaurs. Big rock from outer space, totally on a random, just happened to hit us. Took out all the big guys, all the dinosaurs. 75% of creatures, if I'm right on this. 25% of the survived. Some of them, most of them are underground creatures. We were living underground, and we grew and we flourished because there were no more big dinosaurs around, and now we became us. So,
absolutely. We just don't want to be. We don't want to be the ones that 250 million years from now they dig up our civilization. That would be very sad for us.
We don't want to head towards dodo status.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah, apparently I was just watching The Simpsons, and they were talking about chickens having been the survivors of the dinosaurs. I believe that is true, because they do a lot of true information in there. And you think, is that all that's left of the dinosaurs, the chickens? That is so weird.
Chickens and turkeys are apparently pretty close to it as well, but the mighty turkey.
Yes, they have a bad time around Thanksgiving, which is a ironic celebration in America. I can understand a lot of American citizens going for it, but for the Native Americans, not a great time.
Absolutely not.
Yes, I suppose. Sorry, I'm interrupting you there, but I have heard people say, "Oh, that was the Europeans." When it was the Native Americans, it was the Europeans at that point, and then it became us, and we had nothing to do with it. But
no, I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Europeans are us. I mean, that's where America comes from. I think one of the fun things that I've done in the last couple of years is done, my genetic profile, and I think people should be looking at those things too. You'll see that, we're all a little bit of everything, which is
exactly.
fantastic.
Exactly. We're all immigrants or historical immigrants. It just depends when we came in. Even the people who hate immigrants are immigrants themselves. That is a curious thing, and sometimes even more so. People who just got in and became immigrants, and then they got their citizenship, and then they try and stop anyone else coming in. No, I got in, no one else.
Yeah, they often say that the most conservative people are the last people that entered, of course. Yes, they don't want it to change from the way it was.
That does seem to be a thing that happens. Well, excellent to you. Well done to you for doing what you're doing. Keep going with the vaccines. We do encourage here on Make Humanity Great Again to keep humanity going and take the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, when it comes out, it comes in your way. Please, because then we can save humanity. Otherwise, just sticking our heads in the ground is not going to work. Would you back me up on that?
I 100% back you up on that, and I think that this is one of the things that people tend to not look at when they see certain things like, 1 or 2% mortality rate or something like that. That sounds very small, but when multiplied by the population of the planet, the scale of that destruction is unbelievable. And that is the potential that this virus has. So we need to do everything we can to stop it.
Absolutely. Well, very good to talk to you.
Thanks so much, and thank you for what you're doing. It's amazing work.
Right at this moment, as you know, my legs are complaining. I'm just tired, but I get a pit stop in about 12 minutes, 13 minutes, so I can go to the loo and
Yeah.
just relax for a bit. But yes, I will soldier on. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing your next show. So thank you so very much, Eddie.
And thank you for donating. Anyone can donate at eddyizzard.com, and thank you to you. Cheers. Have a good day.
So Eddie, you still have 11 Zwifters with you.
Excellent.
There's the guys who've been with you from the start. We've still got Clive Finnimore,
Hi, Phil. Thank
Jason
you.
Mitchell,
Jason Mitchell.
Rebecca
Thank you.
Wednesday,
Rebecca, thank you.
and Mike Pollard, all from
Mike
the start.
Very
Michelle Young still with you at 11k. And then
excellent.
we've got Kevin White, Neil Hall, Andrew Van Hoek from the Netherlands, I think, Adam Koffler, and S. Fox from Scotland, still with you.
Excellent. Welcome. Well, welcome a bit late to say welcome. You've been here for ages. Thank you. I wonder how you guys are feeling. Yeah, I remember the first one, okay. Second one, the third one, kind of, and then you go. I used to go into a fourth, fifth, sixth. Well, anyway, once I got 10 done, it'll normalize things a little for brain and body. You just gotta get the mind and body working together. And will I be able to chat to a Tim or a Gary or a Karen or anyone?
Yes, I put the word out. I'll follow up on that.
I'm going to do a stop in, what's that, in 12 minutes, so 3 o'clock on the hour, yeah?
Yes.
I need to send a message out, so if you can prepare one.
Yeah, I can do that.
Anyone, this thing on a thing, so when it hits 3 o'clock London time, which will be 4 p.m. Paris, Berlin time, Moscow time would be a bit more. America time, Canada time be a bit less. But I'll find at least 5 hours less. But on the next hour, it's said that way.
And actually, Eddie, we might want to do a pit stop slightly earlier because we're speaking to the director of Uniting to Combat Tropical Diseases at 3.
Oh, bugger. Okay, better do it now. You get a message up and I'll... Actually, should I do it 5-2? I'm not far off it.
Yes, you could. I've just messaged.
Oh, you just
I was
messaged.
too quick, sorry.
What did it say?
Just going for a pit stop.
Can you do another one saying, change
I'll put-
of plan, full stop.
Yeah. I'll
Go
put
for
dot dot
puts-
dot in
go.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
At 5-2. 5 to the hour. Okay, I've got to work at this because guests are coming in. I never know when people are coming in. So. Did that go out?
Yes, that's out.
Did it just say in 5 minutes?
Yes, yeah, because I'd done a dot dot dot, so I carried on with another dot 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 and said in 5 minutes.
Oh, so in fact, if you're listening, I'm having my break at 5:02, yeah, so that I can talk to. Dave, we had who I'm talking to on the screen before. It's gone away. Can it come back, please, so I know what's going on?
It's just been updated.
Oh, thank you. And if you've got any future ones, tell me those as well, so I can plan around that. Thank you. Is there any more writing than I can see there? If there is, just take out the...
That's it.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. So, I'm going to have a chat with the director of Uniting to Combat Tropical Neglected Tropical Diseases. United to Combat Tropical Diseases? Or neglected? I think they're the neglected ones, which include leprosy, which you wouldn't think still exists, but it does. And if we director says 2014, that's it. On the hour. That's what I'll be doing. But I'm going to have a break at 5 to the hour. Oh, so I'm gonna have a break in about 20 seconds. There we go. Pain. Okay, tired. Hello everyone. I'm having a foot stop. Oh no, we saw that. We went past that.
Yes.
In Lisbon.
Jerry in front of them. No. Legs are like lead. Full of acid. What is it? Lactic acid? Someone just said, see me tomorrow. Thank you for being with us. I can read people's names. P. Deering. S. Dawkins. That looks like Australia.
tiny flags I'm looking at. And Hall, A. Koffler. M. Ewing, United States. A. Koffler, J. Davison. We're in the big numbers. M. Pollard. Oh. I should be doing what my avatar's doing. Oh, God, that hurts. Everyone stop. Thank you everyone for stopping. Got this big long line of people on Zwift. When you've got a moment to recharge that, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Do I need to alternate, actually?
You could, yeah. You
Yeah, alright, do a...
I'll do it.
Swap up. Dave?
Hello.
Just so you know, I know we've taken the point size down. I can't quite read it. Can we do it in capital letters in that point size? I'm trying to get as much information on the screen as... But don't wait for this one, but...
Yeah, okay, no worries.
Thank you. Next. How do you spell their first name? Their first name, I've said it spelled twice.
Phonetically.
Toko.
Toko.
Toko. But it's spelled with an H. Got it. So I talk to Toko. Oh, in a moment. Oh. I better get running again. Okay. Here we go. Sorry, somebody said, do I know what Zwift route I'm on? I'm on John's Run. I'm on John's Run. It's about 12k long. Jon. If you want to know what route I'm on John's Run. If you go down the routes, then Utopia. That's what we're mirroring here. So, Toko Elphick Pooley. I'm so sorry. Elphick Pooley. Toko Elphick Pooley. Been director of Uniting to Combat Neglected Tropical Diseases since 2014. Head up the support group for Uniting to Combat NTDs, coordination hub for the London Declaration on Neglected Tropical Diseases, funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So they gave money to Sport Relief when I ran marathons before, so thank you to them. Tucker's heading up the inaugural board. It's established in 2020, brings together experts from 5 continents. That's what we want here. And I'm going to talk to Toko any second now, I think. Hi there.
Hi Eddie, how you doing?
I'm fine. And do I pronounce your name Toko?
Perfect.
Excellent. Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
And
thank you so much for doing this.
Well, no, that's okay. I feel, I don't know, a number of people, people like yourselves, and in all the charities we're talking to, go out of their way to do things which really help people in humanity. As you saw, I've seen the figures, 1.7 billion people suffer from neglected tropical diseases.
Incredible, right?
Yeah, that's a scary number. I just didn't even know elephantitis and leprosy are still out there.
I know. These are diseases basically that were written about in the Bible. Leprosy is still a disease that is still plaguing humanity in the 21st century. It's just insane, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Well, well done to you for doing what you're doing. Tell us.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was going to say, tell us more. This is your window to the world. We're plugged into the world. So tell us anything you want to tell us. We're all ears.
Super. Thank you, Eddie. As you say, an incredible number of people are affected by these diseases. That's 1 in 5 of our global population that are affected by these ancient diseases. Many of them that are really actually quite horrible. When you think about it, you've got diseases like guinea worm disease, where you've got worms that, over a meter-long worm emerging on somebody's foot. Absolutely horrible and agonizing pain. And a lot of these diseases are just due to a lack of basic necessities, good access to good hygiene, access to water, just the basic things that humanity should have access to. And yet there are many people around the world who just lack these basic necessities. And so because of that lack of access to water and sanitation, you then have these diseases like intestinal worms, where you've got children, close to 1 billion, that are affected by intestinal worms. And I think many people are used to seeing photos of children with distended bellies, and some of them are full of worms because of poor living conditions, poor hygiene. And we call these diseases neglected tropical diseases, but really the diseases themselves are not neglected, but it's the people that suffer from them that are. So these are people that, are so, people were talking right now about COVID-19 and thinking about COVID-19 has affected everybody everywhere, and everybody's acted.
Yeah.
Then you think about these diseases that have affected people who live in the hardest to reach areas of our world, that for centuries are just living with these absolutely horrible diseases that continue to affect them. So we're so grateful to you, Eddie, for giving us this opportunity to raise the visibility of these diseases, because we strongly believe that these diseases really shouldn't continue to exist in the 21st century. I am originally from Zimbabwe. I'm from Africa, and the image of Africa that we're trying to build and to portray is one of progress, of development. And yet when people continue to have worms coming out of their legs, it's just not the image that we want in the 21st century.
Yeah. And can you tell us, are things getting better? How long has your organization been going?
So the dreadful side of this is that you see got 1.7 billion people. These are horrible, gory diseases. But what's absolutely amazing is about people like you and a global partnership that's come together to do something about these diseases. People that have been outraged by these diseases continuing to exist. So in 2012, in London, actually, which is great that you started your run in London yesterday. Partners came together in London after the World Health Organization had produced this roadmap, setting out a path towards ending these diseases. And partners came together and said, okay, what can I put on the table? What can I contribute? And one of the really less told stories is the partnership that came together for these diseases with pharmaceutical companies in 2012 committing to donate the medicines that are needed. At the time, they committed to 10 diseases. And the value of that drug donation program in 2012 was estimated at $17 billion. So there were donations for diseases like river blindness, for elephantiasis, from pharmaceutical companies from as far as Japan to France to the UK to United States, coming together and saying, we will put our resources on the table. And then you had donors such as the UK government coming in and saying, we're going to put money on the table to make sure that these diseases get to the people that need them, as well as the US government. You had private philanthropy, such as one in London, the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and NGOs as well, non-governmental organizations that were coming in and saying, we will make sure that we focus on these diseases. So this beauty of these partners coming together, and each person, if you can, somebody describe it as, you know, when you're making soup and somebody says, here's my carrot, here's my potato, here's my parsley. So all together really converging into this beautiful soup with people contributing something in the pot. So that was an amazing partnership. And that partnership, Eddie, has been so incredibly successful. And again, as much as it is stunning that there are 1.7 billion people that are affected by neglected tropical diseases, what is also stunning is that 1 billion people have been reached every single year, 5 years in a row with treatment for neglected tropical diseases. That's incredible.
That is. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. That is great. I think people want to hear that if they give their money, it'll go to people, good people like you, and things will get better if they can donate and if they can help, because you guys will make progress. And that's what you're saying.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
So that is wonderful to hear, because I've done stuff for a number of charities, and I wanted to see the trend. I think people at home want to see it was there, but now it's moved to here, and we can go back. Do you think we can we get rid of these diseases? Is it possible to eradicate them?
It's possible. So guinea worm disease is one that is actually set for eradication. So in the world, there's only ever been one disease that has been eradicated, and that's smallpox.
Right.
So there is this drive now to eradicate so guinea worm disease and yours. So in the new roadmap to 2030, one of our goals is to eradicate 2 diseases. How incredible would that be?
Yeah.
If we can eradicate yours and eradicate guinea worm disease. And eradication basically means this disease will not exist. You know, no one will have to be at risk of guinea worm disease. And I think that's so amazing that we are talking about in 2030 when this goal needs to be realized. And beyond eradication, there is also what is called elimination as public health. This is where you reduce the disease burden to a point where it is no longer a burden to the health system. And there are a number of diseases that are targeted for that. But what's even more stunning is that 33 countries between 2012 and where we are now have achieved this elimination as a public health problem. So countries such as Malawi, such as Togo, such as Ghana, these are countries that when you look at the Human Development Index, rank quite low on a Human Development Index, but yet on these diseases of the poor, they have taken the steps and they've achieved these amazing goals. Vanuatu is one such country. There are several other countries that have achieved these incredible elimination goals. So this, folks, can be done. If we can all put our heads together, put our resources, and really set our minds, we can do it.
Excellent. Well, I will say at this point, if you'd like to donate and try and help the Unite to Combat Against Neglected Tropical Diseases, izzard.com. If you just go to that simple website, my website, you'll find the donate button, and you can donate. So
excellent.
Excellent.
And Eddie, may I just congratulate you, because yesterday you achieved your 100th marathon for charity.
Yes, that was the 100th marathon for charity, and yes, I'd forgotten that it was going to be 100, but it was. But it's nice. And now this is the 101st, also a nice number. But I'll be much happier when I'm down the far end. You know, once I've done 15, 16 marathons, then I'll be on the downward slope. Right now, I just have to just soldier on. It's tough because, you know, what have I got? I've got another 3 hours to go, and
and then
yes.
After this, you have to perform.
Yes, I have a show at 7 p.m. London time. People can buy tickets for that because the profits, again, go to Make Humanity Great Again. And
excellent.
We will see how those. Last night was quite a weird show. And
I saw it last night.
Yeah. Well, that was me trolling through my brain. I didn't even do material. But that was a 1 hour ad lib, basically.
It was still good fun, but
Yeah.
I actually, when I had one of it, I was thinking about this. We need the unicycle of neglected tropical diseases. I laughed when you were doing street performances and
Yeah.
you needed the unicycle, and just this danger of falling over is what kept people glued on the streets.
Well, you know, that does apply to us, doesn't it? We need to punch through a sort of white noise of entertainment, have a coffee, talk to your friends, to say
Yeah.
things like this. And that's what I was doing. I was trying to punch through back at Covent Garden in London on my 5-foot unicycle, trying to get out of a pair of handcuffs, and people
Yeah.
would watch because there was a threat of danger. There was, I could fall over and hurt myself badly, which I did do on the very early shows, actually. Not too bad. Yeah, I used to handcuff my hands behind my back and be on the unicycle, if you can believe that. And I talked about it last night, my first show in Overton Square, Memphis, in Memphis, Tennessee, the Memphis in May Festival, and I was performing to a load of Marines who were in the band. There was a marching band that was there for the Marines, and they were the audience. They were drinking and carousing in Overton Square, and so I said, I'll do a show to them. They might have a bit of money. I might be able to, and because I couldn't pay for my breakfast because the gig was not paid for, and I fell off backwards on my hands before I got out, and so I said to them all, stop the clock, because I was doing a countdown. Stop the clock. It was in about 10 seconds. And I said to them, if I get back on the unicycle and get out in 10 seconds, it'll still be okay, won't it? And they kind of went, they were all a bit drunk. Okay. And I did. I got out and made about $26.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I did.
That was better than the 6p you were paid by one of the families, right?
Yes, the 6p, yes. It was, I had breakfast the next morning. That was the
That's
that
good.
was the main thing.
That's good. So I think we have this challenge with neglected tropical diseases. You've become extremely successful. There is so much noise, as you say, grabbing people's attention.
Yeah.
And making sure that with all the problems in the world that are going on, that people can take notice to these diseases. And I keep thinking, but these diseases affect 1.7 billion people. How is it hard to take notice? But there's just so much.
Yeah.
And we're particularly concerned now because clearly with COVID-19 and the resources that are needed to build back and get us back to where we were, means that everybody is going to be divided for attention about where they invest. And so our desire is that these populations that have been neglected, that have suffered from these highly debilitating diseases, what is that unicycle for entities that could grab attention and keep everybody focused and really, you know, as you say, make humanity great by making sure we can celebrate ending these diseases? I mean, that would be wonderful, right?
Well, there is a thing that I've noticed, which I call disaster humanitarianism, that after bad things, quite often people could say we shouldn't, like World War II, we can't go there again, let's set up some good organizations from this. So even though COVID nationalism is there and some people are saying it's going to go very right-wing and very into nationalistic separation, I would hope the rest of us would say, no, come on, COVID has happened, we need to work together, and we need to work together to help combat neglected tropical diseases and get food to people in places, and all the great charities that we're working with. Working together makes it work. Working separately does not make it work.
Absolutely.
So hopefully that's our message.
So hopefully that would be great if we can look at like what's actually gone wrong this time, and if you think about health systems, because what COVID-19 has also exposed that these weaknesses, if you have a weak health system, it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in London or you are in Mali or you are in Togo. If your health system is weak, you're not going to be able to cope. If you don't have good clean water, you're not going to be able to wash your hands, even if you get a big notice board saying wash your hands. If you haven't got water, that's not going to happen. So, and hopefully the big lesson is we need to invest in these things now, so that if, God forbid, another pandemic hits, we are as better prepared as we can be. So hopefully that's going to be one big lesson that we can take away.
That's an interesting point you make there. I think another one will hit. If you look at Spanish flu 1919, and then there must have been some others I don't know about, but we know SARS, we know Ebola, and we got this one. And the fact that we travel more, population bigger and bigger and bigger, I think it's doubtless. I think it's most expected that another one will come, or a new variation of this. So we have to be learning together, live together, you know, reaching out and making even stronger bonds than before. That's what I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And solidarity, working for humanity, thinking about your next door neighbor. And I think people have really shown that we are all capable of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
In small or big ways.
I think some people are always kind of very positive and progressive, and some people are always going to be negative, but there's a big chunk of people in the middle who can be encouraged to go do things in a better place, like recycling. You know, in Britain, I'm sure in a lot of developed world, people were encouraged to go that way. Encouraged, cajoled maybe, is that a word? That we were, come on, we need to do this. We need to save the planet, the host thing. If we are human beings living on this planet, we need to save the planet. And people sort of reluctantly, but they have gone in that direction. So I have hope. This is a run for hope. It is a run for hope.
It is. And what a fine start to 2021 too.
Yes, I think so too. I think it's a nice way to start a new year. And also, you'll probably understand that at the moment, probably no one's paying that much attention to what we're doing. But as it builds up, once 10 marathons done, 20 marathons, 25, as we get towards 31, then people will really start going, really? Has this happened? And
I know. Because when I saw your 27-day marathon in South Africa, I thought, wow, how I haven't even got to do my first marathon, Eddie.
Right.
And I just saw 27 marathons. How do you do that?
well, I tried to, it was for Nelson Mandela, as you all know, the 27 years in prison, a salute to the great man. And so I was trying to take from his energy, and I had the honor of meeting him as well. So that great character that he had, that great fortitude. And the Invictus poem, if anyone looks up online the Invictus poem, I did a video of that as well. And he just stayed strong through the 27 years and magnanimous, and came out of prison without hatred, without bitterness. So what a beautiful human being. Again, we're talking about, you see that you got Nelson Mandela, or Madiba, and we've got David Attenborough here. We've got people, it doesn't matter your skin color, doesn't matter your sex, doesn't matter your sexuality. We can all do positive things. We can all do more than we think we can do. That's what I've worked out.
Well, that's what you're showing us. I think 31 marathons. We're going to be with you all the way at the mobilizing people to come out around the world, and in all these countries which are affected by neglected tropical diseases, we make sure that everybody is aware of this huge big. I just keep you're paneling your body for neglected tropical diseases,
well,
and that is absolutely incredible. And we're so thankful.
This crazy body is designed to take a hammering, and so I think I'm using it in a positive way. Just tell people.
You might inspire me yet.
Well, tell people to go to eddieizzard.com, because then they can donate. If you're listening now, watching, you can donate eddieizzard.com. That's the easiest place to go.
We will do.
Is there
and we look forward to seeing more of your shows too, and hopefully people can come and laugh along with you.
Yes, they can. It'll be 7 p.m. London time tonight. You can buy tickets again at eddieizzard.com. Again, the money is going to make humanity great again. And they'll get weirder and weirder, I think, as we go through. They will be bonkers, but quite fun and bonkers. I got a review from last night, 4 out of 5 stars.
Oh, fantastic!
So that's pretty good.
That's brilliant. I need to go and have a look why Paul's name was changed from Saul.
Yes.
I haven't done my homework yet. I will do that. I
assume Saul. I don't know, because to be a Christian, you had to be with a P, and is Saul a different way of saying Paul? I don't know, because
I don't know.
Caiaphas, I think, is Stephen, and Matthias is Matthew. But anyway, I'm interested in the history of some wonderful people who've gone down, who've done things throughout history. But then there's stuff that comes after, and you get layers of of different interpretations on top, but I like the actual people, because I think, as you're doing yourself, you're from Zimbabwe, I was born in Yemen, but I've grown up here in the UK, and you're now in the UK, and anyone can come from anywhere and do amazing things. Man, woman, LGBT, does not matter.
Completely. And as you said, I loved your celebration of the women in science, and actually thinking about people that don't think about other people, but when you think about this global contribution for the vaccine and who has been behind it, women in science that don't get often celebrated.
Yes.
And it's incredible. And if you look at, we're reaching 1 billion people for neglected tropical diseases, but all of that is being delivered by community health workers, many of them women.
Yeah.
And I think we do need to celebrate women that are doing such amazing things. And thank you also for as I said, for pummeling your body for entities. That is your contribution to the efforts, which is incredible.
Another positive shout out for women is the micro loans. Is it called that? You know, these, people giving out micro loans. A lot of women were starting business, have been starting businesses, and that's been driven a lot by women in different parts. I think more of the developing world, but they're called. I think they're called micro loans, or they have a different word. Sarah, I don't know if you know.
Microcredit or micro loans.
Yes,
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, the microcredit things.
A lot of women are behind the engine behind those small little businesses that are being set up. So, women who are out there, you can do whatever you want. Know that in your heads. Just decide it. And we've seen this from Malala. We've seen this from great activists, Greta Thunberg, young girls, young women going out being positive. The world is there and is ready. And the cognitive revolution was 70,000 years ago. So women are owed back pay on equal pay, and they're owed and equal status. That should have happened 70,000 years ago. So we're way behind on that, but we're getting there. We're getting better.
Yeah, we are, and I think we will get there. And I'm really happy that there is an opportunity here, and if we have an opportunity to celebrate these amazing women and thank them, and I think there is going to be this pressure now to recognize this underpaid contribution. I remember when you say, what do you do? You ask many women, and someone says, I'm a housewife, I don't work. And actually you do. You just not pay for it. But
you're a homemaker. We now say homemaker, don't we? Because they're actually building a home and making that work. And yes, women have done amazing, and women have been written out of history as well. All the way back to Ruth from the Bible, who was in the Bible and then not in the Bible. So we must always celebrate that and know that and find that out. So.
Absolutely. I've got a 22-year-old daughter who was born in Zimbabwe. We lived there for 2 years and then has lived most of her life here in the UK. And it's just been incredible for me just to see the change between myself and my daughter and her outlook and the things that I would have accepted that she didn't accept. So I'm very positive that we are going to keep getting better and making all these steps. And it's not going to be long before this equality in recognition, contribution in everything is achieved between and amongst sexes.
Excellent. Yes. No, I salute to that. Now, is there anything else you'd like to mention? I know we've talked a lot, so we might have covered everything, but...
I'm sure we're going to be chatting again during the month of January, but this is my shout out to everybody. Please support Eddie, join this effort, go to eddie.izzard.com and donate. I think it's 70810.
70810, yes, that's in the UK, and then you can write 10 or 20 to give 10 or 20 pounds. But for the world, anyone in the world can go to eddie.izzard.com and it's all written down there.
Excellent, and hopefully there will be other runners. We're hoping that some of our partners, when they're up and running from Congo and other places, will sign up on Zwift and run along with you during this month. That'll be incredible.
Yes, I'm running with about 15 people at the moment, so that's all fun, which I think is on one of the screens. Maybe it's not up at the moment, but yes.
That's great.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. Lovely chatting with you, Eddie.
Great chatting with you. You take care.
Go, Eddie.
Cheers, thanks. Oh. anyone out there to chat to?
Yes, actually. I think there's going to be some info pinging up for you in a minute.
Dave, can you type that out in capital letters? I can't read it, I'm afraid. Struggling rather.
I think we're going to have a talk in a minute with a lady called Jackie Bass.
Very
And
good.
then Tim is going to be coming on later at 4:30. But I think Tim's going to give you a little shout soon as well, just on your phone.
Okay. Phone's not so good, that's more stressful.
Yeah.
I don't need that. I'd rather talk to someone here because I have to pick that up and get that thing in my ear, and it's a one-sided conversation.
I think we're talking to Jackie very soon,
Yeah,
and then Diogo
Jackie.
Martins at Forge. Who's a doctor from Portugal, so that'll be fab.
What's their name?
Jackie Bass.
No, the other person?
Diogo Martins.
Diogo Martins.
4 o'clock, yes.
Very good.
He's a Portuguese doctor.
Very good.
And then Tim's coming on Zoom at 4:30 with Pete Thompson.
All right. Very good. Pete Thompson. Oh. Where is the finish line, someone's saying? I don't know where it is. Actually, I don't know where it's talking to me. I can't tell. Oh, we've lost all our details off the bottom of the screen, Dave. I don't know if you can know that. Ah. Do you want to do Sarah a little Twitter message about photos?
Say that again.
Do a photo Twitter message?
Yes, I put the one out. There was lots coming through actually. I
Oh,
think
great.
Chris is on it. Yeah.
Very good. I need to
So,
be
lots of
keep me updated. Because
lovely
I can't
photos.
quite tell. Thank you.
I mean, I could describe them to you.
No, just tell me that it's happening, and then I won't know.
Oh yeah, it's
So
definitely
keep
happening. There's some lovely ones come through on Facebook. Let me have a look. Actually, there's great ones people were sending. I will, and there's some great comments on Facebook as well. I should tell you about those at some point too. So yes, there's Claire Carter sent a picture of a selfie of herself in Portugal. She's doing one of those pictures where you look giant because of perspective. It's great. Michael
Hang on a sec.
Coyle.
Jackie's supposed to be coming on right now.
Yes, Jackie might be coming on soon. But yeah, lovely pictures coming through on Facebook.
Excellent. Are we frozen on this one? Can you see behind me, sir?
Oh, I'll have a look.
No, you could just see on it. Look. See what I mean? Dave, I think we're frozen on this photo.
I see what you mean.
We're going to go to Zoom.
Okay. Hi there.
Hi Eddie, how are you feeling?
I'm knackered. My body feels okay. The legs feel very tired. The lactic acid is running to my legs, and
You on the gels yet? Have they set in yet?
No, I'm doing iProhydrate, which is not a gel, but I get given little things to eat that Sarah gives me, and that's how that works. But yeah, the lactic acid in the legs, you just have to. It's just not good. Have you done marathons?
No, so that's partly why I'm here today. I am one of the people that texted in yesterday telling you that I'm doing my first marathon this year. I've actually got a spot in the London Marathon running for the Royal Marsden.
Yes, I heard.
So,
Well, that's
if you
excellent.
take where you are in the spectrum of running marathons, and then just about as far as you can go in the other direction, that's me.
But don't forget, I started there. I started doing one, and then, and so you want any advice I can give? Would that be useful?
Everything, fueling, stopping, hydration, the lot.
Well, drink when thirsty. People say, you know, hydrate, but drink when thirsty is I think the current thinking, rather than, because more people have died from overhydration than underhydration, which, if you believe that, that is the figures. Did you know that?
No, it's really interesting what you said yesterday about it being mental. I mean, I'll go out now. I've done a couple of halves.
Right.
I'll go out and run 10 miles on my own and not even take a bottle of water with me. But then when I did my first half marathon, I saw the first snack stop, panicked, and just ate everything on the table. And I'd probably done about 2K. It was not necessary. But it was something about the mentality of a race day that made me think I need to eat everything on this stall.
Yes.
And I really didn't need to.
It is weird. So, well, hydration, drink when thirsty. I don't do organised marathons. That's the weird thing. I just go out and run, and I measure a distance on Google Maps or something, and then I run out half a marathon, then run back half a marathon, and I'll go to a shop and pick something up. But so I'm not an expert on the fueling and the hydrating, but I do know drink when thirsty as opposed to drink all the time. But listen to your body, that's the big thing. If your body, now this is weird because on a treadmill you're sort of encouraged to go on and on and on at this speed, which is not, it's not how it should work. You should be driving the body as opposed to the machine is driving the body. And so I find nothing is really hurting at the moment, but if something begins to hurt, stop if necessary, slow down, walk it out. Get your hands in there, massage your body to make the legs feel better. These are the things I worked at. Just listen to your body. I now listen to it. My body at the moment is going, this would be what people might call the wall, which they get at 19 miles from us. And that's a psychological thing. And at the moment my body is saying, can I talk to someone like yourself? I talk to you, Jackie. This is better for me because it takes my mind out of this. And the more I'm up here in ideas and thoughts, and then I don't know whether I can actually feel when I'm talking like this, I can actually feel my legs quietening down. Talk to, if you're doing training stuff, get on the phone to someone and have a chat with someone. That's a good thing. If you're getting into a tough bit, just talk to people. I talked to Sarah Johnson, who's my event manager, and I'll just phone her up at home and say, please talk to me. Or Tim Cruz-Drew, my physio, and he's going to come on later. You just chat about things, anything, not running. About the world and space travel and helicopters, banjos, it doesn't bloody matter, just getting your mind out of that. And I do listen to podcasts, I must say, from time to time.
That was going to be my next question. I definitely favour a podcast over music. I find that if the music's too fast, I pace myself to the music, whereas podcasts and the conversation just keep me nice and slow and steady and paced.
Podcast about something interesting in one ear, not both ears. You've got to keep a sense of the environment, I feel.
Yeah.
And I was running on roads when I did my first marathons in the UK, and I didn't listen to anything because it was too dangerous. But if you're on safe places, I'd say don't cut yourself off on that entire world. Just listen in one ear, as you can do now with, you can do it with headphones and stuff.
Yeah.
Podcasts.
The first half marathon that I did was over at Hever Castle because I'm a bit of a Tudor buff.
Oh wow.
Didn't realise that it was a trail run. Didn't even know what that meant. Just thought, yeah, brilliant. Tudor Castle would sign me up. But it was a full-on athlon event. So really narrow tracks and then mountain bikes coming flying past you on both sides.
Wow.
So the fact that you couldn't have any ears in at all, I found a real mental struggle.
Yeah. Yes, if you got used to it, whatever you don't have, you will not like. But tell me more. Tell me more about the Tudor buff. Why not a Plantagenet buff? Do you hate the Plantagenets and the Stuarts afterwards? Not your cup of tea. Just the Tudors. How does that work? Because I'm interested in all of history. But
well, as a kid, I was a bit of a geek. So rather than going to Alton Towers and Thorpe Park in the summer holidays, I would beg my mum to take me to Hampton Court. And do you ever feel like you've been somewhere before? So it was really surreal. Like I was walking around there, and my mum still marvels to the day about how I just knew my way around, and it was just always what I was most interested in. So firstly, Elizabeth I, and then kind of branched off to Anne Boleyn and the whole saga. I went and saw 6 briefly when theatres opened for about a week in December, the glorious week, beginning of December, when we could go to theatres again. And thought that was amazing, so highly recommend that. I'll probably put that theme tune on.
Tell me about what you said, Six. What is Six? You went and
So
saw...
Six is a musical. I think it's at the Lyric now, and it's about, in fact, this segues nicely from your talk about women in power.
Yeah.
So it's a musical about all Henry's 6 wives, and it starts with her having a bit of a competition to see who had it worst.
Right.
None of them had it particularly great, I think that's for sure. So it's almost like a rap battle, R&B style songs, but about their stories. So it helps to know a bit about all 6 of them, because you know what you're looking for in the songs, because it does get quite fast. But then, no spoilers, but it kind of ends where they say, oh, you know, without Henry, we were nothing, so maybe we shouldn't give him such a hard time. And then one of the other ones speaks up and says, actually, maybe he's so famous because of us. You know, no one remembers the names of the other Henry's wives or any other king's wives.
Also,
maybe we made him famous.
What did Henry do, apart from cutting off from Rome? He didn't really set up Church of England. Well, he set up Church of England, but he didn't really set up Protestantism. He did this weird balancing act. But that was all about, he wanted the Tudor line to go on, wasn't it? So I don't think he was that great shakes. I just think he overate. He suffered from much too much. And that was his main thing. And yeah, so, well, okay, that's very interesting on that. But why the Tudors particularly? Is it the women in the Tudors? There's a lot of women, and you felt you wanted to know their story?
Oh, I think, I mean, as characters go in history, I don't think you can beat what Elizabeth I did. And then even, I mean, her morals may be questioned, but Anne Boleyn as well, when you see how resolute she was in her goals now, how she got them, again, very questionable. But I mean, Elizabeth I, the fact that she was the original girl power, I don't need a man, I can rule this country by myself, despite all these men around the table telling me what I should be doing.
So you're not really a Tudor buff, you're a Tudor women buff, really?
I'm just a woman buff.
Yeah, because the men can all fuck off. It's, you know, the 7th, Henry VII, his wife was 13. No, his mother was 13 when she had him, I think. You know, because the marrying age used to be at that. That was bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah, becoming an adult at 13. That was the standard thing for humans. But, yeah, and the Battle of Bosworth and all that, which is now in a different field. Yeah, because I'm interested in all of it. Because for women, you've got Boudica, who was amazing, but she's not in your pantheon.
No, what you was just talking about with the last guest, it got me thinking, the woman that I'm actually running in memory of for the London Marathon, I'm running for the Marsden, and it's in memory of Vicky Orvice, pioneering football journalist.
Ah, yes.
So that's where I met her. We were founding members of Women in Football because there was kind of nowhere for us to go. There were organisations for racism in football, but us women didn't really have anywhere because, I mean, we weren't really meant to be there in the first place. Well, if you got me, did I cut out?
Yeah, it cut out, but you come back. It's okay. I heard what you said.
Yeah. So women in football didn't really have a union.
Yeah.
So we set one up. And Vicky sadly lost her fight with cancer last February 2019. So it's her that I'm running for. But it's really bizarre to be born in the 80s and raised in the 80s, where you've got a woman on the throne, you had a female prime minister, but yet working in football, as small as that may seem in comparison, it didn't really seem achievable. There weren't many, if any, women doing it, and it would nearly always be just me and Vicky in the press lounge alone. Stadiums where there weren't any female toilets, and because they hadn't had a woman there before, they didn't know where to put us. There were signs at a couple of clubs that I remember saying no women beyond this point. So when you do find another woman in such a male-dominated world, you tend to cling on to them, and Vicky was that person for me.
And you, I take it you played football as well before?
No, God, no. You don't want to see me kick a ball. Absolutely not.
Okay, well, let's put it slightly different. But there are amazing women football players right now. Yeah, I mean, I know that in America, you probably know this, but people might not know that a certain law was passed, could have been by Supreme Court, that said, I think somewhere in the 80s, that there had to be at universities equal amounts of money put into men's sports and women's sports. And that's why a lot of very strong women athletes and sports people came through from America, the American football team above all. And that's because the money was encouraged, actually ordered to go in to equal, to balance this out. And I've played with women football players. I remember I was playing in LA, and so they were going to be more equitable about it. But there was one woman on the team, there was men and women playing together, and she just kept kicking it in the back of the net. She was just the best striker, so we just said, get it to Shirley, just like you would. Get it to George Best, get it to Shirley, and she would whack it in the net. So it's
Yeah, I think America is definitely about 20, 30 years ahead of us in terms of women's football or even women's rights within men's football. Obviously, they do a lot of their post-match interviews in the locker room. And I did some work with the New York Cosmos 5-6 years ago when they reformed again.
Yeah.
And I said to them, well, if you had a female journalist here, how would she do the post-match interviews? And he looked at me like I'd suddenly grown two heads. And I said, oh, don't you get female journalists here? And he went, no, I'm looking at you strangely because, well, she'd just go in there. Where do you think she'd go? And that blew my mind, bearing in mind I'd grown up with working around these signs that said no women allowed in here and having no toilets to go to at a stadium. But they're, like I say, they're like 20, 30 years ahead of us.
Yeah, well, it's I think the whole of Europe suffers from this. As a proud European, I must say that we are still sexist in our sports, and particularly in football. Hopefully we're getting better. Are we getting better? In the UK?
I think so, yeah. I think so. I don't think it's as overt. I don't think you could have signs up. I mean, I can think of 3 clubs immediately off the top of my head that had signs around the tunnel, which people that don't really know about football would say, well, what do you need to be down the tunnel in the first place anyway as a woman? The tunnel is a working area. It's where the mix zone is. It's where the interview backdrop boards are. And I got the rule changed in the Football League rulebook that said if I was the press officer of my club going away from home, I should be entitled to the same rights there as if I was at my home club, which you didn't always get.
Yeah, it's a fight that we all have to do. I mean, I must say, recently I was very pleased in the UK law book that crimes against trans people, hate crimes against all LGBT people and people of colour and women, any of those hate crimes would get prosecuted. And someone was being very negative to me, and I reported them to the police station, and they were very proactive on it, and this person was prosecuted. So things hopefully are changing slowly but surely and heading forward for all peoples. But no, I just think I grew up thinking, well, boys play football and it's not a girl's thing, but it's any girl, any young woman, any woman wants to play any sport, go do it. It's there, right now is the time. So it's great that you're doing what you're doing.
Isn't it weird though how we're obviously taught that, because in America they're taught girls play soccer because all the boys are out playing American football and baseball and basketball. So it's obviously something man-made that makes us think that it isn't an innate instinct in us.
It's also a slightly weird thing, which is apparently I've heard, because I've played a lot and performed a lot in America, that that a lot of boys, young men, or boys, teenagers, play football. Then when they hit 18, they have to choose between the serious sports, which is baseball, basketball, and American football. But that is changing. That is changing because there's such a big Latinx population, and they love football. And football is, it's got to be the biggest sport in the world. I think it's, they call it the beautiful game, and it is. I think it could save the world. I've said this before. Football could save the world. One, from the point of view of what we're talking about here, women can be brilliant football players, and men can be brilliant football players, and you can look at both and go, my God, that was an amazing goal. Pass, piece of defending from any sack, so that's great. And the second thing is, it spreads around the respect. If you look at the Premier League, which has people playing from all over the world, you have these great players. They could be Asian, they could be Arabic, they could be British, they could be French, German, whatever. And you just can't say, this country, this thing, this whatever, this It's excellent. If you watch the Women's World Cup, you just see great playing as well. Anyone can win. Any country, national team. It spreads the respect around the world, which is different from the power in a government, because, you know, if America has all that power, they can put 300 billion into their military. It's going to be more powerful than the next countries. But football, it's always equal. 11 people on the pitch, and it's a great leveler. It can help save the world, I think. That's what I think.
Well, I'm an Arsenal fan, so I'm constantly miserable, so...
Well, you see, you're one of the big six, you see. You're having a rotten time at the moment.
I don't know if we are anymore. It doesn't feel like it.
I know, but you'll bounce back, won't you?
I hope so. Well, I've been telling myself that for 10 years, so...
Well, you see, I came out, I lived near us. I was at Highbury Fields, was where I was, which is up by Highbury Corner in London, just down from, the old Arsenal ground. But my dad supported Arsenal, but my uncle supported Crystal Palace. So when Crystal Palace went in the First Division back in '69, we were taken up to see a game, and that was it. We were Crystal Palace supporters, but we could have been Arsenal supporters. But I think you have your hell. If you were Manchester United, you think, hey, we won everything, and then, oh no, you're not doing so well now, and Manchester City was nowhere, and then they got a lot of money, and now Liverpool, well done Liverpool last season. It's good that they did that. And Jurgen Klopp, it's great. He's a great German person. He's a German person.
He's fantastic.
He's obviously German, but he just feels like a great human being. So salute to Jurgen Klopp. And he just sounds great, because I'm encyclopedic on World War II and what humanity went through there. And I said, what's happened in World War II, it wasn't a German problem, it was a human problem. It could happen in any country. The extremists, the extreme right wing, were prevalent in every country. And it just tipped over worse in Germany. So it's since then, Germany has tried to be an exemplary country. It's tried to be as good as it can be. And I thought this, I don't know what you thought about this. What did they beat Brazil, was it 7-1 in the World Cup? And you would have thought they would have been punching the sky as the German players, but I saw them interviewed afterwards. I was watching German television. I was in a hotel, I could get a German channel. And they were very balanced about it. They were obviously pleased that they won, and it's against Brazil. But I think if it was England, we would have gone, yeah, it's just gone through the roof. But probably because we've had a more dodgy career in football. But I thought the German people were saying, we're not going to overdo this. Just be equitable. Just be, I keep saying equitable, but
magnanimous.
Yeah, well, it's difficult. 7-1. It's obviously a hellish time for Brazil, but don't crow about it. You know, don't. You know, as some supporters might, but it's that thing. It's trying to get respect around the world, and football is the beautiful game. And the thing I say to American people, anyone watching, you can be tall, you can be short, you can be wide, you can be thin, and you can be a great football player, a great soccer player. It's the perfect American sport, because America is about anyone can do whatever they want to do. And I think American football, you've got to be a huge guy to be really successful at that, unless you're the quarterback. And if it's basketball, you've got to be 8 to 9 foot tall. You've got to be huge that way, either huge that way or huge that way. Whereas football, tall, wide, thin, short, doesn't matter. We've seen great players of all shapes and sizes, and it spreads the respect around, which is, I think, is a beautiful thing.
Well, if you want to speak about football anymore, Eddie, I'll drop a text to Rebecca Lowe, who's a big Palace fan, who's the face of the Premier League in America, doing great things out there on American TV, is the flagship host for all Premier League games in football, and she's really doing a great job for women in football out there.
Well, great, yeah, no, I'm happy to talk to it. It's great that I think NBC are picking up the Premier League games out there.
Yeah, so she's the host of that. So she's
great.
Like Gabby Logan, the Gary Lineker out in the States. So if you're in New York and you want to watch Arsenal Man U, she's the one fronting it.
There are more women in UK being presenters and commentators now, are there not? Is that a good sign? I take it you like that.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And like none of the problems that I ever had in football ever came from the players. And because I think a lot more of them now are being raised by their mums or single mums or more. You know, there's never going to be less women in football than what there is now. There's only going to be more.
Yes.
So I think that's definitely helping. Just seeing them on the TV, seeing them host these shows and be in the tunnel, be reporting. You know, like I say, we're not going to get less women. We're only going to get more.
And also the older generations who might be, I'm against all this. they do move on and they have their time. The younger generations, and people have said this, parents with young kids growing up, they just say they are colour inclusive, they are LGBT inclusive, they are, you know, women in sport inclusive. They look at things in a different way. We've hopefully put forward a much more positive landscape out there for the young kids to grow up in, and hopefully all developed countries and developing countries, they're coming to a different thing. Toko was just talking from Zimbabwe, talking about her daughter growing up with a different view, and her daughter may go back to Zimbabwe, and hopefully people in Zimbabwe can move on to a better place. It's yeah, I have hope. This is a run for hope, as I mentioned. The run for hope, a run for hope.
Well, I'll hopefully run past you one day. I've got a nice little 10-mile route that goes from Liverpool Street right up to Hammersmith, so I'll come and give you a wave next week.
You probably would run past me. Everyone goes faster than me generally. I'm on Zwift at the moment, and people are very nicely just setting their speed at 7.5, so they stay with me. But
don't worry, my cadence needs to get up to about 180 to stop my IT band flaring up, so don't worry, I'll be at the same pace as you.
Very good. Anything
Well,
else?
I'll go into press officer mode and I'll wrap this up, because I think you've got another call coming at 4, so I don't want to hog Zoom anymore.
Yes. Thanks very much. Great to talk to you.
No worries. Good luck. Keep going.
Will do. Cheers.
Bye, Eddie.
Bye. Oh. I'm going to have a break.
Yeah, great idea.
Could you
Yeah,
put-
1 minute and then
Yeah,
break.
yeah. You can put a message out?
I'll do a message.
Anyone listening to me, I'm going at 5 to the hour. I'm having a break. And then on the hour, so I sound like the BBC World Service. On the hour, we'll be talking to Diego Martins. Thank you so much. Now, Sarah, can you come here just 1 second? Oh, Dave, are you changing? Yeah. Just read the phrase. Is that right? All the right spelling and everything. Just want to get pronunciation just right. So it's Diogo Martins. Very good. I'm going to be talking to... Oh, I've got to stop, yeah? Yes. You sent a message out. Anyone listening, I am pausing for 5 minutes. And then we're going to talk to Diogo Martins, who is doctor for the Wellcome Trust in Portugal. Excellent. Oh, I need a pee.
Oh, no, I didn't. I did take it off. Don't worry.
Okay. I'm ready, Dave.
Kilometers per hour.
Hi
Probably
there.
what, about 20 miles so far now? Something around those lines.
Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
because he said like,
Oh, hello.
oh,
You're online. Who am I talking to?
Hello, this is Diogo from Portugal.
Hello,
Nice to
Diogo.
meet you.
How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Are you in Portugal at the moment?
I am. I'm blessed to be here, yes.
Are you in Lisbon in Portugal?
I was in Lisbon about a week ago for Christmas, but
Right.
I'm back in the north where I'm from.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So now you're, I believe, a doctor who works with a sister organisation to the Unite to Combat Neglected Tropical Diseases. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, I work with UTC, with Uniting, and with Toko, who you spoke to a few minutes ago.
Yes.
But also work with a different foundation in London called the Welcome Trust.
Very good. Tell us all about your thing. Snake bites. You specialise in snake bites, I'm reading in front of me. Is that true?
Yes, it's such a surprise, basically. I didn't really plan to become a... I probably am not an expert, but with a particular interest in some work in snake bites. I started working in the issue about a couple of years ago as part of the Welcome Trust, the global foundation that I work for. And basically we set up this new portfolio that is trying to support a little bit the response and preparedness to snake bites. It's a neglected tropical disease, part of the work of many organizations like UTC, the World Health Organization, but it's been very recently that we started working in snake bites at Welcome.
Right, and I once heard this thing about snake bites. I'm going to ask you this and see if I'm in the area. This is the information I received. Because if a snake does bite you and it gets into the system, you need to not move about, and you need to try and very slowly get to the side of a road and then try and wait there, if you're on your own, say, and hail a car that's coming along, but not move fast, otherwise that poison will get around you quickly. Is that correct advice for people who accidentally get bitten somewhere in the world?
It's one of those things that speaks to the complexity of snake bites, and this is because we have so many species of snakes, right? And not all of them are poisonous, and we basically don't know until we get to the hospital and understand if you have any symptoms evolving from the snake bite. But it's true. I mean, the likelihood is if you get bitten, that is, it's best not to move too much, best not to move the location where you got bitten by the snake, and most importantly, try to extract the toxins from the wound. But it's quite true. And it also speaks to the fact that the majority of venomous snake bites happen in tropical and rural areas. So it's quite hard to get from there to the hospital. But it really depends on the species of snake. It really depends on the type of venom.
Right. Did you say don't try and extract the venom from the...
Don't try at all, no. That would not be an advice for me.
Sucking the poison out is an old sort of story from... That's not true, okay.
Well, it's best not to do it, because if you really try to do that, the likelihood is that you're going to potentially inject somebody else or yourself in a different way to your system with even more venom, because sometimes we don't really know, one, if there is venom, but if there's any venom, if it has been really injected into your circulation. So the more still you can be and ask for help, the better.
Right, gotcha. And and can we get to a better place on snake bites? I was saying this to Toko, and all the charities. I want us to get to a better place. Is it education? Is it partly education? Is it getting anti-venoms out to people? How do you go about eradicating or moving it forward so that people aren't so beset by this neglected tropical disease?
I was listening to the conversation with Toko, and it's quite interesting because within the world of neglected tropical diseases, you have a variety of diseases, right? So you have diseases that are more prone for eradication, like smallpox, you were talking about it.
Yeah.
Others are more prone for elimination, so it's not really completely zero cases, but really trying to minimize them. And there are others that are more prone to control and prevention, like snake bites. And the reason for that is we cannot simply just get rid of snakes. I've spoken to so many people who ask me, why don't we just get rid of snakes? And that's not a very positive message for biodiversity, isn't it? So it's something, and it's an animal that we have to continue living with. So in terms of snake bites, we do know that every year about 100,000 people globally are dying from snake bites. There's about 2 million venomous bites every year. But we know that 100,000 a year globally estimations die, but 400,000, so 4 times more of those victims get long-lasting disabilities. And that goes from any physical disability, like losing a limb, but also more mental types of consequences, post-stress traumatic disorder, anxiety, depression. So what we do know is we can control and we can prevent snake bites. And that goes from all the prevention types of strategies that you can think about. For example, trying to understand where the snake bites happen, if they are happening in rural areas with rural workers, can we tell them a little bit more about how to go to the fields, how to protect their feet, and so on. But it also goes from the treatment side, which is where my portfolio at Welcome tries to focus a little bit more. We know that the most effective treatment we have nowadays is called the antivenoms. It's a very old technology. We try to extract animal antibodies, and we try to inject those in people, and that's basically what we have at the moment. So we do know that in order to get us to a point of better control and prevention, we need the prevention strategies about education, but also to try to get these treatments up to speed with science and get them delivered to the people in need. We do know that unfortunately a lot of people don't have access to the treatments.
I understand. But are we getting better? That's the big question I think people want to know. Are things improved from where they were?
Yes, I think they're improving. I think it has helped that snake bites has been recognized by the World Health Organization about a couple of years ago as a neglected tropical disease. It wasn't before, so we used to call snake bites the most neglected of the neglected tropical diseases. But you see a lot of different actors like WHO, UTC, Welcome, but also the research community working a lot and in a more accelerated way in the last couple of years. So I think we're getting better at estimating the burden of snake bites, but also getting much better at trying to get those treatments to work in ways that we didn't think they could in the past, but most importantly, getting them to the people. And I think we're getting better at that.
Excellent. I think that's a very key thing for people to know. If they go to Izzard.com, they can donate, and if you donate your money, some of it will go to Diogo's work in trying to help people who have been bitten by snakes and getting better education out there. So that's what we encourage. I think people like to know that. I think if it's standing still or going backwards, it doesn't feel, well, why should I give? But if you give, things get better, and you are helping humanity. That's the great thing.
Absolutely.
That's the great thing. So, well, thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Because we have this window here to talk, but if not, I will go and I'm going to talk to my physio and find out. He's going to tell me about lactic acid in my legs. But if there's anything else you'd like to say, do tell us.
Well, I just really wanted to thank you for this opportunity, and I think we're all going through difficult times with COVID, and there's so many parallels we can think about between the ongoing pandemic, the learning lessons that we can take from the ongoing situation with other neglected tropical diseases, snake bites, but not only, all the other diseases that you were talking about with Toko. So many lessons in terms of what can be done if we all put our efforts or our hands together. We will try to work hard in getting things that work to the people. And the challenges are so similar. I do remember when I started working in snake bites, we're talking about the cold chain for the distribution of antivenoms, which is exactly what we're discussing now with the distribution of vaccines for the COVID-19. So it's so similar. There's so many efficiencies, and it's so good that we have people like you to help us, amplify this message that we can do better, and we have that responsibility to do better for the people who need it the most. And we're all global. We're all part of the same world. I do see 3 incredible flags next to you: Portugal, the European Union, and the United Nations, and beautiful pictures of Lisbon.
Yep.
It's all a global community. So it's thanks for raising that message and helping us out with our issues.
That's quite all right. I have said before, some people feel this is a time of separation and isolationism, and I feel no, all the rest of us make even stronger connections than before. And because you can do this, we're human beings, we can go out. I'm performing in 4 languages, unfortunately not yet Portuguese, but I do shows in French, German and Spanish, and make those connections, because we can learn from you and you can learn from us. It's always going to be the way. Everyone can learn from everyone else, and that's the way to make humanity great again. So that's beautiful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
How do I say goodbye in Portuguese?
Nós dizemos ou adeus if it's a long goodbye, or ciao, see you later.
Ciao sounds very easy, but that sounds kind of Italian. What's the short one is there a short Portuguese goodbye, or is it, you said words that were very fast there?
Well, ciao, we interestingly, I think the Italians say that for hello, we say for goodbye. So I think we take both. Can say ciao for both.
But is there a Portuguese-ish one that's... What's the other one? What's the long goodbye in Portuguese?
Adeus. Adeus.
Adios. Oh, adios. Kind of...
It's similar to adios.
Yeah.
But we say adeus.
Adios. Well, I will say adios then. So, adios and ciao.
Adios, Eddie. Thank you. Obrigado.
Obrigado. Thank you so much. And that was Diogo from Portugal. So thanks to him. And as you can see there, I'm running away. What have I got, about an hour and 45 minutes to go? My legs are now not happy, but if I'm talking to people, I don't think about it so much. Lots of people running with me. Should we give a name check to people who are nearby?
Yes, we'll do a shout out to our Zwifters.
And anyone who is matching me.
So, matching you, Clive Finnemore, still going.
Clive Finnemore, well done, Clive.
And we have, I think Clive, is the last one left who's still with you from the start.
I think Clive was out yesterday as well.
Yeah. So yeah, Clive. Then we have Hayden Bryant. We've got Ross Harvey, Kathy McManus from the US, Jack Sheriff, John Shaw, Stephen Cousins, Tom Hotchkiss from Wales, Simon Dawkins, Julie Pegorado, they keep switching around, Sean Hawkes, James Godfrey, Fred Connor, Andrea Panizut from Italy. So we've got about 18 Zwifters near you at the moment.
Very good. Big thanks to all you guys. Can you do one of those burst of thumbs up things?
Yes.
From the map. A burst of thumbs up coming from me.
Oh no, it's not letting me.
Did it only do one?
Maybe we've used them up.
Did it do one? Yeah, if people are out with me, and let's do one a day, which is unfortunate. It should be multiples. Yes.
Yeah, it seems a shame you can only give people one thumbs up a day, but never mind. I think, yeah, nationalities, we've got a lot of British people, we've got Italy, America, USA, Tom from Wales, Australia, Scotland, Canada, Fred Connor from Canada, 10k.
That's good.
And Kurt May from the US, 14k.
I remember 14k. So Tim Cruise Drew is going to join me at 4:30 with Peter Thompson. Peter Thompson, he's done a lot of running, a lot faster than me. That's a sort of chat. 4:30. Apparently I've unlocked the neon running outfit. I have cool shades.
But did it say you'd unlocked stripy socks earlier?
Not sure, I didn't see that. It's weird, I'm going to look forward to the show. Because doing a show is easier than running. Oh. Not having a good time. Ask her if Tim could come on earlier. Because like this regimented stuff I don't need. Just
got you. Let's see if we can get Tim on the line.
Yeah. I just need my chat. Put on the neon outfit, Eddie. No, I can't put it on because I'm trying to match my avatar. I'm trying to match her, what she's wearing to what I'm wearing. And it's kind of matching blue top, red, pink, shorts, red leggings. So I'm trying to match that up as opposed to the neon look. I've done these before. People might feel that surely it's easy for me now, but it's not. I'm afraid it's tough. So I just struggle. I should say to people, which I forgot to mention, I'm wearing a Make Humanity Great Again hat, and we have face mask hats and t-shirts available on Izzard.com. Look for hit the lines thing that shows at the top right, I think it is, which takes you to the main menu, and go to the merchandising shop. But do know that all the profits from the sales of the hats, the masks and the t-shirts go to Make Humanity Great Again, as you might think. So they're available to be shipped to anyone in the world. So if you feel Make Humanity Great Again on a hat, on a blue hat, is something you'd like, that speaks your mind, then go grab one. They're there. They're available online. Izzard.com, where you can also donate. There's selfies from people in Lisbon. That's great. Now, I'm going to listen to a bit of podcast. Slow down if everyone's watching. I've done about half a kilometre. Struggling a bit.
I was going to get my Yoda app.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi there.
How are we doing? All right?
I'm okay, I'm tired.
Really? What have you been doing today then?
I don't know, mucking about. Here and
Getting
there.
my Yoda app.
I'm hearing you. Have you got your thing on? You've got to turn the volume down on your feed.
Okay, yeah, I'll turn it on. There you go.
What did you say? You got to get your Yoda app, did you say?
Yeah, I was trying to find, Finn got given a bowler hat with a picture of the, you know, the baby Yoda that's in Mandalorian.
That Sarah likes and I like.
Yeah, so I was going to try and get that, but he's obviously gone out and taken it, the bugger. So I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to go commando today.
Finn's your son, yeah?
Yeah.
For the people in the world watching, this is Tim Cruise Drew, physio to the experts, physio to Olympians and idiot me.
To anyone.
To anyone.
Anyone who refuses to listen.
Yeah, I do refuse to listen a lot, don't I?
Well, you listen to the bits that you're happy to listen to, the bits that you don't want to, you don't.
Well, as Tim said, if you're doing a big thing, you should taper down and not train so much before you get to a thing. But I was thinking that tapering up might be a good idea. Get used to the thing. But yeah, tell everyone, tell the world, Tim, about lactic acid in the legs, because that's what's going on for me. Why does it happen?
Yes.
And all that stuff.
So it's an effect of exercising. Is once you go outside of your aerobic capacity, you go into anaerobic respiration, which produces lactic acid.
And hold you there. I can hold you there. Aerobic means and anaerobic means.
So aerobic is when you're using your oxygen type based respiration system. Anaerobic is when you're using a non-oxygen based respiration system.
I mean, running out of breath. Anaerobic.
So it's different ways that the mitochondria and the cells work.
Okay.
So, and the lactic acid basically the reason it hurts is because it is an acid. So that affects the pain receptors in the legs, and that's what you're feeling. And this is what training is all about. So people in the athletics world often are talking about developing lactic acid tolerance. So the ability for you to be able to clear lactic acid quicker, but also the ability for you to be able to tolerate what you're experiencing at the moment. And we've talked about this a lot in the past, and that's the difference between an elite athlete and your average athlete is the elite athletes have this mental ability to be able to just drive through the pain, and they kind of park the pain elsewhere and just ignore it, which is one of their amazing, mesmerizing skills that they have.
Whereas I moan about it, I think.
Well, I think, to be honest, I think even the elites would moan about it, but they just have different ways of moaning about it. So,
yeah. Well,
Pete's just come into the room as well.
Pete. Hello, Pete. Is he at home on Zoom?
There he is.
Hello.
Hi there. I think you will.
Hi, Eddie.
Keep talking, Pete, and your image should come up on the screen instead of Tim. At the moment, I've got Tim, but keep talking, Pete.
Okay, no. How are you doing, Eddie? It sounds like you're doing really well.
Well, doing well, but struggling. Lactic acid is my enemy. But now tell us, so you helped me back in February on day one, particularly in London, yeah?
Yes, I can't believe it's nearly been a year, hasn't it, since that long night.
but I want to say, tell the world what you actually did before that. You've run how many around Europe? 44.
Yes, yeah. I guess a couple of years before you, I ran 44 marathons in 44 countries in 44 consecutive days. So
there you go.
I started in Russia on the 1st of April and went all the way through to finishing in Dublin 44 days later.
Excellent. So puts what I do to my thing, just piffling, but maybe a big piffle. It's a decent piffle, but so you'll know this thing. So what do you do with lactic acid? Do you power through it? Are you so trained up that you don't get it so much? You've got a much higher threshold?
No, I definitely get it, and I definitely, feel it on those long runs, and I guess it's, just trying to manage it so it comes on as late into the run as possible. But I think like you're doing now, it's that mental side, isn't it? It's such a huge part of running, and especially challenges that you're doing now. It's incredible to try and get through those difficult times and keep it going.
I think it's all mental. I think there was a ultramarathon runner told me it was 90% mental and the other 10% is in your head. So I subscribe to that. Do you think it's like that? Do you think it's mainly a mental gig, this stuff?
Completely. It's your body has to keep up with what you're doing, but your mind controls how quickly you do it, and how that you, I guess, delay that time when it gets really hard. And I think that comes through experience, and like I'm sure you've learned through what you've done and what you've done in the past, that you have to pace things very well, and you have to manage so many elements to a challenge like this. It's not just whilst you're doing what you're doing now running, it's what you did before that, it's what you're going to do when you finish the run. There's so many factors to it that enable your body and your mind to get through something like this.
Yeah, I find it I find it tough on the treadmill, because I would normally slow down now, but I've got people running with me. I feel a bit churlish. Actually, I'm going to slow down again. I'm struggling. I'm slowing down to 7 kilometers now because I'm just, it's just tough. But normally, if I was out there running, I'd take a breather whenever I'd want to take it, and I'm usually just running on my own, and so I like that thing. I like the freedom it gives me to stop, start, and I just listen to my body. But I find this a pressure, because I don't want to let people down who are running with me, and the treadmill is saying, keep going. We've got a thing set. So do you prefer being outdoors? I take it you do prefer being outdoors.
Yeah, I do, and for those exact reasons, like you said, it's there's so many distractions outdoors, isn't there? You've got the visual side of it. You've maybe got people that you're running with. You've got those opportunities to stop and have sort of natural breaks. Which is why I think what you're doing at the moment is so incredible, because the mental side of it becomes so much more, and that's the hardest part. So
yeah, and when you ran the 44 marathons, you were doing an average of 4 hours, I believe.
Yeah, it was around that 4 hour mark. So the pace definitely got a bit slower towards the end as the legs kind of definitely started to fail me. But I think, like I'm sure you found with it'd be interesting to chat a little bit about it, how you found with the transport and getting between those countries, and the times, and the pressure to, I guess, get things done by a certain time to be able to get to that next country.
Sarah Johnson, who people might have seen around here, she's on the Voice from the Roof, and she organised all of that. So that was tough. It was because normally, and Tim, you'll know this, Tim was with me first on the South African marathons. I'd run until I'd done it, and there was no real pressure. Just get it done, and that was it. And I could stop, and I could moan, or I could laugh, I could go insane, I could rub my legs, I could whistle, I could do whatever I wanted to, and then restart, take a photograph, and send out a tweet. But when we were traveling, trying to keep our carbon footprint down, doing a lot of trains where we could, and I did find that I had to get there by a certain time in order to do the traveling that evening, and that was tough. And this is tough because I've got the gig at 7 p.m. London time. People can buy big tickets, by the way. All the profits going to the charities at Izzard.com. But come and join me. 500 people joined last night from around the world. And the beautiful thing is the reach of this. This is reaching, we've got people running with me on the Swift from all around the world. We've had China, there's a Thailand person there was out, people all sorts of shapes. Great reach, and of course America and Canada coming in. That's a beautiful thing, the reach of this, and they can watch the gig as well. But Tim, when you run your marathons, you're quite fast, aren't you? And I assume that when you do an individual marathon, Peter, you're quite fast too. Fastest, but you were about 3-hour marathons, sub 3, you guys?
Yeah, I have. I guess, yeah, I've done sort of those times in the past. But
what was your fastest?
2 hours 25 minutes.
Well, there you go. That's what we call sub 3. That's sub 2.5. Tim, what was your?
I couldn't do that now.
Tim, what's your best?
My best.
Yeah.
My best was, I think, 2:04. No, I'm lying. My best was 3:38 at Brighton.
3:38. There you go. 3:38.
No, it's probably 3:20. Sorry, 3:23 at Brighton.
3:23, and then Peter's is 2:25. Then know this if you're out there.
Yeah, but he was about 12 when he did that.
Yeah. I know. And had eaten a rocket that day. But if you don't know this, the world record is right about the 2-hour mark. We probably will break that at a certain point, won't we? Humanity. Don't you think, guys? We'll break 2 hours.
Someone actually has, haven't they? Cozy did a kind of a factory run, if you like, or a very, it had like laser things and had air pushing out the way and had a load of pacemakers, and he actually ran under 2 hours.
Wow.
When was that last year? Was that 2:19?
I'm not sure. Peter, do you know?
I think it must. Yeah, it must have been.
Or it might be early 2020, mightn't it? But yeah, so the 2-hour mark has actually been officially broken, but not in a race, not in a proper race scenario. So, but you're right, it won't be long. And I think a lot in I don't know what you think, Pete, but in the running world, I think the feeling is that once somebody does it in a race, you'll probably then find you'll have a whole load of people that will do it, because that psychological barrier of 2 hours will suddenly be broken.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. You think so, Pete?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I do. I think it's such a milestone, isn't it? And definitely, I think when that happens, and it was funny watching like the London Marathon this year with Kipchoge, and when he started to fail a little bit, and all the other runners didn't really know what to do, because it was like they didn't really know whether they were allowed to kind of overtake him and push on. It's kind of like he is this kind of god of running, rightly so, because of what he's achieved, and I think his humility and how he does it. But yeah, it was really weird. It was like they didn't know whether they should or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
So, Pete, you obviously did the 44, but then you did the 70 as well, didn't you? Or what did it end up being 68? Because you had to rush home, didn't you?
Yeah, it was. So I attempted to run the route of the Tour de France. So
oh wow!
I set off. I had a 7-week head start on the riders. So I set off 7 weeks before the riders, and the plan of the challenge was to try and get to the finish line before the riders did. So it meant having to run the equivalent of 30 miles a day for 70 days, and with my girlfriend as a dream support crew, we managed to get back in 68 days. So just beat them to the finish line.
Wow! So that was every route in the Tour de France.
Yeah. So we started kind of stage 1, where it started in it was kind of northern France, and then obviously the route changes every year, but we kind of went through the Alps and the Pyrenees and did some unbelievable kind of climbs. The views at the top of these mountains and stuff like that kind of almost made it worth the effort to get to the top. But it was amazing experience to do something a little bit. I guess the 44 marathons, like you and I know, would have experienced of that constant travelling and running, and it all seemed to merge into one a little bit. Whereas the France trip, there was a little bit, I guess, a bit more freedom to do a little bit more on some days, a little bit less on some days, and a little bit of flexibility, which flexibility is a joy. Like it's that makes such a difference, doesn't it, on these
Yes, I think so. I like flexibility.
And we've been we're talking about the psychological elements of running and how difficult it is when it gets to these moments when the lactic acid is building up, and and if you're in a race situation, the pressure's on because you just want to beat that person that's in front of you. And you always really coaching people in long distance running is the motivation. What's the motivation behind it? So Eddie, it clearly has making humanity great again, and talking about bringing people together, stopping the divisiveness that seems to be sort of spreading like wildfire around the world. What was your motivation to do these things?
So my motivation was to raise money primarily for mental health charities. So the challenges were called Marathons for the Mind, and I know kind of we just talked about marathon times just then, and I guess my story was that I was someone who cared so much about what time they ran and was so fixated on trying to run quicker marathon times and to try and get quicker, and everything that took, from managing my weight incredibly well to running over sort of 100 miles a week in training, and it just got too much, really, to be honest. I remember a couple of months after finishing that 2:25 marathon, and I was just really unhappy. I kind of just started to resent running because it had taken away other things in my life that were really important, and I had lost sight of that because I just cared about how quickly I ran. So I guess the challenges were my way of trying to get running back in a much more positive place than it had been, and to raise money for some mental health charities as part of it. So that was my motivation, the charities, and also to get running back in a way that is a positive in my life, rather than what it had become, which was just a negative by the end of it.
Right. Yeah. I don't think I ever hit that point because, well, interestingly, I find that having to run marathons to a set time, I find much harder and much less fun. This is not so much fun. It's fun talking to people. It's good that I'm doing it. But when I was doing the UK and South Africa runs, the 43 marathons, the 27, I would stop. I would meet South African kids and mums and dads and say, "What are you doing?" "I'm doing this for Madiba." "Oh, that's good. Good luck to you." And I'd run along with the South African flag and say "Molo" to the people of Eastern Cape, because a lot of the South African citizens living there, the black community living there in Eastern Cape, is very rural, and they wonder, what is a white guy doing running along with painted nails? But I had the South African flag, and then I'd say "Molo, hello," and they go "Molo," and then it was all big smiles, and they'd realise, well, I'm bonkers, but it's probably a good thing. So I like that. I'd stop and take photographs, videos, tweet them out. That was more fun. This is tough. I think I'm gonna have to, the next one I do after this, I'm gonna have to try and get it open-ended again. I think. But you're very good at doing, faster speeds, aren't you, Tim? Because you get them done. And do you push yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would do now. I think anything sub 4 is definitely, that's hard work for anyone. You're going into running stakes rather than sort of like a jogging status if you're going sub 4. But it gets increasingly harder the older you get. And I think the thing is I'm exactly the same as what Pete was saying, is for me, running's got to be fun. I do it for fitness and I do it for fun. And it's, as soon as it goes outside of that, then you've got to ask the question of why you're doing it. But particularly, when you get to my age, you're not going to break any kind of records. You're not going to get PBs close to what you had when you were younger. So you have to just shift your focus of what's your perspective. Again, what's your motivation for doing it? So And nobody likes doing the intervals, nobody likes doing the hill repeats, but at the end of the day, they are the thing that make you faster, they're the thing that will actually drop your time. So running longer, faster doesn't really help you in a marathon. Running shorter, really fast is what makes you faster in a marathon. Yeah, that's where you develop your lactic acid tolerance.
Right. But I can't be bothered to do those, except occasionally.
Well, you're a busy person, Eddie. You've got lots of other things on your plate. You know, when you're like me, I'm just sort of like just hanging around a lot of the time. So, you know, I have the time.
Yeah, no, I do like running, then having a bit of a walk, then running. Because I think if I'm going to encourage the world to get out there, because I think the world looks at me and thinks, you're not very good at this. You weren't very good at this before. But you get the things done. But I think I would encourage people, whatever length they're doing out there, keep it as fun as you can. And this is tricky on the treadmill because the belt goes on and on. Well, actually, just slow down the belt if you can. But I'm trying to finish by 6 p.m. London time, so I can have an hour break before the show at 7, just to get myself together. So, but once
I think, the nature of your personality is to keep pushing the boundaries. You know, you achieve one thing, and then it's like, okay, well, what can be even more ridiculous? I know I'll do 31 and then do an hour's gig. You know, it's not a normal.
Well, that wasn't
approach.
my idea. That was Sarah's idea. In the gig after. But it'd be nice if I could do it in Portuguese tonight, and then I could reach out. But some people have said that. Why didn't you do it in every language? Because there are so many languages, and I'm not superhuman. I'm just human. I'm part of humanity, not superhumanity. And so I can slowly get a hang of French, German, which I did at school, Spanish, which I didn't, but it's quite grabbable if you got French. And if anyone watches those gigs, the 2 German ones I'm going to do this month and the French one, they're going to be weird. As weird as the English one was last night. You didn't see the English one, did you, Tim?
Yeah, I watched it last night. Yeah,
it was weird, wasn't it? I was just waffling away.
Well, it was almost like listening to the first couple of chapters of Believe Me.
Yes, it was kind of. I went into the biography story, kind of. But
yeah.
But I think as long as it's intriguing and interesting, then I think hopefully people give me a pass. It wasn't as funny as it could be, but there's no audience there. Yeah.
That's the whole deal about this whole project, isn't it? It's evolving day by day.
Yeah.
So who knows where it goes? Like, we never know what's gonna. You know, just look at 2020 for goodness' sake. It's, expect the unexpected, as they said in Airplane.
Yes, I'm not sure if an airplane's supposed to be our best analogy. But
so Pete's entered into a whole new marathon stage of life now, haven't you, Pete?
Yeah. I'm a dad and everything now. So little Eritus is 3 months old. So,
congratulations.
Thank you. He's sleeping a lot and crying a lot and smiling a lot. So it's very good.
And how's that affected your running?
I'm still getting out running because I guess like we've kind of talked about before, that idea of keeping running fun, and especially at the moment, the importance of getting outside. Running is such a big part of my life, and I guess how I manage my physical and mental health, that I think I'd be lost without it. So I'm a better dad by doing it, but maybe not going as far or doing as much. But
having said that, weren't you a bandit on a cross-country marathon earlier in the year?
that was pre-Otis, but yeah, that was he turned up in a pair of kind of speedy shoes as opposed to trail shoes, and ran around in the mud in the rain, so it was good.
And then smashed it.
Yeah, I couldn't walk downstairs for a week and was in quite a lot of pain, but on the day it was alright.
Yeah. And we were having this discussion yesterday about running downhill, running uphill. Do you find running downhill much more uncomfortable than going uphill?
Yes, in short. I think it's
It's curious, isn't it? Because everyone assumes, oh, running downhill must be easy. And not the case.
No, untired legs running downhill is horrible. I think uphill it's a different sort of pain. I think it's more of a kind of a CV side of things when you're going uphill. I think when you've been doing a long run and you're towards the end and you've got sort of downhill stretches, it can be really difficult. So
yeah. Okay.
I was going to say, I was just going to say, you're an online coach now. You're a running coach, Pete.
Yes, yeah. So I've started doing some online coaching. So I'm coaching. I guess the beauty of the internet now. I'm coaching someone in America and a couple of people in France and Germany and things. So I guess it's trying to help people learn a bit about running and also kind of keep that ethos that I now have with running. That I still love running and I'm still never really going to lose that competitive nature, but it's, I guess, trying to channel it in the right way and try and get people to run without watches on some days and to maybe not have that fixation on looking at analysing every run on Strava and being fixated that they have to do things at exact paces at certain times. That there will be those sessions, but there'll also be those sessions where you just go and run. And you don't have that worry of kind of, I must do it in this time, and you kind of, I guess, draw back to the reasons why you're running in the first place.
Yeah, I think that's good advice. Personal best, because my thing is this, I'm actually very competitive, so I want to break the world record. That's not going to happen, so then what else am I trying to do? My own personal best? I don't think so. I just have fun, try and make it fun, and then it's more bearable. And also you're at one with the world. That's what we did years before. We used to do persistence hunting. Anyone Google persistence hunting and you can see how we used to hunt back in the days, because you got African tribes people still doing it. And so we used to do a lot of running when we were hunting for our food, and it's built into it. But I think drop the watches. The watches, I've got a bit linked to the watch, which is nice, but I just think I should get back into running and enjoying it and not worrying about how long it takes.
Yeah, I completely agree, because I think there's definitely a place for running watches, and they can be really supportive in some ways, but there has to be those runs, I think, where you take it off and you don't think about that, and you just learn how to pace yourself as well, because I think that's important, that you're running based on how you feel, not on what watch is telling you. So I think it's like anything, it's a balance, and I think a watch can sometimes, it's not just the element of during a run. I think you can get fixated on analysing what everyone else is doing. There's so many mechanisms now of things like Strava and Relive and many other things, which are great again in one instance, but you can spend a lot of time analysing things that really just don't matter. It's about why you do something, and I think it's really important to always remind yourself, and that's what I do now. I guess I still have that balance between still thinking about having that competitive side of what I might want to do, but then kind of thinking, well, what are my reasons for wanting to do that, and is that the right thing for me to do, and all those things. So it's it's a balance, isn't it? So
yep, the balance. Well, guys, when it hits 5:02, I'm gonna have a break for 5 minutes. You can carry on talking. Tim, you can stay with us. Pete, you can stay or relax.
Actually, it's just flashed up that this meeting might come to an end. I don't know why that should be the case, but if so, we'll just restart it when we get back.
Oh yeah, maybe it does that. But come back after 5. I'll be back at 5, and I'm gonna have a
Yeah.
break now.
Okay. Awesome.
God, 1 hour to go, guys. 1 hour to go. I will need you, Tim. Cheers.
Cheers.
Just to talk to people. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening there, Pete. I don't know why I came up with that on the screen, because Miranda was going to make me the host.
All right.
So,
Okay.
If you
Yeah,
tap
it's got it on mine as well. So.
tap on
has
participants.
it?
If you tap on participants, it'll see whether you're the host. Thank you, Pete. If you disappear, thank you for coming on and having a chat. I'm just gonna nip to the loo, my darling. That was a song, isn't it? Skip to the loo, my darling. It was, yeah. I don't know. I just run to the loo, go to the loo. Seems overkill. Sorry? We could have well, ask Karen. We'll take the edge off. We'll just ask Karen if I wouldn't mind trying, because it's kind of miserable. So I don't see the warm up. You know, normally you're out there, you get to this kind of iron time, and it's not happening. Oh. Thank you, everyone who sent in their Lisbon photos. These are great. Oh, I love it. I love the fact they're selfies. This was my plan. I had this plan in my head. I love it when I have a plan in my head and it works. I thought people could send in selfies, because how do we actually get that to happen? Because we were going to run in a virtual Lisbon, a virtual thing, but they don't exist at the moment. It's a lot of coding to get that. But people selling in selfies that come around the background, it's great. So you can see yourselves in the background. I love it. I love it when a plan works. Less than 10k to go. Now this will either be my last stop before I finish, or I might have to thank you for that message that I'm doing good, thank you. My plan for tomorrow is maybe getting you on the big, I could get you another one of these. Oh, do you like the size of the thing so you can see it? Well, if I get you my big one, if I have the small one here, take this off, then you can control things here, because tapping things is really, but if I had the small iPad here with a bit of Velcro, if we can get some double Velcro to tomorrow, I can put that on, and I think I can go on the companion app, I can hit boom, I can read the name of the thing, as you could read them, you know, and sometimes I can say, could you just come out, I'll go on, and I'll come out, you can go on, and I think that would be a good way. S Cousins is back. Hello, hello. Okay. Everyone's waiting me. Thank you. We're all stretching. I don't know why that makes me gay. Yeah. Well, actually, our avatars are stretching, and I'm actually stretching. Oh, you're still there. I'm back.
Is your avatar stretching, Eddie?
Yes, she does from time to time, and then God, when I speed this thing up, my legs go, what are you doing? You insane bastard.
Do you find it really hard starting again, Eddie, when you've had a break?
Oh, well, you see, I wouldn't do it quite the speed. I would, because I've just whacked it up to 7.5, but I'd start off at about 3, you know, and then get to 4, then 5, and then I'd get back up. But, yeah, I mean, if I could sell lactic acid on an open market, they could just, surely in the future we'll have leg drains that drain all the lactic acid, or put some alkali in. Can't we put some alkali in? Can't I eat potassium permanganate? Get that to work a bit better.
So are you trying to have sort of breaks at specific points, like during the runs?
On the hour, every hour.
No.
Actually, no, 5 minutes to the hour, because we seem to have guests lined up on the hour. So, but maybe maybe I should have a break on the hour, and then just like, you know, BBC World Service, and then here is the news. Spoons are now more expensive than they were. Cheese is now free in Guatemala. and then...
Pete, can you hear us, Steve?
Pete can hear us, yeah?
Steve?
Oh, who? Steve?
Steve's just entered the room.
Steve?
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hi, Steve.
I am here. I just literally had to jump in the shower because I've been Zwifting myself.
Oh, wow. Were you running with it?
I did a measly 3.5 hours on the bike, so nothing.
I've heard of bikes.
You know, my body doesn't cope with running anymore, so I've flogged myself for 50,000 odd miles for 10 years, so I've turned to bikes now.
Oh, okay. Very good. So, I'm reading here some information about you. Only began running seriously in 2007 to lose weight.
Yeah. I became semi-famous as a fat boy smoker who turned into a half-decent runner.
There you go.
And had a moment of fame in 2014. By the time I got quite good at running, because I managed to get to the Commonwealth Games. So it was a fantastic running journey for me, of which I spent an awful lot of time on the treadmill as well, just like you are.
Oh, really? Now, did you do that because you had to, because it was situational, because I prefer being outdoors?
A bit of both, insofar as I live in a village with very little street lights, so when you're running twice a day, one of them has to be on a treadmill, basically. Otherwise, you're taking danger into your own hands on the black streets. So,
yes.
But I do quite like mundane, boring treadmills. I'm quite strange like that. I get into I can quite happily spend hours and hours on the treadmill, and which I'm sure you are as well.
Well, I was doing training on it, but I found talking to people like yourself and like Tim and Pete, this gets my mind out of it. And I encourage runners to call people on their headphones and have a chat, because in chatting, especially about humanity, life, chickens, helicopters, anything other than running, it can, I don't know, I think my brain that was doing all this, ooh, lactic acid, and now my brain's going, thoughts, ideas, crystallize, articulate, listen, learn, and so the brain has pushed the lactic acid annoyance, pain, to the background while I'm doing it. So I like chatting, but I also watch videos when you're streaming stuff on Netflix or whatever when I'm running on the belt. But I like getting outdoors for the vitamin D. I think it is the vitamin D. Much better outside. Inside we become pale people, so I'm not so happy about that. Oh, have I lost you, Steve? Anyone that's still there? Tim, are you still there? Okay, I think if anyone's watching at home, it looks like they have to reboot. Sarah? Oh, Sarah's gone. Everyone's gone. Dave, up in the gods, they may have to reboot their Zoom. Oh, now I'm talking to myself.
We're just rebooting Zoom.
Okay. 1 or 2. If you're watching or running along with me, I'm slightly increasing my speed because I want to try and finish at 6. And my countdown says I've got 55 minutes until I hit 6, but it's going to take me 60 minutes to run 42k and finish the marathon. .58, I'm trying to get up to match now. Oh. Well, so they're trying to reboot Zoom, I think. I don't know if you want to just chat with them and make sure they're okay. Sorry? Because we lost them all, it all went off. We might need to talk to Tim or Miranda just to make sure they're okay. Because I think Miranda was host. Interesting, I've got a little bit faster than I was, and it's sort of working slightly different muscles in the body, so I feel a little bit better. Going from 7.5 to 7.8. But I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, hello.
Hello, we're back. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Bit of a technical issue.
Yeah, it just ran out of meeting space.
You haven't finished your marathon in the meantime, have you?
No, there isn't.
What have you got left to go? I'm just trying to read what it's 7k to go, is that? Nice one.
Yes, it's about 7k to go. And
what was your time for yesterday's marathon?
well, I'm trying to make them all 6 hours, around about 6 hours, and that way I can have a little bit of break, and then I do my stand-up show. I have to do a stand-up show at 7 p.m. to the world. Did you know I'm doing that? Oh, I've lost you, Steve. Can you hear me? Keep speaking, Steve, and if you're...
Steve, we haven't got any voice.
Steve, hit your mute button and recycle your mute button. So put yourself on mute and then take yourself off mute. And you
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're back.
Yep.
Did
okay.
you? I don't know if you knew that I was doing a stand-up gig afterwards, but
yes.
Yeah. So that's the bonkersness, extra bonkers feature we have.
It's virtual Lisbon today, is it? That's the one.
Yes, Lisbon. You can see Lisbon in the background. These are pictures.
So does that mean tonight's show is Lisbon related then?
No, it's. I will say hello to Lisbon, but unfortunately I don't speak Portuguese. But when I'm playing Vienna and Berlin, I will do the show in German. Oh, I've lost everything now. Oh, you're back. And when I play Paris, I will be doing a show in French. So
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's going to impress me, particularly the German ones, because my German is not so strong. But
I take it for the stand-up, you actually get to sit down, do you?
No, I have the option of, there is a stool there. I sat on it for a second last night, but I'm a stand-up, I'm not a sit-down. I'm a stand-up.
That's it. So how are you feeling, how are you finding the treadmill marathons rather than the real life marathons?
I must say I prefer the real, because of the stimulus, because of the people you can meet, the cats and dogs, the ducks, animals.
I was going to say, physically it might be a bit easier, but mentally definitely a lot harder, I think.
Yeah, it's mentally harder. I think you're right. I think this is probably nicer on the body.
Have you got this bouncy treadmill?
I've got a Woodway, which is one of the top of the line, and it's fairly bouncy. It just feels, yeah, you're not going to trip over a flagstone and stuff. And I did that
What trainers has Tim got you in then?
Well, I'm being sponsored head to toe by Mizuno, and our Japanese friends from Osaka, the second city in Japan, and so Mizuno, and they're helping pay for a lot of the stuff that we had to do to set this up, so that when people donate at Izzard.com, and you can donate there, they can their money goes through to the charities as opposed to paying for the stuff we needed to, the minimal setup we've got for setting up here at Riverside Studios in Hammersmith.
What I want to know is why is your physio, Tim Cruz-Drew, not running alongside you on a treadmill?
COVID safety.
Yeah, he could be doing it from home though, couldn't he?
He hasn't got a treadmill.
You're full of bright ideas. Anyway, Steve, give Eddie a little insight what it is to be, how the elite athlete recovers from a 100-mile cycle. What were you just rehydrating with?
Fruity cider.
What is that? Tell us again, what is it?
It's a Copperberg strawberry and lime cider, recovery drink of choice.
There you go. Well, I was having a bottle of lager in South Africa. That was quite sweet. After running in 35 degrees, I got used to running in 35. Have you run in? I think you've run in the high temperatures.
Yeah. So when I was so one of my most recent races, I do Comrades in South Africa, the ultra.
Yeah.
So I did quite a lot of my training for that on a treadmill in my conservatory, where I basically pick really hot days where it was sunny outside, and I close up all the windows on my conservatory and get the temperature up to about 40 degrees in the conservatory and get the humidity up as high as I possibly could, and just sweat it out for about 4 hours on the treadmill training for Comrades, which was good fun. Before I broke it, I actually had a treadmill that allowed me to run downhill all the time, because the Comrades that I was doing at the time in 2018 was the down run, which is mostly downhill. So you have to teach your body to basically learn how to cope with downhill for like 30 miles at a time, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Which the treadmill was perfect for, basically. It teaches your quads how to cope with it.
Crikey. And what was your time? Now, the Comrades is generally about 90k, isn't it?
Yeah, 90k. So my best one was the down run in 2018, where I scraped onto the podium for 5 hours 37 for third place.
Now, you say 5 hours 37, I give you 11 hours 50 minutes. That was my one.
I take the easy option and get it over and done with as quick as possible.
Yeah, no, I did. I had run 25 marathons in the 25 days before, or the 24 days before, but no, 26 days before.
I remember now. You did your double marathon, didn't you, on the last day?
It was not fun, I tell you. Now you run 90k. I don't know what you feel. I found that of the 11 hours fit, because it's a 12-hour cutoff, isn't it? You won't know about cutoffs because you're too fast, but I think it's a 12-hour cutoff. Someone with a gun, not facing anyone, just goes boom, and anyone who's not finished has not finished at all, has not started. But I did the double marathon. I stopped the clock. We celebrated the double marathon at Nelson Mandela statue at Union Buildings, Victoria, and then I realised that was 84k. We've got to do another 6k. So we ran those afterwards, started the clock again, and I had 50 minutes to do them in, because I did 11 hours and 10 minutes. So I had 50 minutes to finish, and I got it done in 40 minutes. But it was rough. I tell you, it was rough. I was only happy for 5 minutes. 5 minutes of elation, And then at the end I was elated. That was good. Finishing was good. Oh, we lost you again. Steve, recycle your mute button again. We can't hear you for some reason. Just switch, you make yourself mute and you might have just flipped on. So tap your screen, you'll see a picture of a microphone. Hit the mute button, make yourself mute, then unmute yourself. It might recycle so we can hear you. Keep talking while you're doing it. Just keep talking to us. No, we can't hear you yet. Can you see the buttons? There should be. If you move the cursor, or if you're on an iPad, just use your finger. But you should see pictures of a video.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. What did you do? What did you do? What did you do?
The mute button on and off 4 times, and it's back.
Very good, excellent. So that's what happened.
Technology.
Tim told me there was a few swear words on that last double marathon.
Oh, there fucking was. I fucking tell you. I mean, well, we did have some very nice people going to come and help us. From some security people were going to come and help us, and we paid the money. They took the money, and they did not turn up through a place. So it was a high carjacking area, and we were told by our field producer we were not allowed to run there. And I said, well, how do I get to Pretoria if I can't run it? So I was running around in circles just to try, because I think, it was distance really more than anything else. If I just keep running, so kind of running up and down a road. And then I said, look, stop the clock. We'll get on the bus, on the minibus, just go to Pretoria, dump me off, and I'll run around Pretoria. So that was it, but I had to speed up at the end, like I'm doing now. I have sped up, and so I had to go up to about 10 kph, and that was just, if weeping would have been allowed, I would have wept if I had any moisture in me, but I do. I could do it and not show any emotion, but I don't think that's real. So I just moan a lot and swear a lot. And that's how I get through it. But we got it done, because we failed in 2012. I did 4 marathons in 4 days and got rhabdomyolysis. Don't know if you've ever had that, but that was not a good thing. And we had to stop, came back 4 years later, got it done. That was a beautiful thing. Steve, we've lost you again. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Steve.
You're muted.
Recycle the mute, Steve. Your machine's going bonkers. Just keep talking and recycling, because we can't hear you. Tim, you're going to have to talk. You remember that day, Tim?
I do remember it really well. Yeah.
Steve,
was,
if you come back on, just start talking.
I'm
And
back
then
again, hopefully.
Yeah, you're back.
Sorry.
You want Father Christmas for a computer next year?
Yeah.
I don't know what it's doing. It just keeps on muting, unmuting. I do apologise.
It's okay.
I was going to say, what's the training been for this build-up? Is it train as you go sort of thing?
Well, kind of train as I go, and I try to keep match fit during the year, doing a marathon every 2 weeks, and every alternate 2 weeks I would do a half marathon. It's a marathon, half marathon, half marathon. That's
train yourself as you go throughout the marathons throughout January.
Well, kind of match fit for life. That's my motto. I don't want to do personal bests. I don't really want to do this. I was trying to do them to time, but I do prefer running wild in the country, and stopping, talking to people, meeting people, saying hello, buying an ice cream, which is not good. Don't eat an ice cream and have a Coke at the same time. I did that, and I was throwing up within about a minute, because they don't mix well oil and water in the
Top
sauce.
professional tip.
Yeah, top tier. I'm sure a lot of nutritionists.
Pete's now actually going to use these in his coaching manual from now on. Pete's going to rewrite a Copperberg cider, ice cream, Coke, all the important things.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good nutritional advice, I think.
Or things not to use.
Pete's pretty good at running continuously, day after day, aren't you, Pete?
I've been known to. Not as quick as you, Steve, but I'm used to seeing your back from when we used to train together.
But I missed the start. Have you told everybody about your Tour de France running?
Yes.
Escapades, yes.
The world knows of his Tour de France and his 44 days in Europe, so beautiful things. And, yeah.
It's a shame he forgot his bike for the Tour de France. really. It would have made it a lot easier.
I'll have to go back and do it again. It sounds. I was speaking to Tim before, Steve, and saying that you're doing a lot of cycling now. Are you? You're doing lots of time on the bike.
Yeah. Well, it turns out that you can't just run 5,000 miles a year for the whole of your life and expect your body to keep allowing you to do it. So I've resorted to 2 wheels now rather than 2 feet. I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
But then I met somebody the other day who said they'd actually been training with you on feet out on the Pervex, and that you were still smashing it. Was that a lie?
But it turns out if you cycle 350 miles a week, it means you can be quite a good runner without doing much running. So it's quite handy.
So if you did a marathon now, what would you reckon you would do in it?
Probably 6-minute mile in, probably maybe just under.
And that's an athlete who says he's finished.
Now hang on, here's a question. I prefer, kph, miles per hour or kilometers per hour. You guys, professionals, you'll prefer pace. What does pace give you? I find the mathematics of it more confusing to help me. If I've got 7k to go, I'm running at 7 kph, I'll get it done in an hour. But you guys all love to use the word pace, where 6-minute miles, 6-minute kilometer. What does that help you? Why do you do that? You fools.
It's funny because if I'm on the treadmill, I'll do it on speed, and
right.
if I'm in real life, I'll do it in pace, basically.
And what does that help you? What does doing it, having pace in your head, how does that help you?
I think it's just if that's how you've always known it.
Okay.
I know that 6-minute miling is quite fast, but I'd have to work that out in my head what that is in terms of speed. So it's just what you're used to, I think.
Okay, so Tim, why did they start doing this back in the cave person days? When, who started that? What's the best? Why does it help? I don't quite understand. We're going to run.
Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking that in my head while you said it, and I wonder whether it was to do with the sophistication of the timings. So whether it's because they were working on a stopwatch in the early days, and whether that's the only way that you can actually measure it by doing, how long does it take you to run a mile, rather than, because there wouldn't be any kind of piece of kit to tell you what your speed was, but you could have something that was telling you how long it took you to run a certain distance.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So it's because of stopwatches.
Yeah.
So basically, you know that you can run a mile in 6 minutes, then you're running 6-minute mile pace.
Right.
Yeah. But I think that would be it. It's only now that we've got the sophisticated watches and stuff that can actually tell us our speed that we're able to do that. But it's one of the most, that was when I started kind of working with athletes of a significant level. That was the most remarkable thing for me, is that Pete was talking about the fact it's nice to run without a watch sometimes, and you don't need that. Is that the elites, and you two will definitely fall into this category of you understand your body and your cardiovascular system so well that you can drop into a 6-minute mile, then you could go to a 6:15 and a 6:30, and you will know without looking at your watch that you're running at that pace. And that was, when I worked with Liz, it was amazing. She could do it within like 10 seconds.
This is Liz yelling, yeah?
Yeah.
We need to say, because the world is listening, so Liz yelling, Olympic marathon runner, and Martin yelling, who is my erstwhile trainer. I don't bug him too much. I bug you more, and you go and ask Martin, don't you? Martin, I'm kind of a twin with Martin yelling, in the sense that his birthday is 7th of February, 1972, and I'm 7th of February, 1962. In that way, we're twins. But
and who else was born on your birthday? Was it Winston Churchill?
No, it's Dickens, Charles Dickens. That's why I do
Dickens.
That's why I do the Great Expectations that my brother adapted. And I do. If you read the book, it's over 20 hours. I have done the audiobook, which is out there, and then I do the show, which is an hour and a half, playing 21 of the 28 characters. But it's beautiful because my brother cut it down, and people seem to love it. And played a lot of places, and members of the Dickens family have come, and they seem to like it. So yes, Dickens, He's 1812, 7th of February, and I'm 1962, 150 years apart to the day. Don't know what it means, but I've decided it means something.
Absolutely.
I just noticed, Eddie, you've just sneakily updated your speed.
Yeah, I did. I had to. I want to finish around about 6 o'clock. Psychologically, it works for me, and so you can't see it. Can you see?
Now.
I don't know if you can see the whole thing, but there's I got a target in the top left, which I've taken out of the screen, and it says it adjusts the time left. So I know I've got 37 minutes to get to 42.2k, and I've got 35 minutes on the clock, so I'll be about 2 minutes over. That's okay. But I kind of like finishing on the hour, around the hour, because then I just know this is done. But weirdly, this weird psychological thing, talking to you three, and my brain is, whatever, the synapses are firing, and as long as I think more about that than my legs, I'm okay.
Which is odd, really, because runners are normally really quite tedious and boring.
Well, if we're all talking about running, I think that's we need to bring the rest of the world in. So what do we think about humanity? This is interesting. I was talking about, there's a thing called disaster capitalism, and this is what the extreme right do, alt-right, alt-fascist people, and they say, oh, it's a disaster, let's come in and let's, like they did it with Katrina a lot, let's take those public schools and we'll make them private schools, those public hospitals make them private hospitals, and sort of the privatization of things which were for everyone, and you know, the health in America just cost so much. But I think this disaster humanitarianism that after World War II is my great example. A lot of positive things came out of that. If you take the UK, would we have had the National Health Service or the National Welfare Service in 47 if we hadn't had a world war that ended in 45? I doubt it very much. I don't think it would have come in until Labour got in 97. We could have been as slow as the Americans getting to having healthcare. So I don't know what you think about that. I think there's some positives hopefully in this COVID situation. They're saying it's going to go very right-wing now. I'm hoping it's not. It's going to go it could possibly go progressive. There's probably going to be a yin and yang about push and pull on it. But what do you think of what I've said? Anyone got any comments on that? Timothy?
Who's the one with the brains?
Well, Tim, you usually have a good comment on it, but do go. Yeah. Anyone else?
I do think one thing that's happened, that's unfolded this year as a result of COVID, is we've got a Conservative government that's almost behaved more of a socialist government. Can you hear it?
Yeah. You're talking about the Keynesian economics. Yeah.
Yeah. It's that's quite interesting. It will be very interesting to see where it goes at the point where COVID is no longer a problem. Is that how it will shift? How the Conservative government will shift in terms of their welfare state that they've created.
Well, it's this is what we've been saying for ages. You need to help people having a tough time. I mean, we've got Fair Share going, and Marcus Rashford, and he was trying to get meals for kids in a very bad whose parents in a bad financial situation. But government pushing back on that, being very slow on that, going negative on that. So, yeah, it's Keynesian economics in play, as opposed to the Hayekian economics that Thatcher embraced and sold to General Pinochet as an idea, who started the caravan of death. That's what look up the caravan of death. That's what General Pinochet did. I have a real problem with Thatcher because she was best friends with him even after he came over. Remember, he came over, Pinochet, for some medical attention in Britain, and Spain wanted to try him on war crimes, crimes against humanity. And the caravan of death is just horrible, what he did. But anyway, Thatcher's best friend. So I don't like those governments, the extreme right, and I just think it's got to be about humanity. But do you think anything positive would come out of COVID? About, this is helping, the Keynesian economics is helping other things, in the world? Do you think we're going to tip to the right or to the left or to the middle or to humanity?
You got any thoughts on that, Pete?
Or
I don't. I just maybe it's a simplistic view that I have, but you just hope that there is some positives that come from it, and there's examples of people, like you said, of people standing up for what they believe in, and people like Marcus Rashford and things like those positive stories coming through that they will continue to do, and that things will change in a positive way. And I know that's quite simplistic, and doesn't go into much detail, but
no, I don't think that's simplistic. I think that's hopeful. This is a run for hope, so I think you're going with hopeful ideas, and in the end, I think we need to simplify our message, but not be overly simplistic. I just think, this is why I'm for making stronger connections than ever before, because we can learn. If people are making vaccines in one country and another country, share the information. And I think the scientists are sharing the information. Don't hold on to it so you can make loads of money and do it that way. We've got to do this, I think. Steve, do you have a thought?
I was going to say, we've certainly embraced the virtual communications more.
Yes.
I've certainly, with my job, no longer feeling the need to travel around the country. And although I'm not making a very good impression with my current Zoom skills, obviously, being constantly on mute and off mute, but just the fact that maybe the world is going to not continue to use our resources as much as we currently are by perhaps staying virtual when we don't need to be face to face with people.
Yes, and hopefully this is good. We do feel like, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we're talking together. If we were right in the same room, or we're doing it right here, I still think we've had a good chat. And if we had a glass of wine or a beer, we could pick it up and go there. And it doesn't have to be face to face, I don't think. So hopefully this can help global communications. It's a beautiful thing. If it's positive, unfortunately, people can get together like this and say, let's do bad things. And unfortunately, new inventions go both ways. But, yeah.
And I think, for me, I think that's definitely a case in terms of the community base that's been created. So things like Facebook, things like Twitter, things like Instagram, all of those, on the face of it, there's a very positive kind of element to that, in where we can create a very positive, tight-knit community. The problem is when it becomes corrupted. Yeah. And what I like about this sort of forum, a virtual forum where you can actually see the people that you're talking to, you get that whole thing of the non-verbal communication that goes on. And if you could talk to somebody and say something honestly to them, and you don't kind of get this false sort of like social media thing where everybody's having a wonderful time, and therefore you then suddenly think, Christ, how come I'm not having a great time with all those people that's having a wonderful time? And then I think the whole thing of the trolling and the negativity that goes with the social media stuff, I mean, that great program that was done on Netflix called Social Dilemma really sums it up, how we're being controlled and how these communities work against us rather than for us. And I think if we can have community bases like the Zoom community or whatever, any kind of like virtual community where we can be honest with each other and real with each other, and then I think that would be a great thing that would come out of this whole COVID thing.
Yeah, I think we can. We have to draw positive lessons and act upon them. And I'm going to keep saying, anyone listening who's linked into online stuff, making things happen, a website that has just for good ideas. You put your good ideas up there, and if someone's doing it, I've got one. Right here I've got one. All car manufacturers of the world, calling all car manufacturers of the world, please arrange so that whenever someone goes in reverse, the hazard lights come on. I can't see a downside to it. Everyone's got hazard lights, because then when you're reversing out into a street, the black lights, the back lights will be flashing as you're going out, or in a car park or whatever it is, and people can see that something is happening. It seems to be a no-brainer. It's like what the lorries have got, they've got that. And I think with cars, and you could do it probably in a flip of a switch. All new cars, if your government's out there, just make it compulsory. I don't know, do you think there's any downside to that idea?
No, I mean, as long as it comes on with the white lights, then they're reversing.
Yeah, well, they'll see the whole thing flashing up. Anyway, I think that's my idea. People could argue about it, but at least if you had a website, you could put them on there. In America, you can they drive on the right hand side of the road, so you can turn right on a red light if nothing's coming, just like it was an ordinary give way sign. We don't do that in Europe. Could we do it in Europe? Has anyone looked at that? There must be. The roundabout, I think the roundabout's the most beautiful idea, especially the mini roundabout. Everyone definitely in the UK knows what to do now, and driving public can be trained to understand that you come up to it, you slow down, if nothing's coming, you can take the right of way, you can just go. And it keeps traffic flowing, and once it's built, it costs nothing. So that's 2 car ideas, but I just think there must be good ideas out there that people just troll through a website and go, oh, let's try that good idea, let's try that good idea. So,
well, I think if you saw the way that Steve drives, the hazard lights would probably come on when he's going forward.
Right. Steve, need a reaction from you, Steve, to that? Or have you got mute?
He's muted himself again.
Have you gone on mute?
He's done it on purpose this time.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to respond.
Recycle the mute.
Wearing.
Hello.
Oh, you're back.
I was going to say another positive from COVID is that less cars and more bikes, as in cycles.
That is true.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it means that you can't now actually buy a new bike because all stock in the UK is completely disappeared.
Right.
But the amount of people cycling now rather than driving has gone up exponentially this year, and it's sort of like at the moment it's on target to overtake car driving as the primary mode of transport.
Wow.
And I believe in some European countries, I was reading the other day, it already now has. I think in Norway this year, more people with bikes than cars. And that's happened in 2020. So obviously we still need our hazard lights on our bikes, but yeah, less cars, more bikes.
Yeah, well, in Norway has an awful lot of Teslas as well. Has a massive amount of electric cars in Norway because the fuel is so expensive. It's taxed so massively. So Norway's good. Norway's a good country.
That's weird because Norway's got their own fuel, their own oil. So I wonder why it's so heavily taxed. I didn't know that was how it is.
They probably flog it off to everybody else.
Maybe so. Oh.
Yeah. Pete, do you cycle?
A little bit on my mountain bike, but I've not really ever got into road cycling. I thought about trying it, but I just prefer running. To be honest, I prefer like the simplicity of just putting on a pair of shoes.
Sarah?
I know cycling's not exactly difficult, but yeah, prefer the simplicity of running. Really.
Yeah, but you how old are you now?
36.
Yeah, so you're still a youngster with elastic tissues. The reason I don't road bike is I treat too many people with fractured clavicles.
Oh wow. Is that the neck clavicle?
No, there's the bone on the shoulder, the collarbone. Collarbone. These road cyclists with their sort of 6 pence worth of contact on the road.
That's why Steve just cycles indoors, so he can't fall off.
It is a lot safer in Swift. Yeah.
It does seem.
That's why I do all my cycling in the winter on Swift because I'm less likely to kill myself. So it's.
So you literally not go out in the winter? You don't go out on the roads?
I haven't been much. No, I haven't really. I only started cycling properly this year, and I haven't really got the kit for winter riding, and I can't be trusted because I've got no bike handling skills. So I'm safer in the world of Watopia than I am. There's no COVID in Watopia either, so it's the place to be at the moment, I think.
We should say Watopia is the imaginary virtual world in the Swift app. Guys, I'm struggling here, so I need you to ask me questions so I can answer them and engage my brain to get away from the legs. Ask me anything you want. If you can come up with any questions.
Are you? I know I probably should know this, Eddie, but are you doing the same route that you did last year in terms of the countries?
In the countries, yes, we're going through the same countries. So Lisbon was on February the 2nd, January the 2nd. Madrid was February the 3rd, and it's now January the 3rd. So exactly the same. And I think we're going to publish the list, but I've got it somewhere. I can't reach my phone because I'm flagging too much.
Oh, that's all right. And do you kind of, does it like make you reminisce to last year, like the good and the bad moments?
Yeah,
like
Tim
you've
was.
had, so obviously with Lisbon.
Yeah, Tim was there. Lisbon was great because you remember London. London was cold that night. We were running.
Yeah.
And so we ran that, and it was just kind of brutal on my body. My body was complaining a lot. And then went to bed, got up there. We were at Victoria Coach Station, did a video there, and it was like, okay, we can go, we can fly. We got there early. That was later on the 1st of January. And I ran a little bit of safety. Was it 5K, Tim? Did I do something like that? Did a safety 5K, just in case I didn't make it on some of the other marathons. And then next day got up, and it was over 20 degrees in Lisbon, and it's the only capital city in Europe, I believe, by the sea, on the ocean front. And so.
Did you run along sort of the ocean on your run there?
I went down. Initially I was going up and down, and then I thought, let's go down to the seaside and run on what was obviously a docks in the old days, and now reclaimed, and cafes and sunny, and people walking and running. Oh, it's beautiful. So that was a wonderful, wonderful second day. And then you get into it, just, it's, well, the first 10 it's tough. Yeah.
Eddie, didn't we have a moment there where I left you unattended with Gary? Was that when you went off and got an ice cream? Was that Lisbon?
What, after I'd finished?
No, during the run. Didn't you disappear off up along the coastal road and find somewhere for an ice cream?
I might have taken, maybe. I might have, because I was taking breaks. But,
and it was really hot, wasn't it? It was really hot. Was it 28 degrees?
I would have had a nice lolly rather than an ice cream.
Oh, okay.
I would have had that.
Perfectly acceptable in those conditions, surely.
Yeah.
So the question is, here we are towards the end of marathon number 2. Have you got any dreaded niggles yet, Eddie?
No niggles, which is good.
No niggles?
Just pissed off with running at the moment. And I'm running rough.
Sure, it'll get easier.
Yeah, first 10. Get past the first 10, and first week, say, and then the first 10. And then
you'll be super fit by week 2, and then you'll be nailing them in like 5 hours by then.
Well, I might not speed them up, because just to have a happier time over, why get it so that you can do a 6, and you say, right, let's push for a 5. Oh my God, I'm grinding it out for 5. I don't want to stay in this kind of mindset of.
You could just try and do like 1 minute faster each day. That would be the sort of thing my OCD would want to do, just make it a tiny bit faster each time.
That's what I was doing, but I'm not sure if I want to. I want to make it fun. I want to make it fun.
Yeah, I think that might be the difference. That's what would make it fun for me.
Well, then you have the wrong definition of fun. You have a personal. You have a stopwatch version of fun. I have.
I think I know that you have this whole thing about the 10 marathons. First 10 marathons is the key.
Yeah.
But you're in a very, very different place fitness-wise for this challenge than you have been for any of the others.
Yeah, probably.
And I remember vividly us sitting in the airport lounge in Heathrow, ready to fly off to South Africa, and I said, okay, so how much driving have you done? It was like, you've done like half marathon in the last 3 weeks or something.
I've done 1 half marathon in the last 10 weeks, actually.
Yeah.
Sounds like a perfect taper.
Yeah, I was tapering, baby. Yeah. Basically, I was performing at the Palace Theatre, doing 6 shows a week, and I just couldn't get it done. So I thought I could either panic or I'd just roll with it. decided to roll with it.
So Tim, you think Eddie's in tip-top shape for this challenge this time?
Tip-top's
Yeah?
not the word. I'm in better shape.
I'd say he's in the best shape that he's ever been in.
There we go. Now, there's a compliment.
Doesn't
Tim
look
doesn't
like
pick his words. He normally tells you if you're shit, if you are shit.
I know, and I disagree with him. There's a great videotape on the. If you go to the Izzard.com and you go to the marathons bit on the menu, you can see there's one where Tim's going. Now this is happening. The cameras are on him. I'm in the background. You can see me in the background just getting ready, and he's saying this. Now this. You're gonna watch out for this. And then I go. I don't agree with that. I just disagree with him. But can you remember what that was about, Tim? I can't remember what you were talking about then.
I was complaining about the level of media interaction that you were doing on your phone.
Oh no, yes, I did. Yes, well, I would have disagreed.
And I said it was distracting and that it would drain your energy, and you went, I disagree.
Yeah, no, see, that was me arguing for the fun of it, the fun of meeting people, taking a photograph of people. I mean, some very rural people out there. And just to say hi to some kids, South African kids, in the back of black kids in the back of a taxi, going along, and they all, hey, I took a photograph and put that out. And that was just beautiful. Those moments, they refuel you. They give you a mental fueling.
Are you trying to do any of your morning Pilates routines that you did on your last challenge?
Well, I should be, but I'm lazy. Yeah, I should be.
Yeah, that was
anyone would describe you as lazy.
that was always my weakness when I was taking running seriously, was remembering to do the Pilates.
Well, the mountain runners don't do it. You know those that book about the mountain runners? They didn't do that. Tigers don't do warm-ups before they go hunting, do they? You don't see tigers there going, come on then, get there. And salute to the sun. Here we go. They just go and do it. So I'm kind of like a tiger. Kind of like a knackered tiger.
Well, Steve and I used to do a Pilates session on a Wednesday morning together with a group of lads. And there was one moment where we the Pilates class could no longer function when Steve and I share the same bodily attribute of having very short hamstrings. So we were doing a hamstring stretching protocol, and I just announced, I said, bloody hell, I said, my dad's more flexible than I am, and left a pause and then followed it, and he's been dead for 7 years.
Yeah, hamstrings. Mine are not good.
All the best runners can't get within about a foot of their toes when they're trying to touch them. That's what I say.
Excellent.
You can touch your toes, can't you, Pete?
Nowhere near. I can touch my knees. I can just about touch my knees. That's about it.
I love it. And it's with absolute, like, people are completely flabbergasted when, you know, you're a physio that's working with people and they say, well, how come you can't touch your toes? It's like, because my hamstrings are too short.
I believe it's called efficient hamstrings, not short hamstrings. That's what it is.
Okay, guys.
The tighter the better, I say.
Time to ask me another question.
Yes.
Flaggy.
Are you managing to get outside at any point in the day? Not for running, but just to not be in a room?
Not really. I shouldn't I? But you know, I do this. I just try and sort myself out, do the gig, eat some food, go home, have a glass of wine, go to bed, get up, breakfast, we're here, start again. That's it, there's no real time.
Is there anybody else actually in that room with you? Or
Yes.
are you just you in a dark room with a couple of screens?
No, Sarah Johnson's here.
Hello, I'm hiding in the corner.
Sarah's hiding in the corner over there. We're both in a work bubble. We've been tested twice for COVID, and then we had to self-isolate, and now we formed this work bubble. No one can get near us for the whole month of January. They just leave things at the door, and that's how we work.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, just deliveries.
I can actually see the envy on Steve's face, the whole idea of being in a darkened room with just technology and a treadmill on his own with no human interaction. It's like your perfect day.
Well, it's my average day, to be honest. Apart from now, it's a bike instead of a treadmill. But yeah, I mean, I'm in my happiest. Technology, exercise, and what a sad muppet.
And I think it is a breed, because I had a conversation with someone on the beach today, and I did a 6-mile run this morning, and then I did a 20-mile mountain bike ride afterwards. And they were saying, so what do you listen to? And I said, I don't listen to anything apart from the world. And it's so weird, isn't it, that I'm really happy being on my own with myself, without any distractions at all. I don't feel like I need to run with anyone, ride with anyone, listen to anything at all. It's
same here.
What does that mean?
I would say, by the sounds of it, Eddie's neurons are firing significantly more than mine during a run, because he has a lot more interesting stuff going on in his head, because mine's normally just numbers and stuff. whereas Eddie's saving the world in his head.
Sorry, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear.
Apparently there's someone called Stephen, not Steve, but Stephen, who's live streaming on YouTube, running with me, but I don't think we can talk to them, so I'm a little confused as to what that is.
No, I think it's just quite a cool thing that someone's doing that. So
great. Good to
he's
see.
Swifting with you, and also I think on a YouTube channel, doing his own video showing him running virtually with you.
Okay.
So yeah, technology.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wow. How many followers has he got?
Oh, good question. Good question,
I don't
Tim.
think
Let
they're
me
mad.
look.
It's probably his granny and his
Guys, it's a chap called Stephen Cousins.
Oh, Stephen Cousins, yeah.
Stephen Cousins, who's a bit of a legend in the Swift running world.
Hello, Stephen Cousins.
Because running has only been on Swift for a couple of years properly now, he's been one of the sort of ambassadors of the Swift running. So you'll find his Film My Run videos all the time, where he's always streaming stuff. He's got thousands of followers, so yeah, you're getting lots of extra coverage there. Well, your virtual avatar is getting lots of extra coverage if Stephen's running with you.
He actually ran with you yesterday, Eddie.
Yes, he ran a marathon with me yesterday, I believe.
Yeah.
And
so Steve, remind me, what was the song that he did? Because he was a musician, wasn't he? Or is?
I didn't know that. I know Stephen very well because he was a work colleague for a while.
Oh, yeah, no, he had a song in the charts, quite a famous song. I can't remember what it was.
With somebody else. I'm pretty certain that's not Stephen.
No, the reason I know is because Martin and I were talking about Stephen Cousins, and he was saying that he had this song. So Martin knows him really well as well.
Maybe he has, but yeah, no, he's a Swift running legend now. So if you've got him streaming you, then that's some good extra coverage there for the charity and stuff.
Excellent.
Well, if he's done yesterday and today, I wonder if he's going to try and do the whole lot with you.
Could do. Well, I think everyone, they'll do whatever they can, but got 9 minutes to go.
Looking good, Ed.
Yeah, looking good.
The speed has gone up again. I know 8.5 kilometres an hour.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get it over with.
I didn't even see you press buttons that time.
Well, I am. And
Lager after this.
Sorry? Yeah, I put a bit of wine in and I put a lot of fizzy water in, that's what I do. Spritz is 1/3, 2/3, 2/3 water. That's what I like to drink.
Sorry, Tim. I was going to say, Eddie, for people that obviously are kind of amazed, rightly so, with what you're doing, how would you describe how it feels sort of after 6 or 7 marathons compared to what it feels like after sort of that first one?
Well, the first one kind of feels okay, because there's a psychological idea of doing one, that people can do one. But, second, this is more grim today. Third will be grim. Fourth, they're all kind of grim. When 10 is a psychological tipping point. Once you've done 10, you go, I've done 10. And the brain is wired up, all the connections are made, and you're almost getting towards 16, which would be my halfway. So, the first 10 are just not good. And I'm wavering a bit here.
It's just 1K again.
What's that?
1K, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just
I
trying
was going to say, so it sounds like you break it up, even like the way you talk about it. You talk about getting to that 10th one and then that 16th one. So
Yeah.
at the moment, you've done some amazing things in the past, and you're sort of 2 days in. Are you thinking about that end point, or are you just thinking about
at the
next
beginning?
1 kilometre?
Because it's all mental. It's 100% mental, this game. So these first 10, they're going to be rubbish. I'm not going to have a good time. And I need to keep talking, because somehow it changes the synapses in my brain, and I don't feel so bad. And
So
yeah,
you're
it's
prepared,
just...
when you started this, you're prepared that first 10, mentally you know that you get to that point and you know it's going to be a bit rubbish, but once you get there, you know
Yeah.
it's going to change a little bit.
All the trials and tribulations of my life, I'm just going to roll it into... I'm entrepreneurial with confidence. Once I came out as trans, TV trans back in 35 years ago, I took that confidence built from that I didn't turn into a pumpkin or explode. I have to stand my ground and whatever, but I got through it, and then established space for myself, and then try to get my career going, and then everything. I'm an entrepreneur with the confidence. Take the confidence you build, put it into something else, and try and build on that. And I've been at this point, Tim will remember, running into winds. Thank you. If we didn't cut to the other camera, I don't know if you can see it, but there's people out there cheering on at Riverside Studios here. David and Egg. You can see that they're out there. It's a little bit difficult in the dark, but yeah, it's I just got to power on. And weirdly, turning up the the speed. It's I think my body got used to 7.5, and 8.5 is not so used to. So maybe it feels a little different. This is what I did on the double marathon in South Africa. I got faster at the end, and I had to do it for an hour. A bit like what I've done here, but I went up to 10 kph, and we got it done. Because people won't know this, but if they were watching on telly, they might notice. We had to be, they had a satellite link until 3:15 South Africa time, and so we had to get there to be seen. I thought if I could be seen finishing, it would probably be 500,000 in donations. Something crazy like that, because they'd built it up all the way through the couple of hours link, and got there at 2:13. The link went off at 2:15. We got there at 2:13. And
put it together.
Yeah, and just getting it done. I don't know. So I don't quite know what's going on in my brain, but I can get things done, and that's what I'm going to do.
What's the spare treadmill for that we saw in that shot? Is that in case you were outrun the treadmill?
Well, it was in case this one goes down. That's one thing. Second thing was we were going to have guests, you know, when it was in a COVID second tier, third tier, but we're in tier 4. That can't happen. Thirdly, Sarah, event manager here, might choose to come up and run 1K, 2K.
Does she know that?
No, that was, she said that. You said that, didn't you?
What? No, I will. At some point, when I'm useful,
Yeah.
when I'm useful to run. Might be distracting. I might be distracting just running to the side of you. So.
Maybe I'll get
That's my
COVID
excuse.
test for the last one.
You do what,
Maybe
sorry?
get to the last one and I'll come and run on that other one for the last marathon.
I don't know, when it gets to the last one, does it matter? Well, we have to be COVID safe. We've got a rigorous system here. Won't bubbles.
Absolutely.
We can't do what...
I could run in a Zork ball.
400 metres to go, 1 lap of the track to go. Eddie?
So, yeah.
One lap of an athletics track, that's all you've got.
Yep. I don't know what that means.
Last run round a running track, Eddie.
Well, I was doing that in LA, actually. That's when I first... I did this very interesting thing. I was training with a wonderful woman out there who lived out in the part of, it's north of Santa Monica, and the name has gone out of my head. Anyway, it's she lives near university, and it had a running track. You know, it was beautiful, sunny, not too hot. She got me doing sprints up and down the track, and I must have been about 40, in my 40s, and I started doing it. I didn't go right down and do the starts, but you know, just think and go like I did when I was a kid. And I thought, this feels beautiful. Running at about 70% capacity, but it just felt beautiful. And so that was the beginning of getting me into all of this. I think the idea that I have an ability to run in me. Let's use it. And that was from a running track. Yeah, but I wasn't doing complete circuits, just 100 meters.
Okay. That's good.
Finish straight.
Yep, the finish straight. Everyone on Swift, can you send out a message? Sarah's going to send a message for me. Finish them, say something like, I finished my marathon, thanks, Kat. And to everyone who's listening, I've just about finished my marathon. And when I do, I will say that message.
There's a virtual wave button in Swift if she wants to wave to everybody.
I know, but we know that, but once you've done it once, it won't redo it to those people you've done it to.
There's a wave different from the thumbs up.
Yeah, no, you can actually do a physical wave.
Oh.
Well, should we try a physical wave?
It'll be one of the options.
With one of the buttons on there. Well, you can do it on a bike. I assume you can do it running as well.
Okay. 40 seconds to go, kids.
Do they encourage cycling one-handed?
Yeah, as long as your virtual world of Bob
30
Savior, I think
seconds to
it's
go.
safe.
30 seconds left.
Good work.
Embarrassingly, I don't know the exact number of kilometres that marathon is because I only do miles. What is it?
42.18 is the official thing, but it's 42.2. 10 seconds to go, guys. 9, 8, 7,
6,
5, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Oh no! Hang on. It does. Oh, there 40. There we go. It didn't quite have 42.18 on the thing.
Well done, Eddie.
Good work.
Thank you, guys.
So what's your last bit of advice, Steve, for Eddie on his next 29 marathons?
I honestly think Eddie's more of a pro at running consecutive marathons than I am. I think he knows full well that it's all the mental challenge, and you're doing the right thing by preoccupying your brain with as much other stuff as you can. So I think you've got this nailed this time. As you say, it looks like you're fitter than you've ever been when you've hit these challenges before. So it's all in the brain this time. So I'm sure you'll have it sorted. You don't need advice from me.
Thanks. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I think what Steve said really. Like, you know exactly what you're doing. You've set about it the right way. You've got the distractions. You've got the environment you've created, and you know how to break it down day by day and kind of the different sections. So I've no doubt you will complete it, and should be very proud. It's an amazing thing you're doing.
Thank you, guys.
I do recommend recovering with a beer, though.
Yeah, I've got a doodah drink first, and then, which is a replenishing thingamajiggy drink. What is it? What am I drinking, Tim?
It's a Rego shake.
Yeah, I had many of those.
I do like the Rego shake. But the people of Lisbon, people in Portugal, thank you so much. Thank you for sending in your selfies. That's beautiful. Tomorrow we're running in Madrid in Spain. If you've got photographs of yourself, selfies of yourself in Madrid, videos, there can be pictures or just general pictures in Madrid. Just put them online and put hashtag Make Humanity Great Again, and we can pull them off and put them spooling here, as we've done for the good people of Lisbon. And so I say ciao and adios to people of Lisbon. Yeah, who's that talking? Is that Karen?
How long have you got till tonight's show?
1 hour, less than 1 hour.
And for completion on that conversation we were having, Steve Cousins sang John Cudlity as a weatherman. You remember that?
No.
That was Dom. Do you remember that, Eddie? John Cudlity as a weatherman?
I don't quite, but I think it's beautiful that he's running with me, so thank you for that. I'm going away. Let's switch this off, guys. You go to bed, but I'm going to probably call upon you every day. Let's, I'll see everyone. Go to eddieizzard.com, buy tickets. Weird gig.
Right, thanks, guys.